The Canterbury Tales. By Geoffrey Chaucer. The Prologue. When that Aprilis, with his showers swoot, one. The drought of March hath pierced to the root, and bathed every vein in such liquor, of which virtue engendered is the flower. When Zephyrus eke with his swoot breath, inspired hath in every holt too and heath, the tender crops, three and the young sun, hath in the ram for his half-course why run. And small fowls make melody, that sleepen all the night with open eye. So pricketh them nature in their courages 5. Then long folk to go on pilgrimages, and palmers 6 for to seek strange strands. To fern hallows cuth 7 in sundry lands, and specially from every shire's end of England to Canterbury they wend, the holy blissful martyr for to seek, that them hath holpen, when that they were sick. Befell that, in that season on a day, in Southwark at the Tabard 8 as I lay, ready to wenden on my pilgrimage, to Canterbury with devout courage. At night was come into that hostelry, well 9 and 20 in a company of sundry folk, by aventure wifall. In fellowship, 9 and pilgrims were they all, that toward Canterbury would ride. The chamber, and the stables were wide, and well we weren eased at the best. 10. And shortly, when the sun was to rest, so had I spoken with them every one, that I was of their fellowship anon, and made for word 11 early for to rise, to take our way there as I you devise. 12. But natheless, while I have time and space, ere that I farther in this tale pace, methink that accordant to reason, to tell you alla the condition of each of them, so as it seemed me, and which they weren, and of what degree, and eke in what array that they were in. And at a night then will I first begin. A knight there was, and that a worthy man, that from the time that he first began to ridden out, he loved chivalry, truth and honor, freedom and courtesy. Full worthy was he in his lordess war, and thereto had he ridden, no man foray. 13. As well in Christendom as in heathness, and ever honored for his worthiness. At Alessandra 14 he was when it was won. Full often time he had the board begun, above alle nations in Pruss. 15. In Lettau had he raised, 16 and in Rus. No Christian man so oft of his degree. In Grenade at the siege eke had he be. Of Algesir, 17 and ridden in Belmarie. 18. At Laius was he, and at Sately, when they were won, and in the Great Sea 19. At many a noble army had he be. At mortal battles had he been 15. And foughten for our faith at Tramacine. 20. In lists thrice, and I slain his foe. This ilk too one worthy knight had been also. Sometime with the Lord of Palatai. 22. Against another heathen in Turkey. And evermore he had a sovereign price. 23. And though that he was worthy he was wise, and of his port as meek as is a maid, he never yet no villainy. 24. And he said, in all his life, unto no manner wight, he was a very perfect gentle knight. But for to tell you of his array, his horse was good, but yet he was not gay. Of fustian he weared a gipon, alle besmottered with his habergeon. 25. For he was late wycome from his voyage, and went for to do his pilgrimage. With him there was his son, a young squire, a lover, and a lusty bachelor, with locks curl. 26 as they were laid in press. Of 20 year of age he was I guess. Of his stature he was of even length, and wonderly deliver. 27 and great of strength. And he had been some time in Chavachi. 28. In Flanders, in Artois, and Picardy. And borne him well, as of so little space. 29. In hope to standen in his lady's grace, Embroidered was he, as it were a mead. All full of fresh flowers, white and red. Singing he was, or fluting all the day. He was as fresh as is the month of May. Short was his gown, with sleeves long and wide. Well could he sit on horse, and fair ride. He could songes make, and well indite. Joust, and eke dance, and well portray and write. So hot he loved, that by nightertale 30. He slept no more than doth the nightingale. Courteous he was, lowly, and serviceable. And carved before his father at the table. 31. A yeoman had he, and servants no amo. At that time, for him list ride so, 32. And he was clad in coat and hood of green. A sheaf of peacock arrows 33 bright and keen. Under his belt he bare full thriftily. Well could he dress his tackle yeomanly. His arrows drooped not with feathers low. And in his hand he bare a mighty bow. A nut head 34 had he, with a brown visage. Of woodcraft cowed 35 he well all the usage. Upon his arm he bare a gay bracer 36. And by his side a sword and a buckler. And on that other side a gay dagger. Harnessed well, and sharp as point of spear. A Christopher 37 on his breast of silver sheen. An horn he bare, the baldric was of green. A forester 38 was he soothly 39 as I guess. There was also a nun, a prioress. That of her smiling was full simple and coy. Her greatest oath was but by Saint Loy, 40. And she was cleaped 41 Madame Eglantine. Full well she sang the service divine. Intuned in her nose full seemly. 42. And French she spake full fair and fetusly 43. After the school of Stratford at Bow. For French of Paris was to her unknown. At meat was she well whitought withal. She let no morsel from her lips fall. Nor wet her fingers in her sauce deep. Well could she carry a morsel, and well keep. That no drop any fell upon her breast. In courtesy was set full much her lest point 44. Her overlip wiped she so clean. That in her cup there was no farthing 45 seen. Of grease, when she drunken had her draught. Full seemly after her meat she rout, 46. And sickerly she was of great disport, 47. And full pleasant, and amiable of port. And pained her to counterfeit cheer. Of court. 48 and be a stately of manera. And to be holden digny 49 of reverence. But for to speaken of her conscience. She was so charitable and so piteous, 50. She would weep if that she saw a mouse. Caught in a trap, if it were dead or bled. Of small hounds had she, that she fed. With roasted flesh, and milk, and was tell bread. 51. But sore she wept if one of them were dead. Or if men smote it with a yard 5 too smart. And all was conscience and tender heart. Full seemly her wimple white-pinched was. Her nose trait is, 53 her eyen grey as glass, 54. Her mouth full small, and thereto soft and red. But sickerly she had a fair forehead. It was almost a span broad I trow. For hardily she was not undergrow point 55. Full fetus 56 was her cloak, as I was ware. Of small coral about her arm she bare. A pair of beads, gaud all with green. 57. And thereon hung a brooch of gold full sheen. On which was first written a crowned A. And after, a more vincit omnia. Another nun also with her had she. That was her chapelaine, and priests 3. A monk there was, a fair for the mastery 58. An outrider, that loved venery. 59. A manly man, to be an abbot able. Full many a dainty horse had he in stable. And when he rode, men might his bridle hear. Jingling 60 in a whistling wind as clear. And eke as loud, as doth the chapel bell. Thereas this lord was keeper of the cell. The rule of Saint Maur and of Saint Benet 61. Because that it was old and some deal 62 straight. This ilk 6-3 monk let old things pace. And held after the new world the trace. He gave not of the text a pulled hen 64. That saith, that hunters be not holy men. Na that a monk, when he is cloisterless, is like to a fish that is waterless. This is to say, a monk out of his cloister. This ilk text held he not worth an oyster. And I say his opinion was good. Why should he study, and make himself wood 65? Upon a book in cloister always pore. Or swinken 66 with his hands, and labor. As Austin bid, 67 how shall the world be served? Let Austin have his swink to him reserved. Therefore he was a prickosor aright, 68. Greyhounds he had as swift as fowl of flight. Of pricking 69 and of hunting for the hare. Was all his lust, 70 for no cost would he spare. I saw his sleeves purfled at the hand. With gree, 71 and that the finest of the land. And for to fasten his hood under his chin. He had of gold wrought a curious pin. A love knot in the greater end there was. His head was bald, and shone as any glass. And eke his face, as it had been anoint. He was a lord full fat and in good point. His eyen steep, 72 and rolling in his head. That steamed as a furnace of a lead. His boody supple, his horse in great estate. Now certainly he was a fair prelate. He was not pale as a fourpence 73 ghost. A fat swan loved he best of any roast. His palfrey was as brown as is a berry. A friar there was, a wanton and a merry. A limitaur, 74 a full solema man. In all the orders 4 is none that can 75. So much of dalliance and fair language. He had made full many a marriage. Of young women, at his own cost. Unto his order he was a noble post. Full well beloved, and familiar was he. With franklins over all 76 in his country. And eke with worthy women of the town. For he had power of confession. As said himself. More than a curate. For of his order he was licentiate. Full sweetly heard he confession. And pleasant was his absolution. He was an easy man to give penance. Thereas he wist to have a good pittance, 77. For unto a poor order for to give. Is signa that a man is well shrive. 78. For if he gave, he durst make avant, 79. He wist that the man was repentant. For many a man so hard is of his heart. He may not weep although him sore smart. Therefore instead of weeping and prayers, men must give silver to the poor frères. His tippet was I farst 80 full of knives. And pins, for to give to fair wives. And certainly he had a merry note. Well could he sing and playin on a rote, 81. Of yettings 82 he bare utterly the prize. His neck was white as is the fleur-de-lis. Thereto he strong was as a champion. And knew well the taverns in every town. And every hosteler and gay tapsteer. Better than a lazar 83 or a beggarra. For unto such a worthy man as he accordeth not, as by his faculty, to have with such lazars acquaintance. It is not honest, it may not advance. As for to deal with no such pariah 84. But all with rich, and sellers of vitail. And ovr all there as 85 profit should arise. Courteous he was, and lowly of service. Therein as no man nowhere 86 so virtuous. He was the best beggar in all his house. And gave a certain farmate 7 for the grant. None of his brethren came in his haunt. For though a widow had but one shoe, so pleasant was his in principio 88. Yet would he have a farthing ere he went. His purchase was well better than his rent. And rage he could and play as any whelp. In love at as 89 there could he muchel help. 90. For there was he not like a cloisterer, with threadbare cope, as is a poor scholar. But he was like a master or a pope. Of double worsted was his semicope. 91. That rounded was as a bell out of press. Somewhat he lisped for his wantonness, to make his English sweet upon his tongue. And in his harping, when that he had sung, his eyen twinkled in his head aright, as do the stars in a frosty night. This worthy limitaur was called Hubert. A merchant was there with a forked beard. In motley, and high on his horse he sat. Upon his head a Flandrish beaver hat. His boades clasped fair and fetusly. 92. His reasons I spake he full solemnly, sounding alway th increase of his winning. He would the sea were kept. 93 For anything betwixt Middleburg and Orwell. 94. Well could he in exchange shields 95 sell. This worthy man full well his wit beset. 96. There wist no wight that he was in debt, so estately was he of governance. 97. With his bargains, and with his chevisance. 98. Forsooth he was a worthy man withal. But sooth to say, I not 99 how men him call. A clerk there was of Oxenford 100 also, that unto logic had long wygo. 101. As lean was his horse as is a rake, and he was not right fat, I undertake, but looked hollow. 102 And thereto soberly. 103. Full threadbare was his overest courtepy. 104. For he had gotten him yet no benefice, no was not worldly, to have an office. For him was lever. 105 Have at his bed's head 20 books, clothed in black or red, of Aristotle, and his philosophy. Then robes rich, or fiddle, or psaltery. But all be that he was a philosopher, yet had he but little gold in coffer. But all that he might of his friends hent. 106. On books and on learning he it spent, and busily gone for the soul's prey of them that gave him wherewith to scholay. 107. Of study took he most care and heed. Not one word spake he more than was need, and that was said in form and reverence, and short and quick, and full of high sentence. Sounding in moral virtue was his speech, and gladly would he learn, and gladly teach. A sergeant of the law, wary and wise, that often had been at the parvis. 108. There was also, full rich of excellence. Discreet he was, and of great reverence. He seemed such, his wards were so wise. Justice he was full often in assize, by patent, and by plen. 109 Commission. For his science, and for his high renown. Of fees and robes had he many won. So great a purchaser was nowhere none. All was fee simple to him, in effect. His purchasing might not be in suspect. 110. Nowhere so busy a man as he there was. And yet he seemed busier than he was. In terms had he case and dooms. 111 All that from the time of King Will were fall. Thereto he could indict, and make a thing. There could no white pinch at his writing. 112. And every statute cowed. 113 He plain by rote. He rode but homely in a medley. 114 Coat, girt with a saint. 115 Of silk, with bars small. Of his array tell I no longer tale. A francolin. 116 Was in this company. White was his beard, as is the daisy. Of his complexion he was sanguine. Well loved he in the morn a sop in wine. To liven in delight was ever his 117. For he was Epicurus Owen's son, that held opinion, that plen. 118 Delight was verily felicity perfite. An householder, and that a great, was he. St. Julian 119 he was in his country. His bread, his ale, was alway after 1:20. A better invined 121 man was nowhere none. Withouten bake meat never was his house. Of fish and flesh, and that so plenteous. It snowed in his house of meat and drink. Of alla dainties that men could think. After the sundry seasons of the year. So changed he his meat and his supera. Full many a fat partridge had he in mew 122. And many a bream, and many a loose in stew. 123. Woe was his cook, but if 124 his sauce were. Poignant and sharp, and ready all his gear. His table dormant 125 in his hall alway. Stood ready covered all the long day. At sessions there was he lord and sire. Full often time he was knight of the shire. An anlace, and a gipsiere 126 all of silk. Hung at his girdle, white as morning milk. A sheriff had he been, and a counter point 127. Was nowhere such a worthy vavaseur. 128. An haberdasher, and a carpenter. A webby 129 a dyer, and a tapier 130. Were with us eke, clothed in one livery. Of a solemn and great fraternity. Full fresh and new their gear picked 131 was. Their knives were chaped 132 not with brass. But all with silver wrought full clean and well. Their girdles and their pouches every deal. 133. Well seemed each of them a fair burgess. To sitten in a guildhall, on the dais point 134. Ever each, for the wisdom that he can 135. Was shapely 136 for to be an alderman. For chattels had they enough and rent. And eke their wives would it well assent. And else certain they had been to blame. It is full fair to be wyclept madam. And for to go to vigils all before. And have a mantle royally wybore. 137. A cook they had with them for the nones 138. To boil the chickens and the marrow bones. And powder merchant tart and gallingale point 139. Well could he know a draught of London ale. He could roast, and seethe, and broil, and fry. Make mortras 140 and well bake a pie. But great harm was it, as it thought me. That, on his shin a mormal 141 had he. For blanc manger 142 that made he with the best. A shipman was there, wand far by west 143. For aught I wot, B was of Dartmouth. He rode upon a rouncy, as he could 144. All in a gown of falding 145 to the knee. A dagger hanging by a lace had he. About his neck under his arm adown. The hot summer had made his hue all brown. And certainly he was a good fellow. Full many a draught of wine he had draw. From Bordeaux ward, while that the chapmen sleep. Of nice conscience took he no keep. If that he fought, and had the higher hand. By water he sent them home to every land. But of his craft to reckon well his tides. His streams and his strands him besides. His Herborough 146 his moon, and load manage 147. There was none such, from Hull unto Carthage. Hardy he was, and wise, I undertake. With many a tempest had his beard been shake. He knew well all the havens, as they were. From Scotland to the Cape of Finisterre. And every creek in Bretagne and in Spain. His barge wyclept was the Magdalene. With us there was a doctor of physic. In all this world was there none him like. To speak of physic, and of surgery. For he was grounded in astronomy. He kept his patient a full great deal. In hours by his magic natural. Well could he fortune 148 the ascendant. Of his images for his patient. He knew the cause of every malady. Were it of cold, or hot, or moist, or dry. And where engendered, and of what humor. He was a very perfect practicer. The cause why no 149 and of his harm the root. Anon he gave to the sick man his boot. 150. Full ready had he his apothecaries, to send his drugges and his lectuaries. For each of them made other for to win. Their friendship was not new to begin. Well knew he the old Aesculapius, and Dioscorides, and eke Rufus, old Hippocras, Halley, and Gallian, Serapion, Rhasis, and Avicen, Averroes, Damascene, and Constantine, Bernard, and Gaddesden, and Gilberton. 151. Of his diet measurable was he, for it was of no superfluity, but of great nourishing, and digestible. His study was but little on the Bible. In sanguine and in purse 152 he clad was, all lined with taffeta, and with sendal. 153. And yet he was but easy of dispense. He kept that he won in the pestilence. 154. For gold and physic is a cordial. Therefore he loved gold in special. A good wife was there of beside Bath, but she was some deal deaf, and that was scath. 155. Of cloth-making she had such an haunt. 156. She passed them of Ypres, and of Gaunt. In all the parish wife was there none, that to the off-ring 157 before her should gone. And if there did, certain so wroth was she, that she was out of alla charity. Her coverchiefs 158 were full fine of ground. I durst swear, they weighed 10 pound. That on the Sunday were upon her head. Her hosen wearin of fine scarlet red, full straight white-eyed, and shoes full moist. 159 and new. Bold was her face, and fair and red of hue. She was a worthy woman all her live. Husbands at the church door she had 5. Withouten other company in youth. But thereof needeth not to speak as nouth. 160. And thrice had she been at Jerusalem. She had passed many a strange stream. At Rome she had been, and at Bologna. 161. In Gallus at St. James. 162 and at Cologne. She could 163 much of wandering by the way. Gat, toothed. 164 was she, soothly for to say. Upon an ambler easily she sat. Why wimpled well, and on her head and hat, as broad as is a buckler or a targe. A foot mantle about her hips large, and on her feet a pair of spurs sharp. In fellowship well could she laugh and carp. 165. Of remedies of love she knew perchance, for of that art she cowed. 166 The old dance. A good man there was of religion, that was a poor parson of a town, but rich he was of holy thought and work. 167. He was also a learned man, a clerk, that Christ's gospel truly would preach. His Paris hens devoutly would he teach. Benign he was, and wonder diligent, and in adversity full patient. And such he was proved often siths. 168. Full loath were him to curse for his tithes, but rather would he given out of doubt unto his poor Paris hens about. Of his offering, and eke of his substance, he could in little thing have sufficance. 169. Wide was his parish, and houses far asunder, but he any left not, for no rain nor thunder, in sickness and in mischief to visit. The farthest in his parish, much and lit. 170. Upon his feet, and in his hand a staff. This noble ensample to his sheep he gaf. 171. That first he wrought, and afterward he taught. Out of the gospel he the wards caught. And this figure he added yet thereto, that if gold rust, what should iron do? For if a priest be foul, on whom we trust, no wonder is a lewd 172 man to rust. And shame it is, if that a priest take keep, to see a shitten shepherd and clean sheep. well ought a priest ensample for to give. By his own cleanness, how his sheep should live. He set not his benefice to hire, and left his sheep encumbered in the mire, and ran unto London, unto St. Paul's, to seek him a chantry 173 for souls, or with a brotherhood to be with old 174. But dwelt at home, and kept well his fold, so that the wolf and he made it not miscarry. He was a shepherd, and no mercenary. And though he holy were, and virtuous, he was to sinful men not disputous 175. Nor of his speech dangerous nor dine 176. But in his teaching discreet and benign, to draw on folk to heaven, with fairness. By good ensample, was his business. But it were 177 any person obstinate, whatso he were of high or low estate, him would he snib 178 sharply for the nones. 179. A better priest I trow that nowhere none is. He waited after no pomp nor reverence, nor maked him a spiced conscience 180. But Christ's lore, and his apostles 12. He taught, and first he followed it himself. With him there was a ploughman, was his brother, that had waylaid of dung full many a father. 181. A true swinker 182 and a good was he, living in peace and perfect charity. God loved he best with all his heart. At all times, were it gain or smart 183. And then his neighbor right as himself. He wooed thresh, and thereto dike 184 and delve. For Christ's sake, for every poor wight. Withouten hire, if it lay in his might. His tithes paid he full fair and well. Both of his proper swink, and his chattel. 185. In a tabard 186 he rode upon a mare. There was also a Reeve, and a Millera, a Sompnour, and a Pardoner also. A Manciple, and myself, there were no amo. The miller was a stout carle for the nones. Full big he was of brawn, and eke of bones. That proved well, for over all where 187 he came. At wrestling he would bear away the ram. 188. He was short-shouldered, broad, a thick gnar. 189. There was no door, that he an old heave-off bar, or break it at a running with his head. His beard as any sow or fox was red, and thereto broad, as though it were a spade. Upon the cop 190 right of his nose he had a wart, and thereon stood a tuft of hairs, red as the bristles of a sowe's ears. His nose thurls 191 black were and wide. A sword and buckler bare he by his side. His mouth as wide was as a furnace. He was a jangler, and a Goliard eyes 192. And that was most of sin and harlotries. Well could he steal corn, and tolly thrice. And yet he had a thumb of gold, pardie. 193. A white coat and a blue hood weared he. A bagapipe well could he blow and sewn. And therewithal he brought us out of town. A gentle manciple 194 was there of a temple, of which acateurs 195 might take ensample. For to be wise in buying of vitail. For whether that he paid, or took by tale 196. Allgate 197 he waited so in his acate 198. That he was I before in good estate. Now is not that of God a full fair grace, that such a lewd man's wit shall pace 199. The wisdom of an heap of learned men? Of masters had he more than thrice 10. That were of law expert and curious. Of which there was a dozen in that house. Worthy to be stewards of rent and land. Of any lord that is in Engleland. To make him live by his proper good. In honor debtless, but if he were would 200. Or live as scarcely as him list desire. And able for to helpen all a shire. In any case that might fall or hap. And yet this manciple set their aller cap. 201. The Reeve 202 was a slender choleric man. His beard was shaved as nigh as ever he can. His hair was by his ears round wyshorn. His top was docked like a priest beforn. Full long were his legs, and full lean. Why like a staff, there was no calf why seen. Well could he keep a garner and a bin 203. There was no auditor 204 could on him win. Well wist he by the drought, and by the rain, the yielding of his seed and of his grain. His lordess sheep, his neat 205 and his dairy. His swine, his horse, his store, and his poultry were wholly in this Reeve's governing. And by his covenant gave he reckoning. Since that his lord was 20 year of age, there could no man bring him in arrearage. There was no bailiff, herd, nor other hind 206. That he any knew his slight and his covine 207. They were adrad 208 of him, as of the death. His wanning 209 was full fair upon an heath. With green trees shadowed was his place. He could better than his lord purchase. Full rich he was stored privily. His lord well could he please subtly to give and lend him of his own good, and have a thank, and yet 210 a coat and hood. In youth he learned had a good mystere. 211. He was a well good right, a carpentier. This Reeve sate upon a right good stot 212. That was all pomely 213 grey, and height 214 Scott. A long surcoat of purse 215 upon he had. And by his side he bare a rusty blade. Of Norfolk was this Reeve, of which I tell. Beside a town men clepen Baldwell. Tucked he was, as is a friar, about. And ever rode the hinderest of the rout. 216. A Sompnour 217 was there with us in that place. That had a fire-red cherubin's face. For Sawsfleam 218 he was, with eye and narrow. As hot he was and lecherous as a sparrow. With scald brows black, and pilled 219 beard. Of his visage children were sore afeard. There en as quicksilver, litharge, nor brimstone. Boras, ceruse, nor oil of tartar none. Nor ointment that would cleanse or bite. That him might helpen of his whelks 220 white. Nor of the knobs 221 sitting on his cheeks. Well loved he garlic, onions, and leeks. And for to drink strong wine as red as blood. Then would he speak, and cry as he were wood. And when that he well drunken had the wine, then would he speak no word but Latin. A few terms knew he, 2 or 3. That he had learned out of some decree. No wonder is, he heard it all the day. And eke ye knowen well, how that a jay can clepen 222 what, as well as can the Pope. But whoso would in other thing him grope 223. Then had he spent all his philosophy. I, questio quid juris 224 would he cry. He was a gentle harlot 225 and a kind. A better fellow should a man not find. He would suffer, for a quart of wine. A good fellow to have his concubine. A 12-month, and excuse him at the full. Full privily a finch eke could he pull point 226. And if he found where 227 a good fellow, he would teach him to have none awe. In such a case of the archdeacon's curse. But if 228 a man's soul were in his purse. For in his purse he should punished be. Purse is the archdeacon's hell, said he. But well I wot, he lied right indeed. Of cursing ought each guilty man to dread. For curse will slay right as a soiling 229 Sabbath. And also wear him of a significavit. 230. In danger had he at his own guise 231. The young girls of the diocese. And knew their counsel, and was of their rede. 232. A garland had he set upon his head. As great as it were for an ale-stake, 233. A buckler had he made him of a cake. With him there rode a gentle pardoner 234. Of Roncesvalles, his friend and his compere. That straight was comin' from the court of Rome. Full loud he sang, "Come hither, love, to me." This Sompnour bare to him a stiff burdown 235. Was never trump of half so great a sown. This pardoner had hair as yellow as wax, but smooth it hung, as doth a strike 236 of flax. By ounces hung his locks that he had, and therewith he his shoulders overspread. Full thin it lay, by culpons 237 1 and 1. But hood for jollity, he weared none, for it was trussed up in his wallet. Him thought he rode all of the Newgate 238. Dishevel, save his cap, he rode all bare. Such glaring eyen had he, as an hair. A vernicle 239 had he sewed upon his cap. His wallet lay before him in his lap. Breadful 240 of pardon come from Rome all hot. A voice he had as small as hath a goat. No beard had he, nor ever one should have. As smooth it was as it were new why shave. I trow he were a gelding or a mare. But of his craft, from barrack unto where, no was there such another pardoner. For in his mail 241 he had a pillowbere 242. Which, as he said, was Our Lady's veil. He said, he had a gobbet 243 of the sale that Saint Peter had, when that he went upon the sea, till Jesus Christ him hent. 244. He had a cross of Latown 245 full of stones, and in a glass he had pig's bones. But with these relics, when that he found a poor parson dwelling upon London, upon a day he got him more money than that the parson got in moneths tway. And thus with feigned flattering and japes 246. He made the parson and the people his apes. But truly to tell len at the last, he was in church a noble ecclesiast. Well could he read a lesson or a story. But alderbest 247 he sang an offertory 248. For well he wist, when that song was sung, he must preach, and well affile his tongue. 249. To win silver, as he right well could. Therefore he sang full merrily and loud. Now have I told you shortly in a clause. Th estate, th array, the number, and eke the cause. Why that assembled was this company in Southwark at this gentle hostelry, that hight the tabard, fast by the bell. 250. But now is time to you for to tell how that we baren us that ilk night 251. When we were in that hostelry alight. And after will I tell of our voyage, and all the remnant of our pilgrimage. But first I pray you of your courtesy, that ye arread it not my villainy 252. Though that I plainly speak in this matter, to tell len you their wards and their cheer. Not though I speak their wards properly. For this ye knowen all so well as I. Whoso shall tell a tale after a man, he must rehearse, as nigh as ever he can, every word, if it be in his charge. All speak he 253 ne'er so rudely and so large. Or else he must tell his tale untrue, or feign things, or find wards new. He may not spare, although he were his brother. He must as well say one word as another. Christ spake himself full broad in Holy Writ. And well ye what no villainy is it. Eke Plato saith, whoso that can him read, the wards must be cousin to the deed. Also I pray you to forgive it me. All have I 254 not set folk in their degree. Here in this tale, as that they shouldn't stand. My wit is short, ye may well understand. Great cheer made our host us every one, and to the supper set he us anon, and served us with victual of the best. Strong was the wine, and well to drink us lest. 255. A seemly man our host was withal, for to have been a marshal in an hall. A large man he was with eye in steep 256. A fairer burgess is there none in cheap 257. Bold of his speech, and wise and well wytaught. And of manhood lacked him right naught. Eke thereto was he right a merry man. And after supper playin' he began. And spake of mirth amongst other things. When that we had made our reckonings. And said thus. Now, lordings, truly. Ye be to me welcome right heartily. For by my troth, if that I shall not lie, I saw not this year such a company. At once in this Herborough, 258 as is now. Fain would I do you mirth, and 259 I wist how. And of a mirth I am right now bethought. To do you ease, 260 and it shall cost not. Ye go to Canterbury. God you speed. The blissful martyr quite you your meed. And well I wot, as ye go by the way, ye shoppen you 261 to Talken and to play. For truly comfort nor mirth is none. To ride by the way as dumb as stone. And therefore would I make you disport. As I said erst. And do you some comfort. And if you liketh all 262 by one assent. Now for to standen at my judgment. And for to worken as I shall you say. Tomorrow, when ye ridden on the way. Now by my father's soul that is dead. But ye be merry, smitteth off 263 mine head. Hold up your hands without more speech. Our counsel was not long for to seech, 264. Us thought it was not worth to make it wise, 265. And granted him without more of this, 266. And bade him say his verdict, as him lest. Lordings, quoth he, now hearken for the best. But take it not, I pray you, in disdain. This is the point, to speak it plat 267 and plain. That each of you, to shorten with your way. In this voyage, shall tell len tales tway. To Canterbury ward, I mean it so. And homeward he shall tell len other too. Of avenches that whilom have befall. And which of you that bear th him best of all. That is to say, that telleth in this case. Tales of best sentence and most solace. Shall have a supper at your aller cost 268. Here in this place, sitting by this post. When that ye come again from Canterbury. And for to make you the more merry. I will myself gladly with you ride. Right at mine own cost, and be your guide. And whoso will my judgment with say. Shall pay for all we spenden by the way. And if ye vouchsafe that it be so. Tell me anon without wards amo 269. And I will early shape me therefore. This thing was granted, and our oath we swore. With full glad heart, and prayed him also. That he would vouchsafe for to do so. And that he would be our governor. And of our tales judge and report our. And set a supper at a certain price. And we will ruled be at his device. In high and low, and thus by one assent. We be accorded to his judgment. And thereupon the wine was fet 270 anon. We drunken, and to rest went each one. Withouten any longer tarrying. A morrow, when the day began to spring. Up rose our host, and was our aller cock. 271. And gathered us together in a flock. And forth we ridden all a little space. Unto the watering of Saint Thomas 272. And there our host began his horse arrest. And said, Lords, hearken if you lest. Ye weet your forward 273 and I at record. If even song and morning song accord. Let's see now who shall tell the first tale. As ever may I drink wine or ale. Whoso is rebel to my judgment. Shall pay for all that by the way is spent. Now draw ye cuts, ere that ye farther twin. 274. He which that hath the shortest shall begin. Sir Knight, quoth he, my master and my lord. Now draw the cut, for that is mine accord. Come near, quoth he, my lady prioress. And ye, Sir Clerk, let be your shamefastness. Nor study not, lay hand to, every man. Anon to drawn every wight began. And shortly for to tell len as it was. Were it by aventure, or sort, or cas 275. The sooth is this, the cut fell to the knight. Of which full blithe and glad was every wight. And tell he must his tale as was reason. By forward, and by composition. As ye have heard, what needeth words amo? And when this good man saw that it was so, as he that wise was and obedient, to keep his forward by his free assent, he said, Sit hen 276 I shall begin this game. Why, welcome be the cut in God's name. Now let us ride, and hearken what I say. And with that word we ridden forth our way. And he began with right a merry cheer. His tale anon, and said as ye shall hear. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. The Knight's Tale 277. Whilom 278 as old stories tell us. There was a duke that hight 279 Theseus. Of Athens he was lord and governor. And in his time such a conqueror, that greater was there none under the sun. Full many a riche country had he won. What with his wisdom and his chivalry, he conquered all the regni of Femini 280. That whilom was wyclept Scythia, and wedded the queen Hippolyta, and brought her home with him to his country, with muchel 281 glory and great solemnity, and eke her young sister Emily. And thus with victory and with melody, let I this worthy duke to Athens ride, and all his host, in arms him beside. And certes, if it en ere 282 too long to hear, I would have told you fully the manera. How won in 283 was the regni of Femini, by Theseus, and by his chivalry, and of the great battle for the nonce, betwixt Athenes and the Amazons. And how besieged was Hippolyta, the fair hardy queen of Scythia, and of the feast that was at her wedding, and of the tempest at her homecoming. But all these things I must as now forbear. I have, God wot, a large field to ear. 284. And weak be the oxen in my plough. The remnant of my tale is long enow. I will not let 10 eke none of this rout. 285. Let every fellow tell his tale about. And let's see now who shall the supper win. There as I left, 286 I will again begin. This duke, of whom I make mention, when he was come almost unto the town, in all his will 287 and in his most pride, he was where, as he cast his eye aside, where that there kneeled in the highway a company of ladies, tway and tway, each after other, clad in clothes black. But such a cry and such a woe they make, that in this world en is creature living, that hard such another wymenting. 288. And of this crying would they never stenten. 289. Till they the rainus of his bridal hen 10.290. What folk be ye that at mine homecoming perturben so my feast with crying? Quoth Theseus, have ye so great envy of mine honor, that thus complain and cry? Or who hath you misboden? 291 or offended? Do tell me, if it may be amended. And why that ye be clad thus all in black? The oldest lady of them all then spake, when she had swooned, with a deadly cheer. 292. That it was Ruth 293 for to see or hear. She said, Lord, to whom fortune hath given victory, and as a conqueror to liven, not grieveth us your glory and your honor. But we beseech in mercy and succor. Have mercy on our woe and our distress. Some drop of pity, through thy gentleness, upon us wretched women let now fall. For certes, Lord, there is none of us all that hath not been a duchess or a queen. Now be we caitives, 294 as it is well seen. Thanked be fortune, and her false wheel, that none estate insureth to be weal. 295. And certes, Lord, Abbot in your presence, here in this temple of the goddess Clemence, we have been waiting all this fortnight. Now help us, Lord, since it lies in thy might. I, wretched wight, that weep and wail thus, was whilom wife to King Capaneus, that starved 296 at Thebes, cursed be that day. And allow we that be in this array, and maken all this lamentation. We losten all our husbands at that town, while that the siege thereabouten lay. And yet the old Creon, well away. That lord is now of Thebes the city, fulfilled of ire and of iniquity. He for despite, and for his tyranny, to do the dead body's villainy. 297. Of all our lords, which that been Wislaw. 298. Hath all the bodies on an heap draw, and will not suffer them by none assent, neither to be buried, nor brent. 299. But mocketh hounds eat them in despite. And with that word, without more respite, they fallen groff 300 and cry den piteously. Have on us wretched women some mercy, and let our sorrow sinken in thine heart. This gentle Duke down from his courser start, with heart piteous, when he heard them speak. Him thought that his heart would all to break, when he saw them so piteous and so mate. 301. That whilom wearin of so great estate, and in his arms he them all uphent. 302. And them comforted in full good intent, and swore his oath, as he was true knight, he would do so far forthly his might. 303. Upon the tyrant Creon them to wreak. 304. That all the people of Greece should speak, how Creon was of Theseus why served, as he that had his death full well deserved. And right anon without more abode. 305. His banner he displayed, and forth he rode, to Thebes ward, and all his host beside. No 306 Athenes would he go nor ride, nor take his ease fully half a day. But onward on his way that night he lay, and sent anon Hippolyta the queen, and Emily her young sister sheen. 307. Unto the town of Athens for to dwell. And forth he writ. 308. There is no more to tell. The red statue of Mars with spear and targe, so shineth in his white banner large, that all the fields glitter up and down. And by his banner borne is his pennon, of gold full rich, in which there was beat. 309. The Minotaur 310 which that he slew in Crete. Thus writ this Duke, thus writ this Conqueror, and in his host of chivalry the flower, till that he came to Thebes, and alight fair in a field, there as he thought to fight. But shortly for to speaken of this thing, with Creon, which that was of Thebes king, he fought, and slew him manly as a knight, in plain battlie, and put his folk to flight. And by assault he won the city after, and rent adown both wall, and spar, and rafter. And to the ladies he restored again the bodies of their husbands that were slain, to do obsequies, as was then the guise. 311. But it were all too long for to devise. 312. The great clamour, and the wymenting. 313. Which that the ladies made at the brenning. 314. Of the bodies, and the great honour, that Theseus the noble conqueror did to the ladies, when they from him went. But shortly for to tell is mine intent. When that this worthy Duke, this Theseus, had Creon slain, and won in Thebes thus, still in the field he took all night his rest, and did with all the country as him lest. 315. To ransack in the TAS 316 of bodies dead. Them for to strip of harness and of weed 317. The pillars 318 did their business and cure. After the battle and discomfiture. And so befell, that in the TAS they found, through girt with many a grievous bloody wound, 2 young knights ligging by and by 319. Both in one arms. 320 wrought full richly. Of which 2 are Sita hight that one. And he that other hight Palamon. Not fully quick, nor fully dead they were. But by their coat armor, and by their gear, the heralds knew them well in special, as those that wearen of the blood royal, of Thebes, and of Sistren 2 born. 321. Out of the TAS the pillars have them torn, and have them carried soft unto the tent of Theseus, and he full soon them sent to Athens, for to dwellen in prison perpetually. He ennolled no ransom. 322. And when this worthy duke had thus done, he took his host, and home he rid anon, with laurel crowned as a conqueror. And there he lived in joy and in honor. Term of his life. 323. What needeth wards amo? And in a tower, in anguish and in woe, dwellen this Palamon, and eke our sight. For evermore, there may no gold them quite. 324. Thus passed year by year, and day by day, till it fell ones in a morn of May, that Emily, that fairer was to seen. Then is the lily upon his stalk green, and fresher than the May with flowers new. For with the rose colour strove her hue. INOT 325, which was the finer of them two. Ere it was day, as she was wont to do, she was arisen, and already dight. 326. For May will have no sluggardy a night. The season pricketh every gentle heart, and mocketh him out of his sleep to start. And saith, Arise, and do thine observance. This mocketh Emily have remembrance, to do honor to May, and for to rise. White clothed was she fresh for to devise. Her yellow hair was braided in a tress, behind her back, a yard long I guess. And in the garden at the sun uprist 327. She walketh up and down whereas her list. She gathereth flowers, party 328 white and red, to make a sotel 329 garland for her head. And as an angel heavenly she sung the great tower, that was so thick and strong, which of the castle was the chief dungeon 330. Whereas these knights weren in prison, of which I told you, and tell shall, was even joinant 331 to the garden wall. There as this Emily had her playing. Bright was the sun, and clear that morning. And Palamon, this woeful prisoner, as was his wont, by leave of his jailer, was risen, and roamed in a chamber on high, in which he all the noble city sigh 332. And eke the garden, full of branches green, there as this fresh Amelia the sheen, was in her walk, and roamed up and down. This sorrowful prisoner, this Palamon, went in his chamber roaming to and fro, and to himself complaining of his woe, that he was born, full oft he said, alas. And so befell, by Aventia or Cass 333, that through a window thick of many a bar, of iron great, and square as any spar, he cast his eyes upon Amelia, and therewithal he blent 334 and cried, Ah! As though he stungen were unto the heart. And with that cry Arcite anon upstart, and said, Cousin mine, what aileth thee? That art so pale and deadly for to see? Why criedst thou? Who hath thee done offence? For Goddess love, take all in patience. Our prison, 335, for it may none other be. Fortune hath given us this adversity. Some wick 336 aspect or disposition of Saturn, by some constellation, hath given us this, although we had it sworn. So stood the heaven when that we were born. We must endure. This is the short and plain. This Palamon answered, and said again. Cousin, forsooth of this opinion, thou hast a vain imagination. This prison caused me not for to cry, but I was hurt right now thorough mine eye. Into mine heart, that will my bane 337 be. The fairness of the lady that I see, yond in the garden roaming to and fro, is cause of all my crying and my woe. INOTWHER 338 she be woman or goddess. But Venus is it, soothly 339 as I guess. And therewithal on knees adown he fill, and said, Venus, if it be your will, you in this garden thus to transfigure, before me sorrowful wretched creature, out of this prison help that we may scape, and if so be our destiny be shape, by etern word to dying in prison, of our lineage have some compassion, that is so low why brought by tyranny. And with that word our Sita gone SB 340. Whereas this lady roamed to and fro, and with that sight her beauty hurt him so, that if that Palamon was wounded sore, our sight is hurt as much as he, or more. And with a sigh he said piteously, the fresh beauty slayth me suddenly, of her that roameth yonder in the place. And but 341 I have her mercy and her grace, that I may see her at the least way. I am but dead, there is no more to say. This Palamon, when he these words heard, dispiteously 342 he looked, and answered, whether say'st thou this in earnest or in play? Nay, quoth Arcite, in earnest, by my fay. 343. God help me so, me lust full ill to play. 344. This Palamon gone knit his brows tway. It were, quoth he, to thee no great honor, for to be false, nor for to be traitor. To me, that am thy cousin and thy brother, wisworn full deep, and each of us to other, that never for to dying in the pain. 345. Till that the death departen shall us twain, neither of us in love to hinder other, nor in none other case, my leave 346 brother, but that thou shouldest truly farther me, in every case, as I should farther thee. This was thine oath, and mine also certain. I wot it well, thou darest it not with sign. 347. Thus art thou of my counsel out of doubt, and now thou wouldest falsely be about to love my lady, whom I love and serve, and ever shall, until mine heart sterve. 348. Now certes, false Arcite, thou shalt not so. I loved her first, and told thee my woe. As to my counsel, and my brother sworn to farther me, as I have told beforn, for which thou art why bounden as a knight, to help me, if it lie in thy might. Or else art thou false, I dare well sayn. This Arcita full proudly spake again. Thou shalt, quoth he, be rather 349 false than I. And thou art false, I tell thee utterly. For par amour I loved her first ere thou. What wilt thou say? Thou wist it not right now. 350. Whether she be a woman or goddess, thine is affection of holiness, and mine is love, as to a creature, for which I told thee mine aventure. As to my cousin, and my brother sworn, I pose 351 that thou lovedst her beforn. Wost 352 thou not well the old clerkess saw. 353. That who shall give a lover any law, love is a greater law, by my pan. 354. Than may be given to any earthly man. Therefore positive law, and such decree, is broke alway for love in each degree. A man must needs love, maugre his head. 355. He may not flee it, though he should be dead. All be she 356 maid, or widow, or else wife. And eke it is not likely all thy life to stand in her grace, no more than I. For well thou wot'st thyself verily, that thou and I be damned to prison perpetual. Us gaineth no ransom. We strive, as did the hounds for the bone. They fought all day, and yet their part was none. There came a kite, while that they were so wroth, and bare away the bone betwixt them both. And therefore at the king's court, my brother, each man for himself, there is no other. Love if thee list, for I love and I shall. And soothly, leave brother, this is all. Here in this prison musten we endure, and each of us take his aventure. Great was the strife and long betwixt them tway, if that I had leisure for to say. But to the effect, it happened on a day, to tell it you as shortly as I may. A worthy duke that hight Perithous. That fellow was to the Duke Theseus 357. Since thil 358 day that they were children light 359. Was come to Athens, his fellow to visit. And for to play, as he was wont to do. For in this world he loved no man so. And he loved him as tenderly again. So well they loved, as old book sayin', that when that one was dead, soothly to tell, his fellow went and sought him down in hell. But of that story list me not to write. Duke Perithous loved well Arcite, and had him known at Thebes year by year, and finally at request and prayer of Perithous, without ransom, Duke Theseus him let out of prison, freely to go, where him list over all, in such a guise, as I you tell and shall. This was the foreword 360 plainly to indite betwixt Theseus and him Arcite, that if so were, that Arcite were why found ever in his life, by day or night, one stound 361. In any country of this Theseus, and he were caught, it was accorded thus, that with a sword he should lose his head. There was none other remedy nor read. 362. But took his leave, and homeward he him sped. Let him beware, his neck leath to Wednesday 363. How great a sorrow suffereth now Arcite. The death he feeleth through his heart smite. He weepeth, waileth, crieth piteously. To slay himself he waiteth privily. He said, Alas the day that I was born. Now is my prison worse than beforn. Now is me shape 364 eternally to dwell. Not in purgatory, but right in hell. Alas! That ever I knew Perithous. For else had I dwelt with Theseus. Why fettered in his prison evermo? Then had I been in bliss, and not in woe. Only the sight of her, whom that I serve, though that I never may her grace deserve, would have sufficed right enough for me. O dear cousin Palamon, quoth he, thine is the victory of this aventure. Full blissfully in prison to endure. In prison? Nay certes, in paradise. Well hath fortune why turned thee the dice, that hast the sight of her, and ith absence. For possible is, since thou hast her presence, and art a knight, a worthy and an able, that by some cas 365 since fortune is changeable, thou mayst to thy desire sometime attain. But I that am exiled, and barren of all grace, and in so great despair, that there n is earth, water, fire, nor air, nor creature, that of them maked is, that may me help nor comfort in this. Well ought I sterve in one hope 366 and distress. Farewell my life, my lust 367 and my gladness. Alas, why plainen men so in commune? Of purveyance of God 368 or of fortune, that giveth them full oft in many a guise. Well better than they can themselves devise? Some man desireth for to have riches. That cause is of his murder or great sickness. And some man would out of his prison fain, that in his house is of his many 369 slain. Infinite harms be in this matter. We wot never what thing we pray for here. We fare as he that drunk is as a mouse. A drunken man what well he hath in house, but he wot not which is the right way thither. And to a drunken man the way is slither. 370. And certes in this world so fare we seek fast after felicity, but we go wrong full often truly. Thus we may say in all, and namely 371 I. That weened, 372 and had a great opinion, that if I might escape from prison, then had I been in joy and perfect heal. Where now I am exiled from my weal, since that I may not see you, Emily. I am but dead, there is no remedy. Upon that other side, Palamon, when that he wist our Sita was agone, much sorrow mocketh, that the Greek tower resounded of his yelling and clamor. The pure fetters 373 on his shins great were of his bitter salt tears wet. Alas, quoth he, our Sita, cousin mine, of all our strife, God wot, the fruit is thine. Thou walkest now in Thebes at thy large, and of my woe thou givest little charge. 374. Thou mayst, since thou hast wisdom and manhead. 375. Assemble all the folk of our kindred, and make a war so sharp on this country, that by some aventure, or some treaty, thou mayst have her to lady and to wife, for whom that I must needs lose my life. For as by way of possibility, since thou art at thy large, of prison free, and art a lord, great is thine advantage, more than is mine, that stirve 376 here in a cage. For I must weep and wail, while that I live, with all the woe that prison may me give, and eke with pain that love me gives also, that doubles all my torment and my woe. Therewith the fire of jealousy upstart within his breast, and hent him by the heart. So woodly, 377 that he like was to behold the box tree, or the ashes dead and cold. Then said, O cruel goddess, that govern this world with binding of your word etern. 378. And writen in the table of adamant your parliament. 379 and your eternal grant. What is mankind more unto you? Why, hold. 380. Than is the sheep, that rooketh. 381 in the fold. For slain is man, right as another beast, and dwelleth eke in prison and arrest, and hath sickness, and great adversity, and oftentimes guiltless, pardie. 382. What governance is in your prescience? That guiltless tormenteth innocence? And yet increaseth this all my penance. That man is bounden to his observance, for God's sake to let 10 of his will. 383. Whereas a beast may all his lust. 384 fulfill. And when a beast is dead, he hath no pain. But man after his death must weep and plain, though in this world he have care and woe. Without doubt it may stand and so. The answer of this leave I to divines. But well I wot, that in this world great pine. 385 is. Alas! I see a serpent or a thief, that many a true man hath done mischief. Go at his large, and where him list may turn. But I must be in prison through Saturn, and eke through Juno, jealous and eke wood. 386. That hath well nigh destroyed all the blood of Thebes, with his waste walls wide. And Venus slay me on that other side, for jealousy, and fear of him, our sight. Now will I stent. 387 of Palamon alight. 388. And let him in his prison still dwell. And of our Sita forth I will you tell. The summer passeth, and the nights long. Increase doublewise the pain strong, both of the lover and the prisoner. INOT 389 which hath the wofuller mystere. 390. For, shortly for to say, this Palamon perpetually is damned to prison, in shens and in fetters to be dead. And our sight is exiled on his head 391. For evermore as out of that country, nor nevermore he shall his lady see. You lovers ask I now this question 392. Who lieth the worse, Arcite or Palamon? The one may see his lady day by day, but in prison he dwell must alway. The other where him list may ride or go, but see his lady shall he never amo. Now deem all as you least, ye that can. For I will tell you forth as I began. When that Arcite to Thebes comen was, full oft a day he swelt 393 and said, alas! For see this lady he shall never amo. And shortly to concluden all his woe, so much sorrow had never creature, that is or shall be while the world may dure. His sleep, his meat, his drink is him by raft 394. That lean he wecks 395 and dry as any shaft 396. His eyen hollow, grisly to behold. His hue fallow 397 and pale as ashes cold. And solitary he was, ever alone. And wailing all the night, making his moan. And if he hard song or instrument, then would he weepen, he might not be stent. 398. So feeble were his spirits, and so low, and changed so, that no man could know his speech, neither his voice, though men it heard. And in his gear 399 for all the world he fared, not only like the lover's malady of Eros, but rather why like Manier 400. Engendered of humors melancholic, before his head in his cell fantastic 401. And shortly turned was all upside down, both habit and eke disposition. Of him, this woeful lover Dan 402 Arcite. Why should I all day of his woe indite? When he endured had a year or two, this cruel torment, and this pain and woe. At Thebes, in his country, as I said, upon a night in sleep as he him laid, him thought how that the winged god Mercury before him stood, and bade him to be merry. His sleepy yard 403 in hand he bare upright, a hat he wore upon his hairs bright. Arrayed was this god, as he took keep 404. As he was when that Argus 405 took his sleep, and said him thus, to Athens shalt thou wend, 406. There is the Chopin 407 of thy woe an end. And with that word Arcite woke and start. Now truly how sore that ere me smart. Quoth he, to Athens right now will I fare. Nor for no dread of death shall I not spare, to see my lady that I love and serve. In her presence I reck not to stir 408. And with that word he caught a great mirror, and saw that changed was all his color, and saw his visage all in other kind. And right anon it ran him ill his mind, that since his face was so disfigured of malady the which he had endured, he might well, if that he bear him low. 409. Live in Athenes evermore unknow, and see his lady well nigh day by day. And right anon he changed his array, and clad him as a poor laborer, and all alone, save only a squire, that knew his privity 410 and all his casse 411. Which was disguised poorly as he was. To Athens is he gone the next 412 way. And to the court he went upon a day. And at the gate he proffered his service, to drudge and draw, whatso men would devise. 413. And, shortly of this matter for to sayn, he fell in office with a chamberlain, the which that dwelling was with Emily. For he was wise, and could soon espy of every servant which that served her. Well could he hew wood, and water bear, for he was young and mighty for the gnomes 414. And thereto he was strong and big of bones. To do that any wight can him devise. A year or two he was in this service. Page of the chamber of Emily the Bright. And Philostrate he said that he hight. But half so well beloved a man as he. No was there never in court of his degree. He was so gentle of condition, that throughout all the court was his renown. They said that it were a charity, that Theseus would enhance his degree for 15. And put him in some worshipful service, there as he might his virtue exercise. And thus within a while his name sprung, both of his deeds, and of his good tongue, that Theseus hath taken him so near, that of his chamber he hath made him squire, and gave him gold to maintain his degree. And eke men brought him out of his country, from year to year full privily his rent. But honestly and slyly for 16 he it spent, that no man wondered how that he it had. And 3 year in this wise his life be lad for 17. And bear him so in peace and eke in where for 18. There was no man that Theseus had so dare. 419. And in this bliss leave I now our sight, and speak I will of Palamon a light. 420. In darkness horrible, and strong prison, this 7 year hath sitten Palamon. Forpend, for 21 what for love, and for distress. Who feeleth double sorrow and heaviness. But Palamon? That love distraineth 422 so. That would 423 out of his wits he went for woe. And eke thereto he is a prisoner. Perpetual, not only for a year. Who could rhyme in English properly? His martyrdom? Forsooth, it is not I, 424. Therefore I pass as lightly as I may. It fell that in the 7th year, in May, the 3rd night, as old book sayin', that all this story tell and more plain, were it by aventure or destiny. As when a thing is Chopin 425 it shall be, that, soon after the midnight, Palamon, by helping of a friend brake his prison, and fled the city fast as he might go, for he had given drink his jailer so, of a clary for 26 made of a certain wine, with narcotize and opie 427 of Thebes fine, that all the night, though that men would him shake, the jailer slept, he might not awake. And thus he fled as fast as ever he may. The night was short, and fast by the day. That needs cast he must 428 himself to hide, and to a grove fast there beside. With dreadful foot then stalked Palamon. For shortly this was his opinion, that in the grove he would him hide all day, and in the night then would he take his way to Thebes' ward, his friends for to pray on Theseus to help him to warray. 429. And shortly either he would lose his life, or win in Emily unto his wife. This is th effect, and his intention plain. Now will I turn to Arcita again. That little wist how nigh was his care, till that fortune had brought him in the snare. The busy lark, the messenger of day, saluteth in her song the morning grey, and fiery Phoebus riseth up so bright, that all the Orient laugheth at the sight, and with his streams 430 drieth in the greaves 431. The silver drops, hanging on the leaves. And our sight, that is in the court royal, with Theseus, his squire principal, is risen, and looketh on the merry day, and for to do his observance to May, remembering the point 432 of his desire. He on his courser, starting as the fire, is ridden to the fields him to play, out of the court, were it a mile or tway, and to the grove, of which I have you told, by aventure his way began to hold, to make him a garland of the greaves 433, were it of woodbine, or of hawthorn leaves, and loud he sang against the sun so sheen. 434. O May, with all thy flowers and thy green, Right welcome be thou, fair fresh May. I hope that I some green here get 10 May. And from his courser, with a lusty heart, into the grove full hastily he start. And in a path he roamed up and down. There as by a venture this Palamon was in a bush, that no man might him see. For sore afeard of his death was he. Nothing any knew he that it was Arcite. God what he would have trowed it full light. 435. But sooth is said, gone since full many years. 436. The field hath eyen, and the wood hath ears. It is full fair a man to bear him even. 437. For all day me 10 men at unset Stephen. 438. Full little what Arcite of his fellow, that was so nigh to hearken of his saw. 439. For in the bush he sitteth now full still, when that Arcite had roamed all his fill, and sungen all the roundel. 440. Lustily into a study he fell suddenly, as do those lovers in their quaint gears. 441. Now in the crop, and now down in the burrs. 442. Now up, now down, as bucket in a well. Right as the Friday, soothly for to tell. Now shineth it, and now it raineth fast. Right so can Geary. 443. Venus overcast the hearts of her folk, right as her day is gearful. 444. Right so changeth she array. Seldom is Friday all the week like. When Arcite had wysung, he gone to CK. 445. And sat him down withouten any more. Alas, quoth he, the day that I was bore. How long, Juno, through thy cruelty, wilt thou warray in? 446. Thebes the city, alas, why brought is to confusion? The blood royal of Cadm and Amphion, of Cadmus, which that was the first man that Thebes built, or first the town began. And of the city first was crowned king. Of his lineage am I, and his offspring, by very line, as of the stock royal. And now I am so caitiff and so thrall. 447. That he that is my mortal enemy, I serve him as his squire poorly. And yet doth Juno me well more shame. For I dare not beknow. 448. Mine own name. But there as I was wont to hight Arcite. Now hight I Philostrate, not worth a mite. Alas! Thou fell Mars, and alas! Juno! Thus hath your ire our lineage all fordo. 449. Save only me, and wretched Palamon, that Theseus martyreth in prison. And over all this, to slay me utterly, love hath his fiery dart so brenningly. 450. Why stick through my true careful heart? That Chopin was my death erst than my shirt. 451. Ye slay me with your eyen, Emily. Ye be the cause wherefore that I die. Of all the remnant of mine other care, ne set I not the mountains of a tear. 452. So that I could do aught to your pleasance. And with that word he fell down in a trance. A long time. And afterward upstart. This Palamon, that thought thorough his heart. He felt a cold sword suddenly to glide. For ire he quoque. 453. No longer would he hide. And when that he had heard Arcite's tale, as he were wood. 454. With face dead and pale, he start him up out of the bushes thick, and said, False Arcita, false traitor wick. 455. Now art thou hent. 456. That lovest my lady so, for whom that I have all this pain and woe, and art my blood, and to my counsel sworn, as I full oft have told thee herebeforn, and hast bejaped. 457. Here Duke Theseus, and falsely changed hast thy name thus. I will be dead, or else thou shalt die. Thou shalt not love my lady Emily, but I will love her only and no mo. For I am Palamon thy mortal foe. And though I have no weapon in this place, but out of prison am a start. 458. By grace I dread 459 not that either thou shalt die, or else thou shalt not love an Emily. Choose which thou wilt, for thou shalt not astart. This Arcite then, with full dispiteous 460 heart, when he him knew, and had his tale heard, as fierce as lion pulled out a sword, and said thus, by God that sit above, near it 461 that thou art sick, and would for love, and eke that thou no weapon hast in this place, thou shouldst never out of this grove pace, that thou any shouldest die of mine hand. For I defy the surety and the band, which that thou sayest I have made to thee. What? Very fool, think well that love is free. And I will love her maugre 462 all thy might. But, for thou art a worthy gentle knight, and willnest to dereign her by buttery 463. Have here my troth, tomorrow I will not fail, without weeding 464 of any other wight, that here I will be founden as a knight, and bringe harness 465 right enough for thee, and choose the best, and leave the worst for me. And meat and drink this night will I bring, enough for thee, and clothes for thy bedding. And if so be that thou my lady win, and slay me in this wood that I am in, thou mayst well have thy lady as for me. This Palamon answered, I grant it thee. And thus they be departed till the morrow, when each of them hath laid his faith to borrow. 466. O Cupid, out of all that charity, O Regni 467 that wilt no fellow have with thee. Full sooth is said, that love nor lordship will not, his thanks for 68 have any fellowship. Well finden that Arcite and Palamon. Arcite is rid anon unto the town, and on the morrow, ere it were daylight, full privily 2 harness hath he dight. 469. Both sufficient and meet to dereign 470. The battle in the field betwixt them twain. And on his horse, alone as he was born, he carrieth all this harness him beforn. And in the grove, at time and place set, this Arcite and this Palamon be met. Then change gone the colour of their face, right as the hunter in the Regni 471 of Thrace, that standeth at a gap 472 with a spear, when hunted is the lion or the bear, and heareth him come rushing in the greaves. 473. And breaking both the boughs and the leaves, thinkth, here comes my mortal enemy. Without fail, he must be dead or I. For either I must slay him at the gap, or he must slay me, if that me mishap. So fared they, in changing of their hue, as far as either of them other knew. 474. There was no good day, and no saluting, but straight, without wards rehearsing, ever each of them holp to arm the other, as friendly, as he were his own brother. And after that, with sharp spears strong, they foined 475 each at other wonder long. Thou mightest ween, 476 that this Palamon, in his fighting were as a wood 477 lion, and as a cruel tiger was Arcite. As wild boars gone they together smite, that froth as white as foam, for ire wood. 478. Up to the ankle fought they in their blood, and in this wise I let them fighting dwell. And forth I will of Theseus you tell, the destiny, minister general, that executeth in the world o'er all, the purveyance 479 that God hath seen beforn. So strong it is, that though the world had sworn the contrary of a thing by yea or nay, yet sometime it shall fallen on a day that falleth not eft 480 in 1,000 year. For certainly our appetites here, be it of war, or peace, or hate, or love, all is this ruled by the sight 481 above. This mean I now by mighty Theseus, that for to hunten is so desirous, and namely 482 the great heart in May, that in his bed there dawneth him no day. that he en is clad, and ready for to ride, with hunt and horn, and hounds him beside. For in his hunting hath he such delight, that it is all his joy and appetite. To be himself the great heart's bane, 483. For after Mars he serveth now Diane. Clear was the day, as I have told ere this. And Theseus, with alla joy and bliss, with his Hippolyta, the fair queen, and Emily, white-clothed all in green, on hunting be they ridden royally, and to the grove, that stood there fast by, in which there was an hart, as men him told, Duke Theseus the straight way doth hold, and to the lawn 484 he rideth him full right. There was the hart wont to have his flight, and over a brook, and so forth on his way. This Duke will have a course at him or tway, with hounds, such as him lust 485 to command. And when this Duke was come to the laund, under the sun he looked, and anon he was ware of Arcite and Palamon, that fought Bream 486 as it were Buell's too. The bright swords went to and fro, so hideously, that with the least stroke, it seemed that it would fell an oak. But what they were, nothing yet he wot. This Duke his courser with his spurs smote, and at a start 487 he was betwixt them two, and pulled out a sword and cried, Ho! No more, on pain of losing of your head. By mighty Mars, he shall anon be dead. That smitteth any stroke, that I may see. But tell to me what Mr. 488 men ye be, that be so hardy for to fight here, without judge or other officer, as though it were in lists 489 royally. This Palamon answered hastily, and said, Sir, what needeth wards amo? We have the death-deserved Boda too. Two woeful wretches be we, and caitives, that be encumbered 490 of our own lives. And as thou art a rightful lord and judge, so give us neither mercy nor refuge. And slay me first, for Saint Charity, but slay my fellow eke as well as me. Or slay him first. For, though thou know it light, 491. This is thy mortal foe, this is Arcite, that from thy land is banished on his head, for which he hath deserved to be dead. For this is he that came unto thy gate, and said, that he hight Philostrate. Thus hath he japed 492 thee full many year, and thou hast made of him thy chief esquire. And this is he, that loveth Emily. For since the day is come that I shall die, I make plenly 493 my confession, that I am Thilk 494 Wuffle Palamon, that hath thy prison broken wickedly. I am thy mortal foe, and it am I, that so hot loveth Emily the bright, that I would die here present in her sight. Therefore I ask death and my Jewess. 495. But slay my fellow eke in the same wise, for both we have deserved to be slain. This worthy Duke answered anon again, and said, This is a short conclusion. Your own mouth, by your own confession, hath damned you, and I will it record. It needeth not to pain you with the cord. Ye shall be dead, by mighty Mars the Red. 496. The Queen anon for very womanhead began to weep, and so did Emily, and all the ladies in the company. Great pity was it as it thought them all, that ever such a chance should befall. For gentlemen they were, of great estate, and nothing but for love was this debate. They saw their bloody wounds wide and sore, and cried all at once, both less and more, Have mercy, Lord, upon us women all. And on their bare knees adown they fall, and would have kissed his feet there as he stood, till at the last aslaked was his mood 497. For pity runneth soon in gentle heart, and though at first for ire he quoke and start, he hath considered shortly in a clause the trespass of them both, and eke the cause. And although that his ire their guilt accused, yet in his reason he them both excused. As thus, he thought well that every man will help himself in love if that he can, and eke deliver himself out of prison. And eke his heart had compassion of women, for they wept ever in 498. And in his gentle heart he thought anon, and soft unto himself he said, Fie upon a lord that will have no mercy, but be a lion both in word and deed, to them that be in repentance and dread, as well as to a proud dispiteous 499 man, that will maintain what he first began. That lord hath little of discretion, that in such case can no division 500, but weigheth pride and humblesse after 501. And shortly, when his ire is thus agone, he gone to look on them with eye and light 502. And spake these same words all on height. 503. The God of love, benedicite 504. How mighty and how great a Lord is he! Against his might there gain 505 none obstacles. He may be called a God for his miracles, for he can maken at his own guise of every heart, as that him list devise. Lo, here this Arcite, and this Palamon, that quietly were out of my prison, and might have lived in Thebes royally. And weet 506 I am their mortal enemy, and that their death lieth in my might also, and yet hath love, maugre their iron 507. Why brought them hither boda for to die? Now look ye, is not this an high folly? Who may not be a fool, if but he love? Behold, for God's sake that sits above, see how they bleed. Be they not well arrayed? Thus hath their Lord, the God of love, them paid their wages and their fees for their service. And yet they ween for to be full wise, that serve love, for aught that may befall. But this is yet the best game 508 of all, that she, for whom they have this jealousy, can them therefore as much'll thank as me. She what no more of all this oat fair 509. By God, than what a cuckoo or an hare. But all must be assayed hot or cold. A man must be a fool, or young or old. I wot it by myself full year agone 510. For in my time a servant was I one. And therefore since I know of love's pain, and what how sore it can a man distrain 511. As he that oft hath been caught in his loss 512. I you forgive wholly this trespass, at request of the Queen that kneeleth here, and eke of Emily, my sister dear. And ye shall both anon unto me swear, that never more ye shall my country dear 513. Nor make war upon me night nor day, but be my friends in Allah that ye may. I you forgive this trespass every deal. 514. And they him swear his asking 515 fair and well. And him of lordship and of mercy prayed. And he them granted grace, and thus he said, to speak of royal lineage and riches, though that she were a queen or a princess, each of you both is worthy doubtless to weddy when time is, but natheless. I speak as for my sister Emily, for whom ye have this strife and jealousy. Ye wot yourselves, she may not wed the two at once, although ye fight for Evermo. But one of you, all be him loath or lief 516. He must go pipe into an ivy leaf 517. This is to say, she may not have you both. All be ye never so jealous, nor so wroth. And therefore I you put in this degree, that each of you shall have his destiny, as him is shape 518. And hearken in what wise. Lo, here your end of that I shall devise. My will is this, for plain conclusion, withouten any replication 519. If that you liketh, take it for the best, that ever each of you shall go where him lest. 520. freely without ransom or danger. And this day 50 weeks, Friar any ne'er, 521. Ever each of you shall bring 100 knights, armed for lists up at alle rights, all ready to darraign 522 her by buttily. And this be heat 523 I you without fail. Upon my troth, and as I am a knight, that whether of you boda that hath might, that is to say, that whether he or thou may with his 100, as I spake of now, slay his contrary, or out of lists drive, him shall I give an Emily to wive, to whom that fortune gives so fair a grace. The lists shall I make here in this place, and God so wisely on my soul rue 524, as I shall even judge be and true. Ye shall none other endy with me maken, then one of you shall be dead or taken. And if you think this is well why said, say your advice 525 and hold yourselves apaid. 526. This is your end, and your conclusion. Who looketh lightly now but Palamon? Who springeth up for joy but our sight? Who could it tell, or who could it indite? The joy that is maked in the place, when Theseus hath done so fair a grace? But down on knees went every manner 527 white, and thanked him with all their heart's might. And namely 528 these Thebans oft sith. 529. And thus with good hope and with heart blithe, they take their leave, and homeward gone they ride, to Thebes' ward, with his old walls wide. I trow men would deem it negligence, if I forgot to tell the dispense 530. Of Theseus, that went so busily, to maken up the lists royally. That such a noble theatre as it was, I dare well say, in all this world therein as. 531. The circuit a mile was about, walled of stone, and ditched all without. Round was the shape, in manner of compass, full of degrees 532 the height of 60 pa, 533. That when a man was set on 1 degree, he let 534 not his fellow for to see. Eastward there stood a gate of marble white, westward right such another opposite. And, shortly to conclude, such a place was never on earth made in so little space. For in the land there was no craftsman that geometry or arithmetic can, 535. Nor portrayer. 536 nor carver of images. That Theseus and he gave him meat and wages, the theatre to make and to devise, and for to do his rite and sacrifice. He eastward hath upon the gate above, in worship of Venus, goddess of love, done 537 make an altar and an oratory. And westward, in the mind and in memory of Mars, he maked hath right such another, that cost largely of gold a father. 538. And northward, in a turret on the wall, of alabaster white and red coral, an oratory riche for to see, in worship of Dian of chastity, hath Theseus done 539 work in noble wise. But yet had I forgotten to devise 540. The noble carving, and the portraitures, the shape, the countenance of the figures, that wherein in their oratories 3. First in the temple of Venus mayst thou see, wrought on the wall, full piteous to behold, the broken sleeps, and the Psyches 541 cold, the sacred tears, and the Wymontings. 542. The fiery strokes of the desirings, that love as servants in this life endure, the oaths, that their covenants assure, pleasance and hope, desire, foolhardiness, beauty and youth, and bawdry and riches, charms and sorcery, leasings 543 and flattery, dispense, business, and jealousy, that war of yellow golds 544 a garland, and had a cuckoo sitting on her hand, feasts, instruments, and carols and dances, lust and array, and all the circumstances of love, which I reckoned and reckoned shall, in order, were painted on the wall. And more than I can make of mention. For soothly all the Mount of Cithaeron 545, where Venus hath her principal dwelling, was showed on the wall in portraying, with all the garden and the lustiness. 546. Nor was forgot the porter idleness, nor Narcissus the fair of Uragon 547. Nor yet the folly of King Solomon, nor yet the great strength of Hercules. Enchantments of Medea and Circes. Nor of Turnus the hardy fierce courage, the riche Croesus caitiff in servage. 548. Thus may ye see, that wisdom nor riches, beauty, nor sleight, nor strength, nor hardiness, ne may with Venus hold champarty 549. For as her least the world may she gie. 550. Lo, all these folk so caught were in her loss 551. Till they for woe full often said, alas! Suffice these ensamples one or two, although I could reckon 1,000 mo. The statue of Venus, glorious to see, was naked floating in the large sea, and from the navel down all covered was with waves green, and bright as any glass. A citole 552 in her right hand had she, and on her head, full seemly for to see, a rose garland fresh, and well smelling. Above her head her doves flickering. Before her stood her son Cupido. Upon his shoulders winges had he too. And blind he was, as it is often seen. A bow he bare, and arrows bright and keen. Why should I not as well eke tell you all? The portraiture, that was upon the wall, within the temple of mighty Mars the Red? All painted was the wall in length and breadth 553. Like to the Estres 554 of the grisly place, that height the great temple of Mars in Thrace. In Thilk 555 cold and frosty region, there as Mars hath his sovereign mansion. First on the wall was painted a forest, in which there dwelled neither man nor beast, with knotty nary 556 barren trees old, of stubs sharp and hideous to behold, in which there ran a rumble and a sough 557, as though a storm should bursten every bough, and downward from an hill under a bent 558. There stood the temple of Mars Armipotent, wrought all of burnished steel, of which entry was long and straight, and ghastly for to see. And thereout came a rage and such a vice, 559, that it made all the gates for to rise. The northern light in at the door shone, for window on the wall was there none, through which men mighten any light discern. The doors were all of adamant eterne, white-clenched over thwart and end along 560, with iron tough, and, for to make it strong, every pillar the temple to sustain was ton great. 561 of iron bright and sheen. There saw I first the dark imagining of felony, and all the compassing, the cruel ire, as red as any gleed 562. The pickpurse 563 in eke the pale dread, the smiler with the knife under the cloak, the she-pen 564 burning with the black smoke, the treason of the murd ring in the bed, the open war, with wounds all be bled, Contique 565 with bloody knife, and sharp menace, all full of chirking 566 was that sorry place. The slayer of himself eke saw I there. His heart blood had bathed all his hair. The nail wide driven in the showed 567 at night. The cold death, with mouth gaping upright, amids of the temple sat mischance, with discomfort and sorry countenance. Eke saw I Woodness 568 laughing in his rage. Armed complaint, out he's 569 in fierce outrage. The Carrain 570 in the bush, with throat Wycorv 571. 1,000 slain, and not of quam Weisdorf, 572. The tyrant, with the prey by force reft. The town destroyed, that there was nothing left. Yet saw I Brent the ship's hopasteers, 573. The hunter strangled with the wild bears. The sow freeding 574, the child right in the cradle. The cook scalded, for all his long ladle. Nor was forgot, by th in fortune of Mart 575. The carter overridden with his cart. Under the wheel full low he lay adown. There were also of Mars division. The armourer, the bowyer, 576, and the smith. That forgeth sharp swords on his stith. 577. And all above depainted in a tower. Saw I Conquest, sitting in great honour. With Thilk 578 sharp sword over his head. Hanging by a subtle white wine thread. Painted the slaughter was of Julius 579. Of cruel Nero, and Antonius. Although at that time they were yet unborn. Yet was their death depainted there beforn. By menacing of Mars. Right by figure. So was it showed in that portraiture. As is depainted in the stars above. Who shall be slain, or else dead for love? Sufficeth one ensample in stories old. I may not reckon them all, though I well d. The statue of Mars upon a cart 580 stood. Armed, and looked grim as he were wood 581. And over his head there shone two figures. Of stars, that be cleaped in scriptures. That one Puella, that other Rubius. 582. This god of arms was arrayed thus. A wolf there stood before him at his feet. With eye in red, and of a man he eat. With subtle pencil painted was this story. In reduting 583 of Mars and of his glory. Now to the temple of Dien the chaste. As shortly as I can I will me haste. To tell you all the description. Depainted be the walls up and down. Of hunting and of shamefast chastity. There saw I how Wuffle Callistope 584. When that Dien aggrieved was with her. Was turned from a woman till a bear. And after was she made the lodestar, 585. Thus was it painted. I can say no far. 586. Her son is eke a star as men may see. There saw I Dane 587 turned into a tree. I mean not the goddess Diane. But Peneus' daughter, which that hight Dane. There saw I Actaeon and heart Wymaked 588. For vengeance that he saw Dien all naked. I saw how that his hounds have him caught. And Freeton 589 him, for that they knew him not. Yet painted was, a little farther more. How Atlanta hunted the wild boar. And Meleager, and many other mo. For which Diana wrought them care and woe. There saw I many another wondrous story. The which me list not drawn to memory. This goddess on an hart full high was set, 590. With small hounds all about her feet. And underneath her feet she had a moon. Waxing it was, and should wane soon. In gaudy green her statue clothed was. With bow in hand, and arrows in a case. 591. Her eyen cast she full low adown. Where Pluto hath his dark regown. A woman travelling was her beforn. But, for her child so long was unborn. Full piteously Lucina 592 gone she call. And said, help, for thou mayst best of all. Well could he paint lifelike that it wrought. With many a florin he the hues had bought. Now be these lists made, and Theseus. That at his great cost arrayed thus. The temples, and the theatre every deal 593. When it was done, him liked wonder well. But stint 594 I will of Theseus a light 595. And speak of Palamon and of Arcite. The day approacheth of their returning. That ever each 100 knights should bring. The battle to Darain 596 as I you told. And to Athens, their covenant to hold. Hath each of them brought 100 knights, well armed for the war at Alarites. And sickerly 597 there trode 598 many a man. That never, sit hen 599 that the world began. For to speaken of knighthood of their hand, as far as God hath maked sea and land, was of so few, so noble a company. 600. For every wight that loved chivalry, and would, his thanks 601 have a passant 602 name, had prayed, that he might be of that game. And well was him, that thereto chosen was. For if there fell tomorrow such a case, ye know well, that every lusty knight, that loveth par amour, and hath his might, were it in Engleland, or elsewhere, they would their thanks, willin' to be there. Fight for a lady. Benedicite. It were a lusty 603 sight for to see. And right so fared they with Palamon. With him there went knights many one. Some will be armed in an habergeon, and in a breastplate, and in a gipon, 604. And some will have a pair of plate 605 large. And some will have a prus 606 shield, or targe. Some will be armed on their legs wheel, 607. Some have an axe, and some a mace of steel. There is no new guise 608 but it was old. Armed they weren, as I have you told. Ever each after his opinion. There mayst thou see coming with Palamon Lycurgus himself, the great king of Thrace. Black was his beard, and manly was his face. The circles of his eyen in his head, they glowed betwixt yellow and red. And like a griffin looked he about, with kempt 609 hairs on his brows stout. His limbs were great, his brawns were hard and strong. His shoulders broad, his arms round and long. And as the guise 610 was in his country, full high upon a car of gold stood he, with four white bules in the trace, instead of coat armor on his harness, with yellow nails, and bright as any gold. He had a bear's skin, coal-black for old. 611. His long hair was white-kempt behind his back, as any raven's feather it shone for black. A wreath of gold armgrate 612 of huge weight, upon his head sate, full of stones bright, of fine rubies and clear diamonds. About his car there went white alons 613. 20 and more, as great as any steer, to hunt the lion or the wild bear. And followed him, with muzzle fast bound, collars of gold, and torets 614 filed round. 100 lords had he in his rout, 615. Armed full well, with hearts stern and stout. With Arcita, in stories as men find, the great Emetrius the king of Ind. Upon a steed bay, 616 trapped in steel, covered with cloth of gold diapered 617 well, came riding like the god of arms, Mars. His coat armor was of a cloth of tars 618. Couched 619 with pearls white and round and great. His saddle was of burnished gold new beat, a mantelet on his shoulders hanging, breadful 620 of rubies red, as fire sparkling. His crisp hair like rings was run 621. And that was yellow, glittering as the sun. His nose was high, his eyen bright citron 622. His lips were round, his color was sanguine. A few fractions in his face wisprent 623. Betwixt yellow and black some deal meant. 624. And as a lion he his looking cast. 625. Of 25 year his age I cast point 626. His beard was well begunnen for to spring. His voice was as a trumpet thundering. Upon his head he wore of laurel green, a garland fresh and lusty to be seen. Upon his hand he bare, for his delight, an eagle tame, as any lily white. 100 lords had he with him there. All armed, save their heads, in all their gear. Full richely in alle manner things. For trust ye well, that earls, dukes, and kings were gathered in this noble company. For love, and for increase of chivalry. About this king there ran on every part full many a tame lion and leopard. And in this wise these lords all and some 627 be on the Sunday to the city come. About prime 628 and in the town alight. This Theseus, this duke, this worthy knight. When he had brought them into his city. And in 629 them, each at his degree. He feasteth them. And doth so great labor. To easen them, 630 and do them all honor. That yet men ween 631 that no man es wit. Of none estate could a men den 632 it. The minstrelsy, the service at the feast. The Greek gifts to the most and least. The rich array of Theseus' palace. Nor who sate first or last upon the dais. 633. What ladies fairest be, or best dancing? Or which of them can carol best or sing? Or who most feelingly speaketh of love? What hawk sitten on the perch above? What hounds liggen 634 on the floor adown? Of all this now make I no mention. But of effect, that thinketh me the best. Now comes the point, and hearken if you lest. 635. The Sunday night, ere day began to spring. When Palamon the lark hard sing. Although it were not day by hours too. Yet sang the lark. And Palamon right though 636. With holy heart, and with an high courage. Arose, to wenden 637 on his pilgrimage. Unto the blissful Cythera benign. I mean Venus, honorable and digny. 638. And in her hour 639 he walketh forth apace. Unto the lists where her temple was. And down he kneeleth, and with humble cheer 640. And heart sore, he said as ye shall hear. Fairest of fair, O Lady mine Venus. Daughter to Jove, and spouse of Vulcanus. Thou gladder of the mount of Cithaeron. 641. For thilke 642 love thou hadst to adon 643. Have pity on my bitter tears smart. And take mine humble prayer to thine heart. Alas! I have no language to tell. Effect, nor the torment of mine hell. Mine heart may mine harms not betray. I am so confused, that I cannot say. But mercy, Lady bright, that knowest well my thought, and sayest what harm that I feel. Consider all this, and rue upon 644 my sore. As wisely 645 as I shall for evermore. Enforce my might, thy true servant to be. And hold war alway with chastity. That make I mine avow. 646 So ye me help. I keep not of arms for to yelp 647. Nor ask I not tomorrow to have victory. Nor renown in this case, nor vain glory. Of prize of arms 648 blowing up and down. But I would have fully possession. Of Emily, and die in her service. Find thou the manner how, and in what wise. I reck not but 649 it may better be. To have victory of them, or they of me. So that I have my lady in mine arms. For though so be that Mars is god of arms. Your virtue is so great in heaven above. That, if you list, I shall well have my love. Thy temple will I worship evermo. And on thine altar, where I ride or go. I will do sacrifice, and fires bet. 650. And if ye will not so, my lady sweet. Then pray I you, tomorrow with a spear. That Arcita me through the heart bear. Then reck I not, when I have lost my life. Though that Arcita win her to his wife. This is effect and end of my prayer. Give me my love, thou blissful lady dear. When orison was done of Palamon, his sacrifice he did, and that anon, full piteously, with all less circumstances. All tell I not as now 651 his observances. But at the last the statue of Venus shook, and made a signa, whereby that he took 652. That his prayer accepted was that day. For though the signa shewed a delay, 653. Yet wist he well that granted was his boon. And with glad heart he went him home full soon. The third hour unequal 654 that Palamon began to Venus' temple for to gone. Up rose the sun, and up rose Emily, and to the temple of Dien gone high. Her maidens, that she thither with her lad 655. Full readily with them the fire they had. Incense, the clothes, and the remnant all that to the sacrifice belonged shall. The horns full of mead, as was the guise. There lacked not to do her sacrifice. Smoking 656 the temple full of clothes fair. This Emily with heart debonair 657. Her body washed with water of a well. But how she did her right I dare not tell. But 658 it be anything in general. And yet it were a game 659 to hear and all. To him that meaneth well it were no charge. But it is good a man to be at large. 660. Her bright hair combed was, untressed all. A coronet of green oak cereal 661. Upon her head was set full fair and meet. 2 fires on the altar gone she bet. And did her things, as men may behold. In Stace 662 of Thebes, and these books old. When kindled was the fire, with piteous cheer. Unto Dien she spake as ye may hear. O, chaste goddess of the woods green, to whom both heaven and earth and sea is seen. Queen of the realm of Pluto dark and low. Goddess of maidens, that mine heart hast know. Full many a year, and wost 663 what I desire. To keep me from the vengeance of thine ire. That Actaeon abought 664 cruelly. Chaste goddess, well wottest thou that I desire to be a maiden all my life. Nor never will I be no love nor wife. I am, thou wost, 665 yet of thy company. A maid, and love hunting and venery 666. And for to walken in the woods wild. And not to be a wife, and be with child. Not will I know the company of man. Now help me, lady, since ye may and can. For those 3 form 667 that thou hast in thee. And Palamon, that hath such love to me. And eke Arcite, that loveth me so sore. This grace I pray thee without more. As send love and peace betwixt them two. And from me turn away their hearts so. That all their oat love, and their desire. And all their busy torment, and their fire. Be cayent 668 or turned into another place. And if so be thou wilt do me no grace. Or if my destiny be shapen so. That I shall needs have one of them too. So send me him that most desireth me. Behold, goddess of clean chastity. The bitter tears that on my cheeks fall. Since thou art maid, and keeper of us all. My maidenhead thou keep and well conserve. And, while I live, a maid I will thee serve. The fires burn upon the altar clear. While Emily was thus in her prayer. But suddenly she saw a sight quaint. 669. For right anon one of the fires cayent. And quick D670 again, and after that anon. That other fire was cayent, and all agone. And as it cayent, it made a whistling. As doth a brandy wet in its burning. And at the brandis end outran anon. As it were bloody drops many one. For which so sore aghast was Emily. That she was well nigh mad, and gone to cry. For she any wist what it signified. But only for fear thus she cried. And wept, that it was pity for to hear. And therewithal Diana gone appear, with bow in hand, right as an huntress. And said, Daughter, stint 671 thine heaviness. Among the gods high it is affirmed, and by eternal word writ and confirmed, thou shalt be wedded unto one of those 672, that have for thee so much care and woe. But unto which of them I may not tell. Farewell, for here I may no longer dwell. The fires which that on mine altar brenn 673. Shall thee declaren, ere that thou go henny 674. Thine aventure of love, as in this case. And with that word, the arrows in the case 675. Of the goddess did clatter fast and ring. And forth she went, and made a vanishing. For which this Emily astonied was. And said, What amounteth this 676 alas? I put me under thy protection, Diane, and in thy disposition. And home she went anon the next 677 way. This is effect, there is no more to say. The next hour of Mars following this, our sight to the temple walked is of fierce Mars, to do his sacrifice, with all the rites of his pagan guise, with piteous 678 heart and high devotion. Right thus to Mars he said his orison. O strange God, that in the reg 679 cold, of Thrace honored art, and Lord Whyhold, 680. And hast in every regni, and every land, of arms all the bridle in thine hand. And them fortunest as thee list devise, 681. Accept of me my piteous sacrifice. If so be that my youth may deserve, and that my might be worthy for to serve thy Godhead, that I may be one of thine. Then pray I thee to rue upon my pine, 682. For thilk 683 pain, and thilk oat fire, in which thou whilom burn'st for desire. When that thou usedest 680 for the beauty of fair young Venus, fresh and free, and hadst her in arms at thy will. And though thee ones on a time misfill, 685. When Vulcanus had caught thee in his loss, 686. And found thee ligging 687 by his wife, alas, for thilk sorrow that was in thine heart. Have ruth 688 as well upon my pain as smart. I am young and unconning 689 as thou knowst. And, as I trow, 690 with love offended most. That e'er was any living creature. For she, that doth 691 me all this woe endure, ne recketh ne'er whether I sink or fleet. 692. And well I wot, ere she me mercy heat 693. I must with strength win her in the place. And well I wot, without help or grace of thee, any may my strength not avail. Then help me, Lord, to more W in my buttily. For thilk fire that whilom burned thee, as well as this fire that now burneth me. And do 694 that I to more W may have victory. Mine be the travail, all thine be the glory. Thy sovereign temple will I most honor, of any place, and alway most labor. In thy pleasance and in thy craft strong. And in thy temple I will my banner hong 695. And all the arms of my company. And evermore, until that day I die, eternal fire I will before thee find. And eke to this my vow I will me bind. My beard, my hair that hangeth long adown, that never yet hath felt offension 696. Of razor nor of shears, I will thee give, and be thy true servant while I live. Now, Lord, have ruth upon my sorrows sore. Give me the victory, I ask no more. The prayer stint 697 of Arcita the strong. The rings on the temple door that hung, and eke the doors, clattered full fast, of which Arcita somewhat was aghast. The fires burned upon the altar bright, that it gone all the temple for to light. A sweet smell anon the ground up gaf 698. And Arcita anon his hand up half 699. And more incense into the fire he cast. With other rites more, and at the last, the statue of Mars began his hauberk ring. And with that sound he heard a murmuring, full low and dim, that said thus, Victory! For which he gave to Mars honor and glory. And thus with joy, and hope well to fare, our sight anon unto his inn doth fare. As fain 700 as foul is of the bright sun. And right anon such strife there is begun. For thilk granting, 701 in the heaven above. Betwixt Venus the goddess of love, and Mars the stern god armipotent. That Jupiter was busy it to stent, 702. Till that the pale Saturnus the cold, 703. That knew so many of adventures old, found in his old experience such an art, that he full soon hath pleased every part. As sooth is said, ELD 704 hath great advantage. In ELD is both wisdom and usage 705. Men may the old outrun, but not outread. 706. Saturn anon, to stint the strife and dread. Albeit that it is against his kind. Of all this strife gone a remedy find. My dear daughter Venus, quoth Saturn. My course 707 that hath so wide for to turn, hath more power than what any man. Mine is the drowning in the sea so wan. Mine is the prison in the dark coat 708. Mine the strangling and hanging by the throat. The murmur, and the churlish rebelling. The groining 709 and the privy poisoning. I do vengeance and plen 710 correction. I dwell in the sign of the lion. Mine is the ruin of the high halls. The falling of the towers and the walls. Upon the miner or the carpenter. I slew Samson in shaking the pillar. Mine also be the maladies cold. The dark treasons, and the cast 711 old. My looking is the father of pestilence. Now weep no more, I shall do diligence. That Palamon, that is thine own knight, shall have his lady, as thou hast him hight. 712. Though Mars shall help his knight, yet natheless. Betwixt you there must sometime be peace. All be ye not of one complexion. That each day causeth such division. I am thine isle 713 ready at thy will. Weep now no more, I shall thy lust 714 fulfill. Now will I stenten 715 of the gods above. Of Mars, and of Venus, goddess of love. And tell you as plainly as I can the great effect, for which that I began. Great was the feast in Athens thilk 716 day. And eke the lusty season of that May made every wight to be in such pleasance, that all that Monday jussen they in dance, and spenden it in Venus high service. But by the cause that they should rise early a morrow for to see that fight, unto their rest went they at night. And on the morrow, when the day gone spring, of horse and harness 717 noise and clattering, there was in the hostelries all about. And to the palace rode there many a rout 718. Of lords, upon steeds and palfreys. There mayst thou see devising of harness. So uncouth 719 and so rich, and wrought so weel. Of goldsmithery, of browding 720 and of steel. The shields bright, the testers 721 and trapiers, 722. Goldhoen helmets, hauberks, coat armures. Lords in pairments 723 on their coursers. Knights of retinue, and eke squires. Nailing the spears, and helms buckling. Knighting 724 of shields, with laners 725 lacing. There as need is, they were nothing idle. The foamy steeds upon the golden bridle. Gnawing, and fast the armorers also. With file and hammer pricking to and fro. Yeomen on foot, and knave 726 many one. With short staves, thick as they may gone, 727. Pipes, trumpets, nakers 728 and clarions. that in the battle blow bloody sones. The palace full of people up and down. There 3, there 10, holding their question, 729. Divining 730 of these Theban knights too. Some sighed in thus, some said it shall he so. Some helden with him with the black beard. Some with the bald, 731 some with the thick-haired. Some said he looked grim, and would fight. He had a sparth 732 of 20 pound of weight. Thus was the halley full of divining 733. Long after that the sun gone up spring. The great Theseus that of his sleep is waked. With minstrelsy, and noise that was maked. Held yet the chamber of his palace rich. Till that the Theban knights both lich 734. Honored were, and to the palace fet. 735. Duke Theseus is at a window set. Arrayed right as he were a god enthroned. The people presseth thitherward full soon. Him for to see, and do him reverence. And eke to hearken his hest 736 and his sentence. 737. An herald on a scaffold made an 738. Till the noise of the people was do, 739. And when he saw the people of noise all still. Thus shewed he the mighty Duke's will. The Lord hath of his high discretion considered that it were destruction. To gentle blood. To fighten in the guise of mortal battle now in this emprise. Wherefore to shape 740 that they shall not die. He will his first purpose modify. No man therefore, on pain of loss of life. No manner 741 shot, nor poleaxe, nor short knife. Into the lists shall send, or thither bring. Nor short sword for to stick with point biting. No man shall draw, nor bear it by his side. And no man shall unto his fellow ride. But one course, with a sharp wide-grounden spear. Foin 742 if him list on foot, himself to wear. 743. And he that is at mischief 744 shall be take. And not slain, but be brought unto the stake. That shall be ordained on either side. Thither he shall by force, and there abide. And if so fall 745 the chieftain be take. On either side, or else slay his make 746. No longer than the tourneying shall last. God speed you, go forth and lay on fast. With long sword and with mace fight your fill. Go now your way, this is the Lord's will. The voice of the people touched the heaven. So loud cried they with merry Stephen 747. God save such a Lord that is so good. He willeth no destruction of blood. Up go the trumpets and the melody. And to the lists rode the company. By ordinance 748 throughout the city large. Hanged with cloth of gold, and not with sarge. 749. Full like a lord this noble duke gone ride. And these two Thebans upon either side. And after rode the queen and Emily. And after them another company. Of one and other. After their degree. And thus they passed thorough that city. And to the lists came they by time. It was not of the day yet fully prime. 750. When set was Theseus full rich and high. Hippolyta the queen, and Emily. And other ladies in their degrees about. Unto the seats presseth all the rout. And westward, through the gates under Mart. Arcite, and eke the 100 of his part. With banner red, is entered right anon. And in the self 751 moment Palamon. Is, under Venus, eastward in the place. With banner white, and hearty cheer 752 and face. In all the world, to see Ken up and down. So even 753 without variation. There were such companies never tway. For there was none so wise that could say. That any had of other advantage. Of worthiness, nor of estate, nor age. So even were they chosen for to guess. And in 2 ranges fair they them dress. 754. When that their names read were every one, that in their number guile 755 were there none. Then were the gates shut, and cried was loud, do now your devoir, young knights proud. The heralds left their pricking 756 up and down. Now ring the trumpet loud and clarion. There is no more to say, but east and west. In go the spears sadly 757 in the rest. In go the sharp spurs into the side. There see me who can joust, and who can ride. There shiver shafts upon shields thick. He feeleth through the heartspoon 758 the prick. Up spring the spears 20 foot on height. Out go the swords as the silver bright. The helms they to hoen, and to shred, 759. Out burst the blood, with stern streams red. With mighty maces the bones they to breast. 760. He through the thickest of the throng gone thrust. 761. There stumble steeds strong, and down go all. He rolleth under foot as doth a ball. He foineth 762 on his foe with a truncheon. And he him hurtleth with his horse adown. He through the body hurt is, and sith take 763. Maugre his head, and brought unto the stake. As for word 764 was, right there he must abide. Another lead is on that other side. And sometime doth 765 them Theseus to rest. Them to refresh, and drinken if them lest. 766. Full oft a day have thilk 767 Thebans too. Together met, and wrought each other woe. Unhorsed hath each other of them tway. 768. There is no tiger in the vale of Gallifrey. 769. When that her whelp is stole, when it is light. 770. So cruel on the hunter, as our sight. For jealous heart upon this Palamon. Nor in Belmarie 771 there is no fell lion that hunted is, or for his hunger would. 772. Or for his prey desireth so the blood, as Palamon to slay his foe Arcite. The jealous strokes upon their helmets bite. Outrunneth blood on both their sides red. Sometime an end there is of every deed. For ere the sun unto the rest went, the straunch King Emetrius gone hence. 773. This Palamon, as he fought with Arcite, and made his sword deep in his flesh to bite, and by the force of 20 is he take, unyielding, and is drawn unto the stake. And in the rescue of this Palamon, the straunch King Lycurgus is borne down. And King Emetrius for all his strength is borne out of his saddle a sword's length. So hit him Palamon ere he were take. But all for naught. He was brought to the stake. His hardy heart might him help not. He must abide, when that he was caught. By force, and eke by composition. 774. Who sorroweth now but woeful Palamon, that must no more go again to fight? And when that Theseus had seen that sight, unto the folk that fought thus each one, he cried, Ho! No more, for it is done. I will be true judge, and not party. Arcite of Thebes shall have Emily, that by his fortune hath her fairly won. Anon there is a noise of people gone, for joy of this, so loud and high withal. It seemed that the lists should fall. What can now fair Venus do above? What saith she now? What doth this queen of love? But weepeth so, for wanting of her will, till that her tears in the lists fill. 775. She said, I am ashamed doubtless. Saturna said, Daughter, hold thy peace. Mars hath his will, his knight hath all his boon. And by mine head thou shalt be eased. 776 soon. The trumpeters with the loud minstrelsy, the heralds, that full loud yell and cry, be in their joy for weal of Dan. 777 Arcite. But hearken me, and stint noise a light. 778. what a miracle there befell anon. This fierce Arcite hath off his helm why done, and on a courser for to shew his face. He pricketh endalong 779 the large place, looking upward upon this Emily. And she again him cast a friendly eye. For women, as to speakin in commune, 780. They follow all the favour of fortune. And was all his in cheer, 781 as his in heart. Out of the ground a fire infernal start. From Pluto sent, at request of Saturn. For which his horse for fear began to turn, and leap aside. And founder 782 as he leap. And ere that Arcite may take any keep, 783. He pite him on the pummel 784 of his head. That in the place he lay as he were dead. His breast to bursten with his saddle-bow. As black he lay as any coal or crow. So was the blood why run into his face. Anon he was why borne out of the place. With heart sore, to Theseus' palace. Then was he carven 785 out of his harness. And in a bed why brought full fair and blithe 786. For he was yet in Emry and alive. And always crying after Emily. Duke Theseus, with all his company, is come home to Athens his city. With alla bliss and great solemnity. Albeit that this adventure was fall, 787. He would not discomfort 788 them all. Men said eke, that Arcite should not die. He should be healed of his malady. And of another thing they were as fain, 789. That of them alla was there no one slain. All 790 were they sorely hurt, and namely 791 one. That with a spear was thurled 792 his breastbone. To other wounds, and to broken arms. Some hadden salves, and some hadden charms. And pharmacies of herbs, and eke save 793. They dranken, for they would their lives have. For which this noble duke, as he well can, comforteth and honoureth every man. And made revel all the long night. Unto the strange lords, as was right. Nor there was holden no discomforting. But as at justs or at a tourneying. For soothly there was no discomfiture. For falling is not but an adventure. 794. Nor to be led by force unto a stake. Unyielding, and with 20 knights why take. One person all alone, without an amo. And harried 795 forth by arms, foot, and toe. And eke his steed driven forth with staves. With footmen, boat a yeoman and eke knaves 796. It was a redded 797 him no villainy. There may no man clepen it cowardy. 798. For which anon Duke Theseus let cry, 799. To Stenton 800 alla rancor and envy. The gree 801 as well on one side as the other. And either side alike as other's brother. And gave them gifts after their degree. And held a feast fully days 3. And conveyed the kings worthily. Out of his town a journey 802 largely. And home went every man the right way. There was no more but, farewell, have good day. Of this bodily I will no more indite. But speak of Palamon and of Arcite. Swelleth the breast of Arcite and the sore. Increaseth at his heart more and more. The clotted blood, for any leechcraft 803. Corrupteth and is in his book why laughed 804. That neither vain blood nor vento using 805. Nor drink of herbs may be his helping. The virtue expulsive or animal. From thilk virtue called natural. Nor may the venom void, nor expel. The pipes of his lungs began to swell. And every lacert 806 in his breast adown. Is shent 807 with venom and corruption. Him gaineth 808 neither, for to get his life. Vomit upward, nor downward laxative. All is to bursen thilk region. Nature hath now no domination. And certainly where nature will not worch 809. Farewell physic, go bear the man to church. 810. This all and some is, our sight must die. For which he sendeth after Emily. And Palamon, that was his cousin dear. Then said he thus, as ye shall after hear. Not may the woeful spirit in mine heart declare one point of all my sorrows smart. To you, my lady, that I love the most. But I bequeath the service of my ghost 811. To you above in every creature. Since that my life any may no longer dure. Alas the woe! Alas, the pain strong! That I for you have suffered, and so long. Alas the death! Alas, mine Emily! Alas departing 812 of our company! Alas, mine heart's queen! Alas, my wife! Mine heart's lady, ender of my life! What is this world? What ask men to have? Now with his love, now in his cold grave. Alone, withouten any company. Farewell, my sweet, farewell, mine Emily. And softly take me in your arms tway. For love of God, and hearken what I say. I have here with my cousin Palamon had strife and rancor many a day agone. For love of you, and for my jealousy. And Jupiter so wis my soul. GIE 813. To speaken of a servant properly. With all circumstances truly. That is to say, truth, honor, and knighthood. Wisdom, humbless 814 estate. And high kindred. Freedom, and all that longeth to that art. So Jupiter have of my soul part. As in this world right now I know not one. So worthy to be loved as Palamon. That serveth you, and will do all his life. And if that you shall ever be a wife. Forget not Palamon, the gentle man. And with that word his speech to fail began. For from his feet up to his breast was come the cold of death, that had him overknown. 815. And yet moreover in his arms too. The vital strength is lost, and all ago. 816. Only the intellect, without more. That dwelled in his heart sick and sore. Gone fail, when the heart felt death. Dusked 817 his eye in two, and failed his breath. But on his lady yet he cast his eye. His last word was, mercy, Emily. His spirit changed house, and went there. As I came never I cannot tell where. 818. Therefore I stand. 819 I am no divinister. 820. Of souls find I not in this register. Ne me list not th opinions to tell. Of them, though that they riden where they dwell. Our sight is cold, there mars his soul. GIE. 821. Now will I speak forth of Emily. Shrieked Emily, and howled Palamon. And Theseus his sister took anon. Swooning, and bare her from the corpse away. What helpeth it to tarry forth the day? To tell how she wept both eve and morrow? For in such cases women have such sorrow. When that their husbands be from them. Why go? 822. That for the more part they sorrow so. Or else fall into such malady. That at the last certainly they die. Infinite be the sorrows and the tears. Of old folk, and folk of tender years. In all the town, for death of this Theban. For him there weepeth both a child and man. So great a weeping was there none certain. When Hector was brought, all fresh slain. To Troy, alas! The pity that was there. Scratching of cheeks, and rending eke of hair. Why wouldest thou be dead, these women cry. And hadst gold enough, and Emily. No manner man might gladden Theseus. Saving his old father Aegis. That knew this world's transmutation. As he had seen it changen up and down. Joy after woe. And woe after gladness. And shewed him example and likeness. Right as there died never man, quoth he. That he any lived in earth in some degree. 823. Right so there lived never man, he said, in all this world, that sometime be not died. This world is but a thoroughfare full of woe, and we be pilgrims, passing to and fro. Death is an end of every worldly sore. And over all this said he yet much more, to this effect, full wisely to exhort the people, that they should them recomfort. Duke Theseus, with all his busy cure 824, casteth about 825 where that the sepulture of good Arcite may best wymaked be, and eke most honourable in his degree. And at the last he took conclusion, that there is first Arcite and Palamon had for love the battle them between, that in that selve 826 grove, sweet and green, there as he had his amorous desires, his complaint, and for love his oat fires, he wooed make a fire 827 in which office of funeral he might all accomplice, and let anon command 828 to hack and hew the oaks old, and lay them on a rue 829. In culpons 830 well arrayed for to brenn. 831. His officers with swift feet they ren 832. And ride anon at his commandment. And after this, Duke Theseus hath sent after a bier, and it all overspread with cloth of gold, the richest that he had. And of the same suit he clad Arcite. Upon his hands were his gloves white, eke on his head a crown of laurel green, and in his hand a sword full bright and keen. He laid him bare the visage 833 on the bier. Therewith he wept, that pity was to hear. And, for the people should see him all, when it was day he brought them to the hall, that roareth of the crying and the sown. 834. Then came this woeful Theban, Palamon, with sluttery beard, and ruggy ashy hairs 835. In clothes black, white dropped all with tears. And, passing over weeping Emily, the ruefulest of all the company. And inasmuch as 836 the service should be, the more noble and rich in its degree, Duke Theseus let forth 3 steeds bring, that trapped were in steel all glittering, and covered with the arms of Dan Arcite. Upon these steeds, that were great and white, there sat folk, of whom one bare his shield, another his spear in his hands held, the third bare with him his bauturques 837. Of Brent 838 gold was the case 839 and the harness. And ride forth apace with sorrowful cheer 840. Toward the grove, as ye shall after hear. The noblest of the Greeks that there were, upon their shoulders carried the bier, with slack pace, and eyen red and wet, throughout the city, by the master street. 841. That spread was all with black, and wondrous high. Right of the same is all the street Whyrai. 842. Upon the right hand went old Aegis, and on the other side Duke Theseus, with vessels in their hand of gold full fine, all full of honey, milk, and blood, and wine. Eke Palamon with a great company. And after that came woeful Emily, with fire in hand, as was that time the guise 843. To do office of funeral service. High labor, and full great appareling 844. Was at the service, and the pyre making, that with its green top the heaven rout. 845. And 20 fathom broad its arms straught 846. This is to say, the boughs were so broad. Of straw first there was laid many a load. But how the pyre was maked up on height. And eke the names how the trees height 847. As oak, fir, birch, asp 848 alder, holm, poplara. Will w, elm, plane, ash, box, chestnut, lind. 849 laurel. Maple, thorn, beech, hazel, yew, whipple tree. How they were felled, shall not be told for me. nor how the gods 850 ran an up and down, disinherited of their habitation, in which they wand 851 had in rest and peace, nymphs, fauns, and hamadryads, nor how the beasts and the birds all fled den for fear, when the wood gone fall, nor how the ground aghast 852 was of the light, that was not wont to see the sun bright, nor how the fire was couched 853 first with straw 854, and then with dry sticks cloven in three, and then with green wood and spicery 855, and then with cloth of gold and with pierry 856, and garlands hanging with full many a flower, the myrrh, the incense with so sweet odor, nor how Arcita lay among all this, nor what riches about his body is, nor how that Emily, as was the guise, put in 857 the fire of funeral service, nor how she swooned when she made the fire, nor what she spake, nor what was her desire, nor what jewels men in the fire then cast, when that the fire was great and burned fast, nor how some cast their shield, and some their spear, and of their vestments, which that they wear, and cups full of wine, and milk, and blood, into the fire, that burnt as it were wood. 858. Nor how the Greeks with a huge rout 859. 3 times ridden all the fire about, upon the left hand, with a loud shouting, and thrice with their spears clattering, and thrice how the ladies gone to cry, nor how that led was homeward Emily, nor how Arcite is burnt to ashes cold, nor how the like wake 860 was Wyhold, all thilk 861 night, nor how the Greeks play. The wake plays 862 and he keep 863 I not to say. Who wrestled best naked, with oil anoint, nor who that bare him best in no disjoint. 864. I will not tell eke how they all are gone home to Athenes when the play is done, but shortly to the point now will I wend 865, and maken of my long tale an end, by process and by length of certain years. All stinted 866 is the mourning and the tears of Greeks, by one general assent. Then seemed me there was a parliament 867. At Athens, upon certain points and Cass 868. Amongst the which points why spoken was, to have with certain countries alliance, and have of Thebans full obeisance. For which this noble Theseus anon let 869 send after the gentle Palamon. Unwist 870 of him what was the cause and why. But in his black clothes sorrowfully he came at his commandment on high. 871. Then sent a Theseus for Emily. When they were set 872 and hushed was all the place. And Theseus abided 873 had a space, ere any word came from his wise breast. His eyen set he there as was his lest. 874. And with a sad visage he sighed still. And after that right thus he said his will. The first mover of the cause above, when he first made the fair chain of love, great was th effect, and high was his intent. Well wist he why, and what thereof he meant. For with that fair chain of love he bond 875. The fire, the air, the water, and the London, in certain bonds, that they may not flee 876. That same prince and mover eke, quoth he, hath stablished, in this wretched world adown, certain of days and duration, to all that are engendered in this place. Over the wish day they may not pace 877. All 878 may they yet their days well abridge. There needeth no authority to allege, for it is proved by experience. But that me list declare my sentence. 879. Then may men by this order well discern, that thilk 880 mover stable is an etern. Well may men know, but that it be a fool. That every part deriveth from its whole. For nature hath not ta'en its beginning. Of no party nor cantle 881 of a thing. But of a thing that perfect is and stable. Descending so, till it be corruptible. And therefore of his wise purveyance 882. He hath so well beset 883 his ordinance. That species of things and progressions shall endure by successions, and not etern, withouten any lie. This mayst thou understand and see at eye. Lo th oak, that hath so long a nourishing, from the time that it ginneth first to spring, and hath so long a life, as ye may see. Yet at the last why wasted is the tree. Consider eke, how that the hard stone under our feet, on which we tread and gone 884. Yet wasteth, as it leeth by the way. The broad river sometime waxeth dray. 885. The Greek towns see we wane and wend. 886. Then may ye see that all things have an end. Of man and woman see we well also. That needs in one of the terms too. That is to say, in youth or else in age. He must be dead, the king as shall a page. Some in his bed, some in the deep sea. Some in the large field, as ye may see. There helpeth not, all go that ilk 887 way. Then may I say that a thing must die. What mocketh this but Jupiter the king? The which is prince, and cause of a thing. Converting all unto his proper will. From which it is derived, sooth to tell. And here against no creature alive, of no degree, availeth for to strive. Then is it wisdom, as it thinketh me, to make a virtue of necessity. And take it well, that we may not eschew 888. And namely what to us all is due. And whoso grudgeth 889 aught, he doth folly. And rebel is to him that all may gie. 890. And certainly a man hath most honor to diein in his excellence and flower, when he is sicker 891 of his good name. Then hath he done his friend, nor him 892 no shame. And gladder ought his friend be of his death, when with honor is yielded up his breath, than when his name appalled is for age. 893. For all forgotten is his vassalage. 894. Then is it best, as for a worthy fame, to diein when a man is best of name. The contrary of all this is wilfulness. Why grudge we, why have we heaviness? That good Arcite, of chivalry the flower, departed is, with duty and honor, out of this foule prison of this life. Why grudge here his cousin and his wife? Of his welfare, that loved him so well? Can he them thank? Nay, God wot, never a deal. 895. That both his soul and eke themselves offend. 896. And yet they may their lusts not amend. 897. What may I conclude of this long series? 898. But after sorrow I read 899 us to be merry, and thank Jupiter for all his grace. And ere that we depart from this place, I read that we make of sorrows too one perfect joy lasting evermo. And look now where most sorrow is herein. There will I first amenden and begin. Sister, quoth he, this is my full assent. With all advice here of my parliament. That gentle Palamon, your own knight, that serveth you with will, and heart, and might, and ever hath, since first time ye him knew, that ye shall of your grace upon him rue. 900. And take him for your husband and your lord. Lend me your hand, for this is our accord. Let's see 901 now of your womanly pity. He is a kinges brother's son, pardie. 902. And though he were a poor bachelor, since he hath served you so many a year, and had for you so great adversity, it must be considered, leaveth me 903. For gentle mercy oweth to passen right. 904. Then said he thus to Palamon the knight. I trow there needeth little sermoning to make you assent to this thing. Come near, and take your lady by the hand. Betwixt them was made anon the band. That hight matrimony or marriage, by all the council of the baronage. And thus with alla bliss and melody hath Palamon wedded Emily. And God, that all this wide world hath wrought, send him his love, that hath it dearly bought. For now is Palamon in all his weal, living in bliss, in riches, and in heal. 905. And Emily him loves so tenderly, and he her serveth all so gentilly, that never was there ward them between of jealousy, nor of none other teen. 906. Thus in death Palamon and Emily. And God save all this fair company. The Miller's Tale. The Prologue. When that the knight had thus his tale told, in all the rout was neither young nor old, that he not said it was a noble story, and worthy to be drawn to memory. 907. And namely the gentles every 1.908. Our host then laughed and swore, so may I gone. 909. This goes aright, unbuckled is the mail. 910. Let's see now who shall tell another tale. For truly this game is well begun. Now telleth ye, Sir Monk, if that ye con. 911. Somewhat, to contend 912 with the knight's tale. The miller that for drunken was all pale. 913. So that uneaths 914 upon his horse he sat. He would avalen 915 neither hood nor hat, nor abide 916 no man for his courtesy. But in Pilate's voice 917 he gone to cry, and swore by arms, and by blood, and bones. I can a noble tale for the nones. 918. With which I will now quite 919 the knight's tale. Our host saw well how drunk he was of ale, and said, Robin, abide, my leave. 920 brother. Some better man shall tell us first another. Abide, and let us work thriftily. 921. By God's soul, quoth he, that will not I. For I will speak, or else go my way. Our host answered, tell on a devil way. 922. Thou art a fool, thy wit is overcome. Now hearken, quoth the miller, all and some. But first I make a protestation. That I am drunk, I know it by my sown. And therefore if that I misspeak or say, White 923 at the ale of Southwark, I you pray. For I will tell a legend and a life, both of a carpenter and of his wife. How that a clerk hath set the right cap. 924. The Reeve answered and said, stint thy clap. 925. Let be thy lewd drunken harlotry. It is a sin, and eke a great folly, to appiron 926 any man, or him defame, and eke to bringe wives in evil name. Thou mayst enough of other things sayn. This drunken miller spake full soon again, and said, leave brother Oswald, who hath no wife, he is no cuckold. But I say not therefore that thou art one. There be full good wives many one. Why art thou angry with my tale now? I have a wife, pardie, as well as thou. Yet an old 927 I, for the oxen in my plough, taken upon me more than enough to demend 928 of myself that I am one. I will believe well that I am none. An husband should not be inquisitive of God's privity, nor of his wife. So he may find God's foison 929 there. Of the remnant needeth not to enquire. What should I more say, but that this millera, he would his wards for no man forbear, but told his churlish 930 tale in his manera. Methinketh, that I shall rehearse it here. And therefore every gentle wight I pray, For God's love to deem not that I say of evil intent, but that I must rehearse their tales all, be they better or worse. Or else falsen 931 some of my matter. And therefore whoso list it not to hear, turn o'er the leaf, and choose another tale. For he shall find enough, both great and smale, of storial 932 thing that toucheth gentilesse, and eke morality and holiness. Blame not me, if that ye choose amiss. The miller is a churl, ye know well this. So was the Reeve, with many other mo. And harlotry 933 they told a Boda too. Avis you 934 now, and put me out of blame. And eke men should not make earnest of game. 935. The tale. Whilom there was dwelling in Oxenford a riche noff 936 that guests held to board 937. And of his craft he was a carpenter. With him there was dwelling a poor scholar. Had learned art, but all his fantasy was turned for to learn astrology. He could 938 a certain of conclusions. To deem 939 by interrogations. If that men asked him in certain hours, when that men should have drought or else showrs. Or if men asked him what should fall. Of everything, I may not reckon all. This clerk was called Hendy 940 Nicholas. Of Dern 941 love he knew and of solace. And therewith he was sly and full privy. And like a maiden meek for to see. A chamber had he in that hostelry. Alone, withouten any company. Full fetusly dight 942 with herbs swoot 943. And he himself was sweet as is the root of licorice, or any seat wall. 944. His Almagest 945 and books great and small. His Astrolabe 946 belonging to his art. His Aughrim stones 947 laid fair apart. On shelves couched 948 at his bed's head. His press covered with a falding 949 red. And all above there lay a gay psaltery, on which he made at night's melody. So sweetly, that all the chamber rang. And Angelus ad Virginum 950 he sang. And after that he sung the Kinges note. Full often blessed was his merry throat. And thus this sweet clerk his time spent. After his friends finding and his rent. 951. This carpenter had wedded new a wife, which that he loved more than his life. Of 18 year, I guess, she was of age. Jealous he was, and held her in cage. For she was wild and young, and he was old. And deemed himself belike 952 a cuckold. He knew not Cato 953 for his wit was rude. That bade a man wed his similitude. Men should wedden after their estate. For youth and eld 954 are often at debate. But since that he was fallen in the snare, he must endure, as other folk, his care. Fair was this young wife, and therewithal as any weasel her body gent 955 and small. A saint 956 she weared, barred all of silk. A barm cloth 957 eke as white as morning milk. Upon her lens 958 full of many a gore. 959. White was her smock 960 embroidered all before. And eke behind, on her collar about. Of coal-black silk, within and eke without. The tapes 961 of her white volupere 962 were of the same suit of her cholera. Her fillet broad of silk, and set full high. And sickerly 963 she had a licorice 964 eye. Full small pulled were her brows too. And they were bent 965 and black as any sloe. She was well more blissful on to see 966. Then is the new Pergonete 967 tree. And softer than the wool is of a wether. And by her girdle hung a purse of leather. Tasselled with silk, and pearled with latoun. 968. In all this world to see ken up and down. There is no man so wise, that could thence 969. So gay a popelot, 970 or such a wench. Full brighter was the shining of her hue. Then in the tower the noble 971 forged new. But of her song, it was as loud and yearn 972. As any swallow chittering on a burn. 973. Thereto 974 she could skip, and make a game 975. As any kid or calf following his dame. Her mouth was sweet as braket 976 or as meth 977. Or hoard of apples, laid in hay or heath. Wincing 978 she was as is a jolly colt. Long as a mast, and upright as a bolt. A brooch she bare upon her low collera. As broad as is the boss of a bucklera. Her shoon were laced on her legs high. She was a prime roll 979 a pigasney 980. For any Lord T have ligging 981 in his bed. Or yet for any good yeoman to wed. Now, sir, and eft 982 sir, so befell the case. That on a day this hendy 983 Nicholas fell with this young wife to rage and play 984. While that her husband was at Osnay. 985. As clerks be full subtle and full quaint. And privily he caught her by the caint. And said, why wis, 986 but if I have my will. For der 987 love of thee, Leman 988 I spill. 989. And held her fast by the haunch bones. And said, Leman, love me well at once. Or I will die e'en, all so God me save. And she sprang as a colt doth in the trave, 990. And with her head she writhed fast away. And said, I will not kiss thee, by my fay. 991. Why let be, quoth she, let be, Nicholas. Or I will cry out harrow and alas, 992. Do away your hands, for your courtesy. This Nicholas gone mercy for to cry. And spake so fair, and proffered him so fast. That she her love him granted at the last. And swore her oath by Saint Thomas of Kent. That she would be at his commandment. When that she may her leisure well espy. My husband is so full of jealousy. That but 993 ye wait well, and be privy. I wot right well I am but dead, quoth she. Ye must be full dern 994 as in this case. Nay, thereof care thee not, quoth Nicholas. A clerk had lithely beset his while 995. But if 996 he could a carpenter beguile. And thus they were accorded and wise-worn. To wait a time, as I have said beforn. When Nicholas had done thus every deal 997. And thwacked her about the lens well. He kissed her sweet, and taketh his psaltery. And playeth fast, and mocketh melody. Then fell it thus, that to the parish church of Christ S. Owen works for to worch 998. This good wife went upon a holy day. Her forehead shone as bright as any day. So was it was hen, when she left her work. Now was there of that church a parish clerk. The which that was Wyclept Absalon. Curled was his hair, and as the gold it shone. And strutted 999 as a fauna large and broad. Full straight and even lay his jolly showed point 1000. His road 1001 was red, his iron grey as goose. With Paul's windows carven 1002 on his shoes. In hosen red he went full fetusly. 1003. Wyclad he was full small and properly. All in a kirtle 1004 of a light waget, 1005. Full fair and thick be the point set. And thereupon he had a gay surplice. As white as is the blossom on the rise point 1006. A merry child he was, so God me save. Well could he let 10 blood, and clip, and shave. And make a charter of land, and a quittance. In 20 manners could he trip and dance. After the school of Oxenford though 1007. And with his legs cast to and fro. And playin' songes on a small ribbable. 1008. Thereto he sung sometimes a loud quinable point 1009. And as well could he play on a jittern. 1010. In all the town was brewhouse nor tavern, that he not visited with his salas n11. There is that any garnered tapsteer 1012 was. But sooth to say he was some deal squamous 1013. Of farting, and of speech dangerous. This Absalon, that jolly was and gay, went with a censer on the holy day, censing 1014 the wives of the parish fast. And many a lovely look he on them cast. And namely 1015 on this carpenter's wife. To look on her him thought a merry life. She was so proper, and sweet, and liquorous. I dare well say, if she had been a mouse, and he a cat, he would her hent anon. 1016. This parish clerk, this jolly Absalon, hath in his heart such a love-longing, that of no wife took he none offering. For courtesy he said he wooed none. The moon at night full clear and bright shone, and Absalon his jittern hath white-aken. For paramours he thought for to waken. And forth he went, jolliffe 1017 and amorous, till he came to the carpenteress' house. A little after the cock had white-crow, and dressed him 1018 under a shot 1019 window. That was upon the carpenteress' wall. He singeth in his voice gentle and small. Now, dear lady, if thy will be, I pray that ye will rue 1020 on me. Full well accordant to his jitterning. This carpenter awoke, and heard him sing, and spake unto his wife, and said anon, What, Alison, hear'st thou not Absalon, that chanteth thus under our bower 1021 wall? And she answered her husband therewithal, Yes, God what, John, I hear him every deal. This passeth forth, what will ye bet 1022 then well? From day to day this jolly Absalon, so with her, that him is woebegone. He waketh all the night, and all the day, to comb his locks broad, and make him gay. He with her by means and by brosage 1023. And swore he would be her owen page. He singeth brocking 1024 as a nightingale. He sent her piment 1025 mead, and spiced ale, and wafers 1026 piping hot out of the glede 1027. And, for she was of town, he proffered mead. 1028. For some folk will be wonnen for riches, and some for strokes, and some with gentilesse. Sometimes, to show his lightness and mastery, he playeth Herod 1029 on a scaffold high. But what availeth him as in this case? So loveth she the hendy Nicholas, that Absalon may blow the buck's horn 1030. He had for all his labor but a scorn. And thus she mocketh Absalon her ape, and all his earnest turneth to a jape. 1031. Full sooth is this proverb, it is no lie. Men say right thus alway. The nigh sly mocketh oft time the far lief to be loath. 1032. For though that Absalon be would 1033 or wroth, because that he far was from her sight, this nine Nicholas stood still in his light. Now bear thee well, thou hendy Nicholas, for Absalon may wail and sing, alas. And so befell, that on a Saturday, this carpenter was gone to Osnay, and hendy Nicholas and Alison accorded were to this conclusion, that Nicholas shall shape him a while 1034. The silly jealous husband to beguile. And if so were the game went aright, she should sleepen in his arms all night. For this was her desire and his also. And right anon, without wards mo, this Nicholas no longer would he tarry, but doth full soft unto his chamber carry. both meat and drink for a day or tway. And to her husband bade her for to say, if that he asked after Nicholas, she should say, she wist 1035 not where he was. Of all the day she saw him not with eye. She trowed 1036 he was in some malady. For no cry that her maiden could him call, he would answer, for naught that might befall. Thus passed forth all thilke 1037 Saturday, that Nicholas still in his chamber lay, and ate, and slept, and did what him list, till Sunday, that the sun went to rest. 1038. This silly carpenter had great marvail 1039. Of Nicholas, or what thing might him ail. And said, I am adrad, 1040 by Saint Thomas. It standeth not aright with Nicholas. God shield 1041 that he died suddenly. This world is now full tickle 1042 sickerly. 1043. I saw today a corpse borne to church. That now on Monday last I saw him wirch. 1044. Go up, quoth he unto his knave. 1045 anon. Cleep 1046 at his door, or knock with a stone. Look how it is, and tell me boldly. This knave went him up full sturdily. And, at the chamber door while that he stood, he cried and knocked as that he were wood. 1047. What how? What do ye, Master Nicolai? How may ye sleepen all the long day? But all for naught, he hard not a word. An hole he found full low upon the board. There as 1048 the cat was wont in for to creep. And at that hole he looked in full deep. And at the last he had of him a sight. This Nicholas sat ever gaping upright, as he had kiked 1049 on the new moon. Adown he went, and told his master soon, in what array he saw this ilk 1050 man. This carpenter to blissen him 1051 began, and said, now help us, Saint Fridswide. 1052. A man what 1053 little what shall him betide. This man is fallen with his astronomy into some woodness 1054 or some agony. I thought I well how that it should be. Men should know not of God's privity. 1055. Yea, blessed be alway a lewd 1056 man, that not but only his believe can. 1057. So fared another clerk with astronomy. He walked in the fields for to pry upon 1058 the stars, what there should befall, till he was in a merly pit fall. 1059. He saw not that. But yet, by Saint Thomas, me ruth sore of 1060 Hendy Nicholas, he shall be rated of his studying. 1061. If that I may, by Jesus, heaven's King, get me a staff, that I may underspore 1062. While that thou, Robin, heavest off the door, he shall out of his studying, as I guess. And to the chamber door he gone him dress. 1063. His knave was a strong carle for the nonce, and by the hasp 1064 he heaved it off at once. Into the floor the door fell down anon. This Nicholas sat I as still as stone, and ever he gapped upward into the air. The carpenter weened 1065 he were in despair, and hent 1066 him by the shoulders mightily, and shook him hard, and cried spitously. 1067. What, Nicholas? What how, man? Look adown. Awake, and think on Christ's passion. I crouch thee 1068 from elves, and from wights. 1069. Therewith the night spell said he anon writes. 1070. On the 4 halves 1071 of the house about, and on the threshold of the door without, Lord Jesus Christ, and Saint Benedict, bless this house from every wicked wight. From the nightmare, the white paternoster. Where wannest 1072 thou now, Saint Peter's sister? And at the last this Hendy Nicholas. gone for to sigh full sore, and said, Alas! Shall all time world be lost eftsoons 1073 now? This carpenter answered, What sayest thou? What? Think on God, as we do, men that swink, 1074. This Nicholas answered, Fetch me a drink. And after will I speak in privity of certain thing that toucheth thee and me. I will tell it no other man certain. This carpenter went down, and came again, and brought of mighty ale a large quart. And when that each of them had drunk his part, this Nicholas his chamber door fast shet, 1075. And down the carpenter by him he set, and said, John, mine host full leaf 1076 and dear, thou shalt upon thy troth swear me here, that to no wight thou shalt my counsel ray, 1077. For it is Christ's counsel that I say. And if thou tell it man, thou art for lore, 1078. For this vengeance thou shalt have therefore, that if thou ray 1079 me, thou shalt be wood. 1080. Nay, Christ forbid it for his holy blood. Quoth then this silly man, I am no blab, 1081. Nor, though I say it, am I lief to gab. 1082. Say what thou wilt, I shall it never tell. To child or wife, by him that harried hell, 1083. Now, John, quoth Nicholas, I will not lie. I have found in my astrology, as I have looked in the moon bright, that now on Monday next, at quarter night, shall fall a rain, and that so wild and wood. 1084. That never half so great was Noah's flood. This world, he said, in less than half an hour, shall all be drained, 1085 so hideous is the shower. Thus shall mankind drench, 1086 and lose their life. This carpenter answered, Alas, my wife! And shall she drench? Alas, mine Alisoun! For sorrow of this he fell almost adown, and said, Is there no remedy in this case? Why, yes, for God, quoth Hendy Nicholas. If thou wilt warken after lore and read, 1087. Thou mayst not warken after thine own head. For thus saith Solomon, that was full true. Work all by counsel, and thou shalt not rue. 1088. And if thou work wilt by good counsel, I undertake, without mast or sail, yet shall I save her, and thee, and me. Hast thou not heard how saved was Noe, when that our Lord had warned him beforn, that all the world with water should be lorn, 1089. Yes, quoth this carpenter, full year ago. 1090. Hast thou not heard, quoth Nicholas, also, the sorrow of Noe, with his fellowship, that he had ere he got his wife to ship? 1091. Him had been lever, 1092 I dare well undertake. At Thilk 1093 time, then all his weathers black, that she had had a ship herself alone. And therefore know'st thou what is best to be done? This asketh haste, and of an hasty thing men may not preach or make tarrying. Anon go get us fast into this in 1094. A kneading trough, or else a kemelin, 1095. For each of us. But look that they be large, in which we may swim as in a barge, and have therein vitail sufficient. But for one day, fie on the remnant. The water shall aslake 1096 and go away. A but prime 1097 upon the next day. But Robin may not know of this, thy knave, 1098. Nor eke thy maiden gill I may not save. Ask me not why, for though thou ask me, I will not tell God's privity. Sufficeth thee, but if thy wit be mad, 1099. To have as great a grace as Noe had. Thy wife shall I well savin out of doubt. Go now thy way, and speed thee hereabout. But when thou hast for her, and thee, and me, why gotten us these kneading tubs 3? Then shalt thou hang them in the roof full high, so that no man our purveyance 1100 sp. And when thou hast done thus as I have said, and hast our vitail fair in them waylaid, and eke an axe to smite the cord in two, when that the water comes, that we may go, and break an hole on high upon the gable, into the garden ward, over the stable, that we may freely passe forth our way, when that the great shower is gone away. Then shalt thou swim as merry, I undertake, as doth the white duck after her drake. Then will I cleep 1101. How, Alison? How, John? Be merry, for the flood will pass anon. And thou wilt say, Hail, Master Nicolai. Good morrow, I see thee well, for it is day. And then shall we be lords all our life, of all the world, as Noe and his wife. But of one thing I warn thee full right. Be well advised, on that ilk 1102 night, when we be entered into ship's board, that none of us not speak a single word, nor cleep nor cry, but be in his prayer. For that is God's own hest 1103 dear. Thy wife and thou must hangen far atween 1104. For that betwixt you shall be no sin, no more in looking than there shall indeed. This ordinance is said, Go, God thee speed. Tomorrow night, when men be all asleep, into our kneading tubs will we creep, and sit there, abiding God's grace. Go now thy way, I have no longer space to make of this no longer sermoning. Men say thus, send the wise, and say nothing. Thou art so wise, it needeth thee not teach. Go, save our lives, and that I thee beseech. This silly carpenter went forth his way. Full oft he said, Alas! And well a day. And to his wife he told his privity, and she was ware, and better knew than he, what all this quaint cast was for to say. 1105. But natheless she feared as she would day 1106. And said, Alas! Go forth thy way anon. Help us to 'scape, or we be dead each one. I am thy true and very wedded wife. Go, dear spouse, and help to save our life. Lo, what a great thing is affection! Men may die of imagination, so deeply may impression be take. This silly carpenter begins to quake. He thinketh verily that he may see this new flood come weltering as the sea, to drench in 1107 Alison, his honey dear. He weepeth, waileth, mocketh sorry cheer, 1108. He sigheth, with full many a sorry sough. 1109. He goeth, and getteth him a kneading trough, and after that a tub, and a kemelin. And privily he sent them to his inn, and hung them in the roof full privily. With his own hand then made he ladders 3, to climb by the ranges and the stalks 1110, unto the tubs hanging in the box. 1111. And victualled them, kemelin, trough, and tub, with bread and cheese, and good ale in a jub 1112. Sufficing right enough as for a day. But ere that he had made all this array, he sent his knave, and eke his wench 1113 also, upon his need 1114 to London for to go. And on the Monday, when it drew to night, he shut his door without candle light, and dressed 1115 everything as it should be. And shortly up they climbed all the 3. They sat still well a furlong way. 1116. Now, Pater Noster, Clum, 1117 said Nicolai. And, Clum, quoth John. And, Clum, said Alison. This carpenter said his devotion. And still he sat and bidded his prayer. Awaking on the rain, if he adhere. The dead sleep, for weary business, fell on this carpenter, right as I guess. About the curfew time 1118 or little more. For travail of his ghost 1119 he groaned sore. And ft routed, for his head mislay. 1120. Adown the ladder stalked Nicolai. And Alison full soft adown she sped. Without wards more they went to bed. There as 1121 the carpenter was wont to lie. There was the revel, and the melody. And thus lay Alison and Nicholas. In business of mirth and in solace. Until the bell of Laudi's 1122 gone to ring. And friars in the chancel went to sing. This parish clerk, this amorous Absalon. That is for love alway so woebegone. Upon the Monday was at Osnay. With company, him to disport and play. And asked upon Cass 1123 a cloisterer 1124. Full privily after John the carpenter. And he drew him apart out of the church. And said, INOT. 1125 I saw him not here wirch 1126. Since Saturday, I trow that he be went. For timber, where our abbot hath him sent. For he is wont for timber for to go. And dwellin at the grange a day or two. Or else he is at his own house certain. Where that he be, I cannot soothly sayn. 1127. This Absalon full jolly was and light. And thought, now is the time to wake all night. For sickerly 1128 I saw him not stirring. About his door, since day began to spring. So may I thrive, but I shall at cock crow. Full privily go knock at his window. That stands full low upon his bower wall 1129. To Alison then will I tell en all. My love longing. For I shall not miss. That at the least way I shall her kiss. Some manner comfort shall I have, parfait 1130. My mouth hath itched all this livelong day. That is a sign of kissing at the least. All night I meta 1131 eke I was at a feast. Therefore I will go sleep an hour or tway. And all the night then will I wake and play. When that the first cock crowed had, anon. Up rose this jolly lover Absalon. And him arrayed gay, at point devise. 1132. But first he chewed grains 1133 and licorice. To smell sweet, ere he had combed his hair. Under his tongue a true love 1134 he bare. For thereby thought he to be gracious. Then came he to the carpenteress' house. And still he stood under the shot window. Unto his breast it rout 1135 it was so low. And soft he coughed with a semisound. 1136. What do ye, honeycomb, sweet Alisoun? My fair bird, my sweet cinnamome 1137. Awaken, Leman 1138 mine, and speak to me. Full little think ye upon my woe. That for your love I sweat there as 1139 I go. No wonder is that I do swelt 1140 and sweat. I mourn as doth a lamb after the teat. Why wis 1141 Leman, I have such love longing. That like a turtle true is my mourning. I may not eat, no more than a maid. Go from the window, thou jack fool, she said. As help me God, it will not be, come ba me. 1142. I love another, else I were to blame. Well better than thee, by Jesus, Absalon. Go forth thy way, or I will cast a stone. And let me sleep, a 20 devil way, 1143. Alas, quoth Absalon, and well away. That true love ever was so ill beset. Then kiss me, since that it may be no bet, 1144. For Jesus' love, and for the love of me. Wilt thou then go thy way therewith, quoth she. Yea, certes, Leman, quoth this Absalon. Then make thee ready, quoth she, I come anon. And unto Nicholas she said full still, 1145. Now peace, and thou shalt laugh anon thy fill. This Absalon down set him on his knees. And said, I am a lord at all degrees. For after this I hope there cometh more. Leman, thy grace, and, sweet bird, thine or, 1146. The window she undid, and that in haste. Have done, quoth she, come off, and speed thee fast. Lest that our neighbours should thee espy. Then Absalom gone wipe his mouth full dry. Dark was the night as pitch or as the coal. And at the window she put out her hole. And Absalom him fell any bed any worse. 1147. But with his mouth he kissed her naked erse. Full savorly. When he was ware of this, aback he start, and thought it was amiss. For well he wist a woman hath no beard. He felt a thing all rough, and long why-haired. And said, Fy, alas! What have I do? Tay he, quoth she, and clapped the window to. And Absalom went forth at sorry pace. A beard, said Hendy Nicholas. By God's corpus, this game went fair and well. This silly Absalom heard every deal 1148. And on his lip he gone for anger bite. And to himself he said, I shall thee quite. 1149. Who rubbeth now, who frotteth 1150 now his lips? With dust, with sand, with straw, with cloth, with chips. But Absalom? That saith full oft, alas! My soul betake I unto Sathanas. But me were lever 1151 than all this town, quoth he. Of this despite a roken 1152 for to be. Alas! Alas! That I have been wyblent. 1153. His oat love is cold, and all wyquent point 1154. For from that time that he had kissed her erse, of paramours he set not a curse 1155. For he was healed of his malady. Full often paramours he gone defy. And weep as doth a child that hath been beat. A soft pace he went over the street. Unto a smith, men callan dan 1156 Gervase. That in his forge smithied plough harness. He sharped share and coulter busily. This Absalom knocked all easily. And said, Undo, Gervase, and that anon. What, who art thou? It is I, Absalom. What? Absalom, what? Christes sweet tree 1157. Why rise so wrath, 1158 Hey. Benedicite. What aileth you? Some gay girl 1159 God it wot. Hath brought you thus upon the viritote 1160. By Saint Neot, ye wot well what I mean. This Absalom he wrought 1161 not a bean. Of all his play. No word again he gaf 1162. For he had more toe on his distaff 1163. Then Gervase knew, and said. Friend so dear. That oat coulter in the chimney here. Lend it to me, I have therewith to dawn 1164. I will it bring again to thee full soon. Gervase answered. Certes, were it gold. Or in a poke 1165 nobles all untold. Thou shouldst it have, as I am a true smith. Hey! Christes foot, what will ye do therewith? Thereof, quoth Absalom, be as be may. I shall well tell it thee another day. And caught the coulter by the cold steel. 1166. Full soft out at the door he gone to steal. And went unto the carpenteress wall. He coughed first, and knocked therewithal. Upon the window, light as he did air. 1167. This Alison answered, Who is there? That knocketh so? I warrant him a thief. Nay, nay, quoth he, God what, my sweet leaf 1168. I am thine Absalom, my own darling. Of gold, quoth he, I have thee brought a ring. My mother gave it me, so God me save. Full fine it is, and thereto well wygrave, 1169. This will I give to thee, if thou me kiss. Now Nicholas was risen up to piss. And thought he would amend den all the jape. 1170. He should kiss his erse ere that he scape. And up the window did he hastily. And out his erse he put full privily. Over the buttock, to the haunch bone. And therewith spake this clerk, this Absalon. Speak, sweet bird, I know not where thou art. This Nicholas anon let fly a fart, as great as it had been a thunder dent. 1171. That with the stroke he was well nigh wyblent, 1172. But he was ready with his iron hot. And Nicholas amid the erse he smote. Off went the skin and handbreadth all about. The oat coulter burned so his tout, 1173. That for the smart he weened 1174 he would die. As he were wood 1175 for woe he gone to cry. Help! Water, water, help for God's heart! This carpenter out of his slumber start. And heard one cry, water, as he were wood 1176. And thought, alas! Now cometh Noah's flood. He sat him up without wards mo. And with his axe he smote the cord in two. And down went all. He found neither to sell, nor bread nor ale 1177 till he came to the cell 1178. Upon the floor, and there in swoon he lay. Up started Alison and Nicolai, and cried out in Harrow. 1179 in the street. The neighbors alle, both small and great, in ran, for to goren 1180 on this man, that yet in swoon lay, both pale and wan. For with the fall he broken had his arm. But stand he must unto his own harm. For when he spake, he was anon borne down. With Hendy Nicholas and Alisoun. They told to every man that he was wood. 1181. He was against 1182 so of Noah's flood. Through fantasy, that of his vanity. He had bought him kneading tubs 3. And had them hanged in the roof above. And that he prayed them for God's love. To sitten in the roof for company. The folk gone laughin' at his fantasy. Into the roof they kiken 1183 and they gape. And turned all his harm into a jape. 1184. For whatsoe'er this carpenter answered, it was for naught, no man his reason heard. With oaths great he was so sworn adown, that he was holden wood in all the town. For every clerk anon right held with other. They said, the man was wood, my leave 1185 brother. And every wight gone laughin' at his strife. Thus swived 1186 was the carpenteress wife. For all his keeping 1187 and his jealousy. And Absalon hath kissed her nether eye. And Nicholas is scalded in the tout. This tale is done, and God save all the rout. 1188. The Reeve's Tale. The Prologue. When folk had laughed all at this nice case of Absalon and Hendy Nicholas. Diverse folk diversely they said. But for the more part they laughed and played. 1189. And at this tale I saw no man him grieve. But it were only Oswald the Reeve. Because he was of carpenteress craft. A little ire is in his heart laughed. 1190. He gone to grudge 1191 and blamed it a light. 1192. So the I, 1193 quoth he, full well could I him quite 1194. With blearing 1195 of a proud miller's eye. If that me list to speak of ribaldry. But I am old. Me list not play for age, 1196. Grass time is done, my fodder is now forage. This white top 1197 writeth mine old years. Mine heart is also moulded 1198 as mine hairs. And I do fare as doth an open erse, 1199. That ilk 1200 fruit is ever longer worse. Till it be rotten in mullock or in strep. 1201. We old men, I dread, so fare we. Till we be rotten, can we not be ripe? We hop 1202 away, while that the world will pipe. For in our will there sticketh I a nail, to have an hoary head and a green tail, as hath a leek. For though our might be gone, our will desireth folly ever in 1203. For when we may not do, then will we speak. Yet in our ashes cold does fire reek. 1204. For gleeds 1205 have we, which I shall devise 1206. Vaunting, and lying, anger, covetise. 1207. These four sparks belongen unto eld. Our old limbs well may be unwelled. 1208. But will shall never fail us, that is sooth. And yet have I alway a colt's tooth. 1209. As many a year as it is past and gone, since that my tap of life began to run. For sickerly 1210 when I was born, anon death drew the tap of life, and let it gone. And ever since hath so the tap why run, till that almost all empty is the tun. The stream of life now droppeth on the chim. 1211. The silly tongue well may ring and chime of wretchedness, that past is full your. 1212. With old folk, save dotage, is no more. 1213. When that our host had heard this sermoning, he gone to speak as lordly as a king, and said, To what amounteth all this wit? What? Shall we speak all day of Holy Writ? The devil made a Reeve for to preach, as of a suitor. 1214 a shipman, or a leech. 1215. Say forth thy tale, and tarry not the time. Lo, here is Deptford, and 'tis half past prime. 1216. Lo, Greenwich, where many a shrew is in. It were high time thy tale to begin. Now, sirs, quoth then this Oswald the Reeve, I pray you all that none of you do grieve. Though I answer, and somewhat set his hove. 1217. For lawful is force off with force to shove. 1218. This drunken miller hath white-told us here, how that beguiled was a carpenter. Peradventure in scorn, for I am one. And, by your leave, I shall him quite anon. Right in his churlish terms will I speak. I pray to God his neck might to break. He can well in mine I see a stalk. 1219. But in his own he cannot see a bulk. The tale. 1220. At Trumpington, not far from Canterbury. 1221. There goes a brook, and over that a brig. Upon the Wish brook there stands a mill. And this is very sooth that I you tell. A miller was there dwelling many a day. As any peacock he was proud and gay. Pipen he could, and fish, and netties bet. 1222. And turn cups, and wrestle well, and shete. 1223. I by his belt he bare a long pavod. 1224. And of his sword full trenchant was the blade. A jolly popper. 1225 bare he in his pouch. There was no man for peril durst him touch. A Sheffield whittle bare he in his hose. Round was his face, and Camus. 1226 was his nose. As pilled. 1227 as an apes was his skull. He was a market better at the full. 1228. There durst no white hand upon him leg. 1229. That he any swore anon he should abeg. 1230. A thief he was, forsooth, of corn and meal. And that a sly, and used well to steal. His name was Houghton Dana Simkin. 1231. A wife he had, come of noble kin. The parson of the town her father was. With her he gave full many a pan of brass. For that Simkin should in his blood ally. She was wife fostered in a nunnery. For Simkin wooed no wife, as he said. But she were well nourished, and a maid. To Savin his estate and yeomanry. And she was proud. And pert as is a pie. 1232. A full fair sight it was to see them too. On holy days before her would he go, with his tippet 1233 bound about his head. And she came after in a jeet 1234 of red. And Simkin had hosen of the same. There durst no wight call her aught but dame. None was so hardy, walking by that way, that with her either durst rage or play. 1235. But if 1236 he would be slain by Simkin, with pavod, or with knife, or bodkin. For jealous folk be perlausive ermo. Allgate 1237 they would their wives wendy so. 1238. And eke for she was somewhat smutterlich 1239. She was as dine 1240 as water in a ditch. And all so full of hoker 1241 and bismare. 1242. Her thought that a lady should her spare 1243. What for her kindred, and her nordlery 1244. That she had learned in the nunnery. One daughter had they betwixt them two. Of 20 year, withouten any emo. Saving a child that was of half-year age. In cradle it lay, and was a proper page. 1245. This wench thick and well wygrowen was, with camuse nose, and eyen grey as glass, with buttocks broad, and breasts round and high. But right fair was her hair, I will not lie. The parson of the town, for she was fair, well 46. In purpose was to make of her his heir, both of his chattels and his messuage. And strange he made it of 1247 her marriage. His purpose was for to bestow her high into some worthy blood of ancestry. For holy church's good may be dispended 1248. On holy church's blood that is descended. Therefore he would his holy blood honor, though that he holy church should devour. Great Soken 1249 hath this miller, out of doubt, with wheat and malt, of all the land about. And namely 1250 there was a great college. Men call the Solar Hall at Canterbury 1251. There was their wheat and eke their malt ground. And on a day it happed in a stound 1252. Sick lay the manciple 1253 of a malady. Men weened Wisley 1254 that he should die. For which this miller stole both meal and corn, 100 times more than beforn. For theretofore he stole but courteously. But now he was a thief outrageously. For which the warden chid and made fair 1255. But thereof set the miller not a tear, 1256. He cracked his boast 1257 and swore it was not so. Then were there young poor scholars too, that dwelled in the hall of which I say. Testif 1258 they were, and lusty for to play. And only for their mirth and revelry. Upon the warden busily they cry, to give them leave for but a little stound 1259. To go to mill, and see their corn ground. And heartily 1260 they durst lay their neck. The miller should not steal them half a peck of corn by sleight, nor them by force bereave. 1261. And at the last the warden give them leave. John hight the one, and Alien hight the other. Of one town were they born, that hight Struther 1262. Far in the north. I cannot tell you where. This Alien he made ready all his gear. And on a horse the sack he cast anon. Forth went Alien the clerk, and also John. With good sword and with buckler by their side. John knew the way, him needed not no guide. And at the mill the sack adown he lay th. Alien spake first, all hail, Simone, in faith. How fares thy fair daughter, and thy wife? Alien, welcome, quoth Simkin, by my life. And John also, how now, what do ye hear? By God, Simone, quoth John, need has no peer. 1263. Him serve himself behoves that has no swain 1264. Or else he is a fool, as Clerk sayin'. Our manciple I hope 1265 he will be dead. So works I the wongs 1266 in his head. And therefore is I come, and eke alien, to grind our corn and carry it home again. I pray you speed us hence as well ye may. It shall be done, quoth Simkin, by my fay. What will ye do while that it is in hand? By God, right by the hopper will I stand. Quoth John, and see how that the corn goes in. Yet saw I never, by my father's kin, how that the hopper wags to and fro. Alien answered, John, and wilt thou so? Then will I be beneath, by my crown, and see how that the meal falls adown into the trough, that shall be my disport. 1267. For, John, in faith I may be of your sort. I is as ill a miller as is ye. This miller smiled at their nicety. 1268. And thought, all this is done but for a while. They ween in 1269 that no man may them beguile. But by my thrift yet shall I blear their eye. 1270. For all the slight in their philosophy, the more quaint knacks 1271 that they make, the more will I steal when that I take. Instead of flour yet will I give them bren. 1272. The greatest clerks are not the wisest men. As whilom to the wolf thus spake the mayor. 1273. Of all their art and eat count I not a tare. Out at the door he went full privily. When that he saw his time, softly he looked up and down, until he found the clerk's horse, there as he stood bound behind the mill, under a levesell. 1274. And to the horse he went him fair and well, and stripped off the bridle right anon. And when the horse was loose, he gone toward the fun, where wild mares run forth, with wehe, through thick and eke through thin. This miller went again, no word he said, but did his note. 1275. And with these clerks played. 1276. Till that their corn was fair and well ground. And when the meal was sacked and bound, then John went out, and found his horse away, and gone to cry, harrow, and well away. Our horse is lost, alien, for goddess bones. Step on thy feet, come off, man, all at once. Alas! Our warden has his palfrey lorn. 1277. This alien all forgot, both meal and corn. All was out of his mind his husbandry. 1278. What, which way is he gone to cry? The wife came leaping inward at a wren. 1279. She said, alas! Your horse went to the fun with wild mares, as fast as he could go. Unthanked 1280 come on his hand that bound him so, and his that better should have knit the rein. Alas! Quoth John, alien, for Christ's pain. Lay down thy sword, and I shall mine also. I is full white. 1281. God wate 1282 as is a roe. By God's soul he shall not scape us bathe. 1283. Yn had thou put the capel 1284 in the lathe. 1285. Ill hail, alien, by God thou is a fawn. 1286. These silly clerks have full fast run toward the fun, both alien and eke John. And when the miller saw that they were gone, he half a bushel of their flour did take, and bade his wife go knead it in a cake. He said, I trow, the clerks were afeard. Yet can a miller make a clerk's beard. 1287. For all his art, let them go their way. Lo where they go. Let the children play. They get him not so lightly, by my crown. These silly clerks runnin' up and down with keep, stand, Jossa. 1288. Warderer. Go whistle thou, and I shall keep. 1289. Him here. But shortly, till that it was very night, they cooed not, though they did all their might. Their capel catch, he ran always so fast. Till in a ditch they caught him at the last. Weary and wet, as beasts in the rain, comes silly John, and with him comes alien. Alas, quoth John, the day that I was born. Now are we driven till hating 1290 and till scorn. Our corn is stolen, men will us fawns 1291 call. Both the warden, and eke our fellows all. And namely 1292 the miller, well away. Thus plain John, as he went by the way toward the mill, and Bayard 1293 in his hand. The miller sitting by the fire he fanned. 1294. For it was night, and forther 1295 might they not. But for the love of God they him besought. Of Herborough and ease 1296 for their penny. 1297. The miller said again, if there be any such as it is, yet shall ye have your part. Mine house is strait, but ye have learned art. Ye can by arguments maken a place 1 mile broad, of 20 foot of space. Let's see now if this place may suffice. Or make it room with speech, as is your guise. 1298. Now, Simon, said this John, by Saint Cuthbert. Aye is thou merry, and that is fair answered. I have heard say, man shall take of two things. Such as he finds, or such as he brings. But specially I pray thee, host dear. Gar 1299 us have meat and drink, and make us cheer. And we shall pay thee truly at the full. With empty hand men may not hawks tull. 1300. Lo, here are silver ready for to spend. This miller to the town his daughter send. For ale and bread, and roasted them a goose. And bound their horse, he should no more go loose. And them in his own chamber made a bed. With sheets and with chalons 1301 fair wisebread. Not from his own bed 10 foot or 12. His daughter had a bed all by herself. Right in the same chamber by and by, 1302. It might no better be, and cause why. There was no rumour Herborough 1303 in the place. They suppen, and they speaken of solace. And drinken ever strong ale at the best. About midnight went they all to rest. Well had this miller varnished his head. Full pale he was, for drunken, and not red. 1304. He yoxed, 1305 and he spake thorough the nose. As he were in the quack, 1306 or in the pose. 1307. To bed he went, and with him went his wife. As any jay she light was in Jolife 1308. So was her jolly whistle well wet. The cradle at her bed's feet was set. To rock, and eke to give the child to suck. And when that drunken was all in the crock 1309. To bed went the daughter right anon. To bed went Alien, and also John. There was no more, needed them no dwale. 1310. This miller had so whistly 1311 bibbed ale. That as a horse he snorted in his sleep. Nor of his tail behind he took no keep. 1312. His wife bare him a burdown 1313 a full strong. Men might their routing 1314 hear and a furlong. The wench routed eke for company. Alien the clerk, that heard this melody. He poked John, and said, Sleepest thou? Heardest thou ever such a song ere now? Lo, what a complin 1315 is why, Mel 1316 them all. A wild fire upon their bodies fall. Who hearkened ever such a fairly 1317 thing? Yea, they shall have the flower of ill ending. This long night their tides 1318 me no rest. But yet no force, 1319 all shall be for the best. For, John, said he, as ever may I thrive. If that I may, yon wench will I swive. 1320. Some easement has law why, Chopin 1321 us. For, John, there is a law that saith thus. That if a man in one point be aggrieved, that in another he shall be relieved. Our corn is stolen, soothly it is no nay. And we have had an evil fit today. And since I shall have none amendment against my loss, I will have easement. By God's soul, it shall none other be. This John answered. Alien, Avisti, 1322. The miller is a perilous man, he said. And if that he out of his sleep abraid, 1323. He might do us both a villainy, 1324. Alien answered. I count him not a fly. And up he rose, and by the wench he crept. This wench lay upright, and fast she slept. Till he so nigh was, ere she might espy, that it had been too late for to cry. And, shortly for to say, they were at one. Now play, Alien, for I will speak of John. This John lay still a furlong way or two, 1325. And to himself he made ruth 1326 and woe. Alas, quoth he, this is a wicked jape. 1327. Now may I say, that I is but an ape. Yet has my fellow somewhat for his harm. He has the miller's daughter in his arm. He and read 1328 him, and hath his need sped. And I lie as a draught sack in my bed. And when this jape is told another day, I shall be held a daft 1329 or a cockney, 1330. I will arise, and enter it, by my fay. Unhardy is unsly, 1331 as men say. And up he rose, and softly he went unto the cradle, and in his hand it hent, 1332. And bare it soft unto his bed's feet. Soon after this the wife her routing leat, 1333. And gone awake, and went her out to piss. And came again, and gone the cradle miss. And groped here and there, but she found none. Alas, quoth she, I had almost misgone. I had almost gone to the clerk's bed. Ey. Benedicite, then had I foul wise bed. And forth she went, till she the cradle fand. She groped alway farther with her hand. And found the bed, and thought not but good, 1334. Because that the cradle by it stood. And wist not where she was, for it was dirk. But fair and well she crept in by the clerk. And lay full still, and would have caught asleep. Within a while this John the clerk up leap. And on this good wife laid on full sore. So merry a fit had she not had full year. 1335. He pricked hard and deep, as he were mad. This jolly life have these two clerks lad. Till that the third cock began to sing. Alien waxed weary in the morrowing. For he had swunken 1336 all the long night. And said, farewell, Malkin, my sweet wight. The day is come, I may no longer bide. But evermore, whereso I go or ride. I is thine own clerk, so have I hele. 1337. Now, dear Leman, 1338 quoth she, go, farewell. But ere thou go, one thing I will thee tell. When that thou wendest homeward by the mill, right at the entry of the door behind, thou shalt a cake of half a bushel find. That was why maked of thine own meal, which that I helped my father for to steal. And good Leman, God thee save and keep. And with that word she gone almost to weep. Alien uprose and thought, ere the day daw, I will go creepin' in by my fellow. And found the cradle with his hand anon. By God, thought he, all wrong I have misgone. My head is toddy of my swink 1339 tonight. That mocketh me that I go not aright. I wot well by the cradle I have misgo. Here lie the miller and his wife also. And forth he went a 20 devil way. Unto the bed, there as the miller lay. He ween d 1340 have creeped by his fellow John. And by the miller in he crept anon. And caught him by the neck, and gone him shake. And said, Thou John, thou swine's head, awake. For Christ's soul, and hear a noble game. For by that Lord that called is Saint James. As I have thrice in this short night swived the miller's daughter bolt upright, while thou hast as a coward lain aghast. 1341. Thou false harlot, quoth the miller, hast? Ah, false traitor, false clerk, quoth he. Thou shalt be dead, by God's dignity. Who durst be so bold to disparage 1342? My daughter, that is come of such lineage? And by the throat ball 1343 he caught alien. And he him hent 1344 dispiteously 1345 again. And on the nose he smote him with his fist. Down ran the bloody stream upon his breast. And in the floor with nose and mouth all broke. They wallow, as do two pigs in a poke. And up they go, and down again anon. Till that the miller spurned 1346 on a stone. And down he backward fell upon his wife. That wist nothing of this nice strife. For she was fallen asleep a little white 1347. With John the clerk, that waked had all night. And with the fall out of her sleep she brayed. 1348. Help, Holy Cross of Bromholm, 1349 she said. In manus tuas. Lord, to thee I call. Awake, Simone, the fiend is on me fall. Mine heart is broken, help. I am but dead. There lieth one on my womb and on mine head. Help, Simkin, for these false clerks do fight. This John start up as fast as e'er he might. And groped by the walls to and fro. To find a staff. And she start up also. And knew the Estres 1350 better than this John. And by the wall she took a staff anon. And saw a little shimmering of a light. For at an hole in shone the moon bright. And by that light she saw them both the two. But sickerly 1351 she wist not who was who. But as she saw a white thing in her eye. And when she gone this white thing espy. She weened 1352 the clerk had weared a volupere. 1353. And with the staff she drew I near and near 1354. And weened to have hit this alien at the full. And smote the miller on the pilled 1355 skull. That down he went, and cried. Harrow! I die. These clerks beat him well, and let him lie. And Graythen 1356 them, and take their horse anon. And eke their meal. And on their way they gone. And at the mill door eke they took their cake. Of half a bushel flour, full well why bake. Thus is the proud miller well why beat. And hath why lost the grinding of the wheat. And paid for the supper every deal 1357. Of alien and of John, that beat him well. His wife is swived, and his daughter als, 1358. Lo, such it is a miller to be false. And therefore this proverb is said full sooth. Him thar 1359 not win in 1360 well that evil do th. A guiler shall himself beguiled be. And God that sitteth high in majesty. Save all this company, both great and smale. Thus have I quit 1361 the miller in my tale. The Cook's Tale. The Prologue. The Cook of London, while the Reeve thus spake. For joy he laughed and clapped him on the back. Aha! Quoth he, for Christ's passion. This miller had a sharp conclusion. Upon this argument of herbergage. 1362. Well said Solomon in his language. Bring thou not every man into thine house. For harboring by night is perilous. Well ought a man avist for to be 1363. Whom that he brought into his privity. I pray to God to give me sorrow and care. If ever, since I hight 1364 Hodge of Ware. Heard I a miller better set a work, 1365. He had a jape 1366 of malice in the dirk. But God forbid that we should stint 1367 here. And therefore if ye will vouchsafe to hear a tale of me, that am a poor man, I will you tell as well as e'er I can. A little jape that fell in our city. Our host answered and said, I grant it thee. Roger, tell on. And look that it be good. For many a pasty hast thou let 10 blood. And many a jack of Dover 1368 hast thou sold. That had been twice hot and twice cold. Of many a pilgrim hast thou Christ's curse. For of thy parsley yet fare they the worse. That they have eaten in thy stubble goose. For in thy shop doth many a fly go loose. Now tell on, gentle Roger, by thy name. But yet I pray thee be not wroth for game, 1369. A man may say full sooth in game and play. Thou say'st full sooth, quoth Roger, by my fay. But sooth play quad play, 1370 as the Fleming saith. And therefore, Harry Bailey, by thy faith, be thou not wroth, else we depart 1371 here. Though that my tale be of an hostilier. 1372. But natheless, I will not tell it yet. But ere we part, why, wis 1373 thou shalt be quit. And therewithal he laughed and made cheer, 1374. And told his tale, as ye shall after hear. The tale. Apprentice whilom dwelt in our city. And of a craft of victuallers was he. Galliard 1375 he was, as Goldfinch in the Shaw, 1376. Brown as a berry. A proper short fellow. With locks black, combed full fetusly. 1377. And dance he could so well and jollily, that he was called Perkin Revellour. He was as full of love and paramour, as is the honeycomb of honey sweet. Well was the wench that with him might meet. At every bridal would he sing and hop. He better loved the tavern than the shop. For when there any riding was in cheap, 1378. Out of the shop thither would he leap. And, till that he had all the sight seen, and danced well, he would not come again. And gathered him a many of his sort, 1379. To hop and sing, and make such disport. And there they set Stephen 1380 for to meet. To play in at the dice in such a street. For in the town was there no prentice that fairer could cast a pair of dice than Perkin could, and thereto he was free of his dispense, in place of privity. 1381. That found his master well in his chaffer, 1382. For oftentime he found his box full bare. For, soothly, apprentice reveller, that haunteth dice, riot, and paramour. His master shalled in his shop Abbey, 1383. All 1384 have he no part of the minstrelsy. For theft and riot they be convertible. All 1385 can they play on jittern or ribbable point 1386. Revel and truth, as in a low degree. They be full wroth 1387 all day, as men may see. This jolly prentice with his master bode, till he was nigh out of his prenticehood. All 1388 were he snubbed 1389 both early and late. And sometimes led with revel to Newgate. But at the last his master him bethought, upon a day when he his paper 1390 sought, of a proverb, that saith this same word. Better is rotten apple out of hoard, than that it should rot all the remnant. So fares it by a riotous servant. It is well less harm to let him pace, 1391. Then he shened 1392 all the servants in the place. Therefore his master gave him a quittance, and bade him go, with sorrow and mischance. And thus this jolly prentice had his leave, 1393. Now let him riot all the night, or leave. 1394. And, for there is no thief without a loca, 1395. That helpeth him to was 10 and to sook 1396. Of that he bribe can, or borrow may. Anon he sent his bed and his array unto a compere 1397 of his own sort, that loved dice, and riot, and disport, and had a wife, that held for countenance 1398. A shop, and swived 1399 for her sustenance. Vertical ellipsis 1400. The Man of Law's Tale. The Prologue. Our host saw well that the bright sun, arc of his artificial day had run the fourth part, and half an hour more. And, though he were not deep expert in lore, he wist it was the 28th day of April, that is messenger to May, and saw well that the shadow of every tree was in its length of the same quantity. That was the body erect that caused it. And therefore by the shadow he took his wit. 1401. That Phoebus, which that shone so clear and bright, degrees was 45 clome on height. And for that day, as in that latitude, it was 10 of the clock, he gone conclude. And suddenly he plight 1402 his horse about. Lordings, quoth he, I warn you all this route. 1403. The fourth party of this day is gone. Now for the love of God and of Saint John, lose no time, as far forth as ye may. Lordings, the time wasteth night and day, and steals from us, what privily sleeping, and what through negligence in our waking, as doth the stream, that turneth never again, descending from the mountain to the plain. Well might Seneca, and many a philosopher, bewail time more than gold in coffer. For loss of chattels may recovered be, but loss of time shendeth 1404 us, quoth he. It will not come again, without dread. 1405. No more than will Malkin's maidenhead. 1406. When she hath lost it in her wantonness. Let us not mould thus in idleness. Sir Man of Law, quoth he, so have ye bliss. Tell us a tale anon, as for word is. 1407. Ye be submitted through your free assent to stand in this case at my judgment. Acquit you now, and hold your behest. 1408. Then have ye done your devoir. 1409 at the least. Host, quoth he, depart de geo assent. 1410. To break for word is not mine intent. Behest is debt, and I would hold it fain. All my behest, I can no better sayn. For such law as a man gives another wight, he should himself usen it by right. Thus will our text, but nathless certain. I can write now no thrifty 1411 tale sayin. But Chaucer, though he can but lewdly 1412. On meters and on rhyming craftily, hath said them. In such English as he can. Of old time, as knoweth many a man. And if he have not said them, leave 1413 brother. In one book, he hath said them in another. For he hath told of lovers up and down, more than Ovid made of mention. 1414. In his epistole, that be full old. Why should I tell them, since they he told? In youth he made of Sikhs and Alcyon. 1415. And since then he hath spoke of every one. These noble wives, and these lovers eke. Whoso that will his large volume seek. Called the Saint's Legend of Cupid. 1416. There may he see the large wounds wide. Of Lucrece, and of Babylon Thisbe. The sword of Dido for the false Aeneas. The tree of Phyllis for her Demophon. The plaint of Diane, and of Hermione. Of Ariadne, and Hypsipyle. The barren all standing in the sea. The drowned Leander for his fair hero. The tears of Helene, and eke the woe of Briseis, and Laodamia. The cruelty of thee, Queen Medea. Thy little children hanging by the house. 1417. For thy Jason, that was of love so false. Hypermnestra, Penelope, Alcest. Your wifehood he commendeth with the best. but certainly no ward writeth he. Of Thilkwick 1418 example of Canacee, that loved her own brother sinfully. Of all such cursed stories I say, fy. Or else of Tyrius Apollonius, how that the cursed king Antiochus bereft his daughter of her maidenhead. That is so horrible a tale to read, when he her threw upon the pavement. And therefore he, of full avissement 1419, would never write in none of his sermons of such unkind 1420 abominations. Nor I will none rehearse, if that I may. But of my tale how shall I do this day? Me were loath to be likened doubtless to muses, that men call Pierides 1421. Metamorphosios 1422 what I mean. But nathless I reck not a bean, though I come after him with Hawbake. 1423. I speak in prose, and let him rhymes make. And with that word, he with a sober cheer began his tale, and said as ye shall hear. The tale 1424. O scatheful harm, condition of poverty! With thirst, with cold, with hunger so confounded. To ask help thee shameth in thine heart. If thou none ask, so sore art thou why wounded. That very need unwrappeth all thy wound hid. Maugre thine head thou must for indigence. Or steal, or beg, or borrow thy dispense. 1425. Thou blamest Christ, and saist full bitterly. He misdeparteth 1426 riches temporal. Thy neighbor thou whitest 1427 sinfully. And saist, thou hast too little, and he hath all. Parfait, saist thou, sometime he reckon shall. When that his tale shall brennen in the glede 1428. For he not help the needful in their need. Hearken what is the sentence of the wise. Better to die than to have indigence. Thyself neighbor 1429 will thee despise. If thou be poor, farewell thy reverence. Yet of the wise man take this sentence. Allah the days of poor men be wick 1430. Beware therefore ere thou come to that prick. 1431. If thou be poor, thy brother hateth thee. And all thy friends flee from thee, alas. O riche merchants, full of wealth be ye. O noble, prudent folk, as in this case. Your bags be not filled with ams ace 1432. But with 6 sink 1433 that runneth for your chance. At Christenmass well merry may ye dance. Ye seek land and sea for your winnings. As wise folk ye knowen all estate. Of regs. 1434 ye be fathers of tidings. And tales, both of peace and of debate 1435. I were right now of tales desolate 1436. But that a merchant, gone in many a year, me taught a tale, which ye shall after hear. In Syria whilom dwelt a company of chapmen rich, and their too sad 1437 and true. That wideware 1438 sent their spicery, clothes of gold, and satins rich of hue. Their chaffer 1439 was so thriftly 1440 and so new, that every wight had dainty 1441 to chaffer 1442. With them, and eke to sell them their ware. Now fell it, that the masters of that sort have shopen them 1443 to Rome for to wend. Were it for chapmanhood 1444 or for disport, none other message would they thither send. But come themselves to Rome, this is the end. And in such place as thought them avantage. For their intent, they took their herbergage. 1445. Sojourned have these merchants in that town a certain time as fell to their pleasance. And so befell, that excellent renown of Emperoress daughter, Dame Constance, reported was, with every circumstance, unto these Syrian merchants in such wise, from day to day, as I shall you devise 1446. This was the common voice of every man. Our Emperor of Rome, God him c. 1447. A daughter hath, that since the world began, to reckon as well her goodness and beauty, was never such another as is she. I pray to God in honor her sustain, and would she were of all Europe the queen. In her is high beauty without pride, and youth without greenhood 1448 or folly. To all her works virtue is her guide. Humbless hath slain in her all tyranny. She is the mirror of all courtesy. Her heart a very chamber of holiness. Her hand minister of freedom for alms. 1449. And all this voice was sooth, as God is true. But now to purpose 1450 let us turn again. These merchants have done freight 1451 their ships new. And when they have this blissful maiden seen, home to Syria then they went full fain, and did their needs. 1452 as they have done your 1453. And lived in weal. 1454 I can you say no more. Now fell it, that these merchants stood in grace 1455. Of him that was the Sudan 1456 of Syria. For when they came from any strange place, he would of his benign courtesy make them good cheer. And busily SB 1457. Tidings of sundry regs 1458 for to Lear 1459. The wonders that they might see or hear. Amongst other things, specially, these merchants have him told of Dame Constance, so great noblesse, in earnest so royally, that this Sudan hath caught so great pleasance, to have her figure in his remembrance, that all his lust 1460 and all his busy cure 1461 was for to love her while his life may dure. Paraventure in Thilk 1462 large book, which that men call the heaven, where written was, with stars, when that he his birth took, that he for love should have his death, alas. For in the stars, clearer than is glass, is written, God what, whoso could it read, the death of every man without dread. 1463. In stars many a winter there beforn, was writ the death of Hector, Achilles, of Pompey, Julius, ere they were born, the strife of Thebes, and of Hercules, of Samson, Turnus, and of Socrates. The death, but Menelaus' wits be so dull, that no wight can well read it at the full. This Sudan for his privy council sent, and, shortly of this matter for to pace 1464. He hath to them declared his intent, and told them certain, but 1465 he might have grace to have Constance, within a little space. He was but dead, and charged them in high 1466 to shape 1467 for his life some remedy. Diverse men diverse things said, and arguments they casten up and down. Many a subtle reason forth they laid. They speak of magic, and ablution, 1468. But finally, as in conclusion, they cannot see in that none advantage, nor in no other way, save marriage. Then saw they therein such difficulty, by way of reason, for to speak all plain, because that there was such diversity between their Boda laws, that they sayin, they trow 1469 that no Christian prince would fain 1470 wedden his child under our law sweet. That us was given by Mahound 1471 our prophet. And he answered, rather than I lose Constance, I will be Christian doubtless. I must be hers, I may none other choose. I pray you hold your arguments in peace. 1472. Save my life, and be not reckless, to get her that hath my life in cure 1473. For in this woe I may not long endure. What needeth greater dilatation? I say, by treaty and ambassadry, and by the Pope's mediation, And all the church, and all the chivalry. That in destruction of Mametry. 1474. And in increase of Christ's law dear. They be accorded 1475 so as ye may hear. How that the Soudan, and his baronage, and all his lieges, shall wychristened be. And he shall have Constance in marriage. And certain gold, not 1476 what quantity. And hereto find they sufficient surety. The same accord is sworn on either side. Now, fair Constance, Almighty God thee guide. Now would some men ten, as I guess, that I should tell len all the purveyance 1477. The which the Emperor of his noblesse hath Chopin 1478 for his daughter, Dame Constance. Well may men know that so great ordinance may no man tell len in a little clause, as was arrayed for so high a cause. Bishops be Chopin 1479 with her for to wend, 1480. Lords, ladies, and knights of renown, and other folk enough, this is the end. And notified is throughout all the town, that every wight with great devotion should pray to Christ, that he this marriage receive in gree, 1481 and speed this voyage. The day is comin' of her departing. I say the woeful fatal day is come, that there may be no longer tarrying. But forward they them dressen 1482 all and some. Constance, that was with sorrow all o'ercome, full pale arose, and dressed her to wend. For well she saw there was no other end. Alas! What wonder is it though she wept? That shall be sent to a strange nation, from friends, that so tenderly her kept, and to be bound under subjection of one. She knew not his condition. Husbands be all good, and have been of yore 1483. That no wives, I dare say no more. Father, she said, thy wretched child Constance, thy young daughter, fostered up so soft. And you, my mother, my sovereign pleasance. Over all thing, out, taken 1484 Christ on loft. 1485. Constance your child her recommendeth oft unto your grace. For I shall to Syrie, nor shall I ever see you more with eye. Alas! Unto the barbarous nation I must anon, since that it is your will. But Christ, that star 1486 for our redemption. So give me grace his hests 1487 to fulfill. I, wretched woman, no force though I spill, 1488. Women are born to thraldom and penance, and to be under man's governance. I trow at Troy when Pyrrhus brake the wall, or Ilion burnt, or Thebes the city, nor at Rome for the harm through Hannibal, that Romans hath vanquished times 3. Was heard such tender weeping for pity, as in the chamber was for her parting. But forth she must, whether she weep or sing. O first moving cruel firmament 1489. With thy diurnal sway that crowdest 1490 I. And hurtlest all from east till occident. That naturally would hold another way. Thy crowding set the heathen in such array. At the beginning of this fierce voyage, that cruel Mars hath slain this marriage. Unfortunate ascendant tortuous, of which the Lord is helpless fallen, alas. Out of his angle into the darkest house. O Mars, O Atizer 1491 as in this case. O feeble moon, unhappy is thy pace. 1492. Thou knittest thee where thou art not received. 1493. Where thou wert well, from thence art thou weaved. 1494. Imprudent Emperor of Rome, alas! Was there no philosopher in all thy town? Is no time bet 1495 than other in such case? Of voyage is there none election? Namely 1496 to folk of high condition. Not when a root is of a birth. Why no, 1497. Alas! We be too lewd 1498 or too slow. To ship was brought this woeful fair maid. Solemnly, with every circumstance. Now Jesus Christ be with you all, she said. There is no more, but, farewell, fair Constance. She pained her 1499 to make good countenance. And forth I let her sail in this manner. And turn I will again to my matter. The mother of the Soudan, well of vices, espied hath her son's plain intent. How he will leave his old sacrifices. And right anon she for her counsel sent. And they be come to know what she meant. And when assembled was this folk in fear 1500. She sat her down, and said as ye shall hear. Lords, she said, ye knowen every one, how that my son in point is for to leet 1501. The holy laws of our Alcoran. 1502. Given by God's messenger Mahomet. But one avow to greet God I heat 1503. Life shall rather out of my body start than Mahomet's law go out of mine heart. What should us tiden 1504 of this new law? But thraldom to our bodies, and penance. And afterward in hell to be wydraw. For we renied Mahound our creants. 1505. But, lords, will ye make an assurance? As I shall say, assenting to my lore, 1506. And I shall make us safe for evermore. They sworen and assented every man. To live with her and die, and by her stand. And every one, in the best wise he can. To strengthen her shall all his friends fand. 1507. And she hath this emprise taken in hand. Which ye shall hear that I shall devise, 1508. And to them all she spake right in this wise. We shall first feign us Christendom to take. 1509. Cold water shall not grieve us but a light, 1510. And I shall such a feast and revel make, that, as I trow, I shall the Soudan quite. 1511. For though his wife be christened ne'er so white, she shall have need to wash away the red, though she a fount of water with her lead. O Soudanus 1512 root of iniquity. Virago thou, Semiramis the second. O serpent under femininity. Like to the serpent deep in hell why bound. O feigned woman, all that may confound virtue and innocence, through thy malice, is bred in thee, as nest of every vice. O Satan envious, since thilke day that thou wert chased from our heritage, well knowest thou to woman old way. Thou madest Eve to bring us in servage, 1513. Thou wilt fordo 1514 this Christian marriage. Thine instrument so, well away the while, makest thou of women when thou wilt beguile. This Soudanus, whom I thus blame and warray, 1515. Let privily her counsel go their way. Why should I in this tale longer tarry? She rode unto the Soudan on a day, and said him, that she would reny her lay, 1516. And Christendom of priests' hands fong, 1517. Repenting her she heathen was so long, beseeching him to do her that honor, that she might have the Christian folk to feast. To please them I will do my labor. The Soudan said, I will do at your hest, 1518. And kneeling, thanked her for that request. So glad he was, he wist 1519 not what to say. She kissed her son, and home she went her way. Arrived be these Christian folk to land in Syria, with a great solemn rout. And hastily this Soudan sent his sond, 1520. First to his mother, and all the realm about. And said, his wife was comen out of doubt. And prayed them for to ride again 1521 the queen. The honor of his regni 1522 to sustain. Great was the press, and rich was the array of Syrians and Romans met in fear. 1523. the mother of the Soudan rich and gay, received her with all so glad a cheer 1524. As any mother might her daughter dear. And to the next city there beside, a soft pace, solemnly they ride. Not, trow I, the triumph of Julius, of which that Lucan mocketh such a boast, was royaler, or more curious, than was th assembly of this blissful host. But oh this scorpion, this wicked ghost 1525. The Soudaness, for all her flattering, cast 1526 under this full mortally to sting. The Soudan came himself soon after this, so royally, that wonder is to tell, and welcomed her with all joy and bliss. And thus in mirth and joy I let them dwell. The fruit of his matter is that I tell. When the time came, men thought it for the best, that revel stint 1527 and men go to their rest. The time is come that this old Soudaness ordained hath the feast of which I told, and to the feast the Christian folk them dress. In general, both young and old, there may men feast and royalty behold, and dainties more than I can you devise. But all too dear they bought it ere they rise. O sudden woe, that ever art successor to worldly bliss, sprent 1528 is with bitterness. End of our joy, of our worldly labor. Woe occupies the fine 1529 of our gladness. Hearken this counsel, for thy sickerness, 1530. Upon thy glade days have in thy mind the unware 1531 woe of harm, that comes behind. For, shortly for to tell it at a word, the Soudan and the Christians every one were all to hewn and sticked at the board, 1532. But it were only Dame Constance alone. This old Soudaness, this cursed crone, had with her friends done this cursed deed. For she herself would all the country lead. Nor there was Syrian that was converted. That of the council of the Soudan what, 1533. That was not all to hewn, ere he asserted, 1534. And Constance have they ta'en anon foot hot, 1535. And in a ship all steerless, 1536 God wot. They have her set, and bid her learn to sail out of Syria again ward to Ital. 1537. A certain treasure that she thither lad, 1538. And, sooth to say, of victual great plenty. They have her given, and clothes eke she had. And forth she sailed in the salt sea. O my Constance, full of benignity. O Emperoress young daughter dear. He that is Lord of Fortune be thy steer. 1539. She blessed herself, and with full piteous voice, unto the cross of Christ thus said she. O dear, O willful 1540 altar, holy cross, red of the Lamb's blood, full of pity, that washed the world from old iniquity. Me from the fiend and from his claws keep. That day that I shall drench in 1541 in the deep. Victorious tree, protection of the true, that only worthy were for to bear. The King of Heaven with his wounds knew the white lamb, that hurt was with a spear. Flemmer 1542 of fiends out of him and her, on which thy limbas faithfully extend, 1543. Me keep, and give me might my life to mend. Years and days floated this creature throughout the sea of Greece, unto the strait of Meroc, 1544 as it was her aventure. On many a sorry meal now may she bait. After her death full often may she wait, 1545. Ere that the wild waves will her drive. Unto the place there as 1546 she shall arrive. Men might'n ask, why she was not slain. Eke at the feast who might her body save? And I answer to that demand again. Who saved Daniel in the horrible cave? Where every wight, save he, master or knave, 1547. Was with the lion fret, 1548 ere he a start. 1549. No wight but God, that he bare in his heart. God list 1550 to shew his wonderful miracle. In her, that we should see his mighty works. Christ, which that is to every harm triacle 1551. By certain means oft, as no clerks. 1552. Doth thing for certain endy, that full dirk is. To man's wit, that for our ignorance. Ne cannot know his prudent purveyance. 1553. Now since she was not at the feast Wislaw 1554. Who kept her from drowning in the sea? Who kept Jonas in the fish's maw? Till he was spouted up at Nineveh? Well may men know, it was no wight but he. That kept the Hebrew people from drowning. With dry feet throughout the sea passing. Who bade the four spirits of tempest 1555. That power have t annoy land and sea. Both north and south, and also west and east. Annoy neither sea, nor land, nor tree. Soothly the commander of that was he. That from the tempest I this woman kept. As well when she awoke as when she slept. Where might this woman meat and drink have? 3 year and more how lasted her vitale, 1556. Who fed the Egyptian Mary in the cave? Or in desert? No wight but Christ sans file. 1557. 5,000 folk it was as great marvail. With loaves 5 and fishes 2 to feed. God sent his foison 1558 at her great need. She drived forth into our ocean. Throughout our wild sea, till at the last. Under and hold 1559 that Nempnon 1560 I not can. Far in Northumberland, the wave her cast. And in the sand her ship sticked so fast. That thens would it not in all a tide, 1561. The will of Christ was that she should abide. The constable of the castle down did fare 1562. To see this wreck, and all the ship he sought, 1563. And found this weary woman full of care. He found also the treasure that she brought. In her language mercy she besought. The life out of her body for to twin, 1564. Her to deliver of woe that she was in. A manner Latin corrupt 1565 was her speech. But Aldgate 1566 thereby was she understand. The constable, when him list no longer seech, 1567. This woeful woman brought he to the London. She kneeled down, and thanked God as sond, 1568. But what she was she would to no man say. For foul nor fair, although that she should day. 1569. She said, she was so mazed in the sea. That she forgot her mind, by her truth. The constable had of her so great pity. And eke his wife, that they wept for Ruth, 1570. She was so diligent without sloth. To serve and please every one in that place. That all her loved, that looked in her face. The constable and Dame Hermegild his wife. Were pagans, and that country everywhere. But Hermegild loved Constance as her life. And Constance had so long sojourned there. In orisons, with many a bitter tear. Till Jesus had converted through his grace. Dame Hermegild, constabless of that place. In all that land no Christians durst rout, 1571. All Christian folk had fled from that country. Through pagans, that conquered all about. The plagues 1572 of the north by land and sea. To Wales had fled the Christianity. Of old Britons, 1573 dwelling in this isle. There was their refuge for the meanwhile. But yet ere 1574 Christian Britons so exiled. That there ere 1575 some which in their privity honored Christ, and heathen folk beguiled. And nigh the castle such there dwelled 3. And one of them was blind, and might not see. But 1576 it were with thilk 1577 eyen of his mind, with which men may see when they be blind. Bright was the sun, as in a summer's day, for which the constable, and his wife also, and Constance, have take the right way, toward the sea, a furlong way or two, to playen, and to roam to and fro. And in their walk this blind man they met, crooked and old, with eyen fast wychet. 1578. In the name of Christ, cried this blind Briton, Dame Hermegild, give me my sight again. This lady waxed afraid of that Sompnour, 1579. Lest that her husband, shortly for to sayn, would her for Jesus Christ's love have slain. Till Constance made her hold, and bade her work 1580. The will of Christ, as daughter of Holy Church. The constable waxed abashed 1581 of that sight, and said, What amounteth all this fair? 1582. Constance answered, Sir, it is Christ's might, that helpeth folk out of the fiend's snare. And so far forth 1583 she gone our law declare, that she the constable, ere that it were eve, converted, and on Christ made him believe. This constable was not lord of the place, of which I speak, there as he Constance fanned, 1584. But kept it strongly many a winter space, under Allah, King of Northumberland, that was full wise, and worthy of his hand, against the Scots, as men may well hear. But turn I will again to my matter. Satan, that ever us waiteth to beguile, saw of Constance all her perfection, and cast 1585 anon how he might quite her while. 1586. And made a young knight, that dwelt in that town, love her so hot of foul affection, that verily him thought that he should spill 1587. But 1588 he of her might once have his will. He wooed her, but it availed not. She would do no sin by no way. And for despite, he compassed his thought, to make her a shameful death today. 1589. He waiteth when the constable is away, and privily upon a night he crept in Hermegilda's chamber while she slept, weary, forewaked 1590 in her orisons. Sleepeth Constance, and Hermegild also. This night, through Satana's temptations, all softly is to the bed Wygo, 1591. And cut the throat of Hermegild in two, and laid the bloody knife by Dame Constance, and went his way, there God give him mischance. Soon after came the constable home again, and eke Allah that king was of that land, and saw his wife dispiteously 1592 slain, for which full oft he wept and wrung his hand, and in the bed the bloody knife he fanned. By Dame Constance, alas! What might she say? For very woe her wit was all away. To King Allah was told all this mischance, and eke the time, and where, and in what wise. That in a ship was found in this Constance, as here before ye have me heard devise, 1593. The king's heart for pity gone agrees, 1594. When he saw so benign a creature fall in disease 1595 and in misadventure. For as the lamb toward his death is brought, so stood this innocent before the king. This false knight, that had this treason wrought, bore her in hand 1596 that she had done this thing. But natheless there was great murmuring among the people, that say they cannot guess that she had done so great a wickedness. For they had seen her ever virtuous, and loving Hermegild right as her life. Of this bear witness each one in that house, save he that Hermegild slew with his knife. This gentle king had caught a great motif 1597 of this witness, and thought he would inquire deeper into this case, the truth to lear. 1598. Alas! Constance, thou hast no champion. Nor fight canst thou not, so well away. But he that starved 1599 for our redemption. And bound Satan, and yet leth where he lay, 1600. So be thy staunch champion this day. For, but Christ upon the miracle kithe. 1601. Without guilt thou shalt be slain as swithe. 1602. She set her down on knees, and thus she said. Immortal God, that savedest Suzanne from false blame. And thou merciful maid, Mary the first mean, the daughter to Saint Anne, before whose child the angels sing Hosanna, 1603. If I be guiltless of this felony, 1604. My succor be, or else shall I die. Have ye not seen sometime a pale face among a press, of him that hath been lad 1605? Toward his death, where he getteth no grace. And such a colour in his face hath had. Men might know him that was so bestad 1606. Amongst all the faces in that rout, so stood Constance, and looked her about. O, queens living in prosperity, duchesses, and ye ladies every one, have some ruth 1607 on her adversity. An emperor's daughter, she stood alone. She had no wight to whom to make her moan. O blood royal, that standest in this dread, 1608. Far be thy friends in thy great need. This King Allah had such compassion, as gentle heart is full filled of pity, that from his eyen ran the water down. Now hastily do fetch a book, quoth he. And if this knight will swear, how that she this woman slew, yet will we us advise 1609. Whom that we will that shall be our justice. 1610. A Briton book, written with Evangeles, 1611. Was fetched, and on this book he swore anon. She guilty was. And, in the meanwhiles, an hand him smote upon the neck bone. That down he fell at once right as a stone. And both his eyen burst out of his face. In sight of everybody in that place. A voice was heard, in general audience, that said, Thou hast deslandered guiltless the daughter of Holy Church in high presence. Thus hast thou done, and yet hold I my peace. 1612. Of this marvel aghast was all the press. As mazed folk they stood every one. For dread of wreak, 1613 save Constance alone. Great was the dread and eke the repentance of them that had wrong suspicion. Upon this Saley 1614 innocent Constance. And for this miracle, in conclusion, and by Constance's mediation, the king, and many another in that place, converted was, thanked be Christ's grace. This false knight was slain for his untruth, by judgment of Allah hastily. And yet Constance had of his death great ruth. 1615. And after this Jesus of his mercy made Allah weddy full solemnly this holy woman, that is so bright and sheen. And thus hath Christ why made Constance a queen. But who was woeful, if I shall not lie, of this wedding but Dungild, and Noemo, the Kinges mother, full of tyranny? Her thought her cursed heart would burst in two. She would not that her son had done so. Her thought it a despite that he should take so strange a creature unto his make. 1616. Me list not of the chaff nor of the stress 1617. Make so long a tale, as of the corn. What should I tell then of the royalty of this marriage, or which course goes beforn? Who bloweth in a trump or in an horn? The fruit of every tale is for to say. They eat and drink, and dance, and sing, and play. They go to bed, as it was skill 1618 and right. For though that wives be full holy things, they must take in patience at night. Such manner 1619 necessaries as be pleasings. To folk that have wedded them with rings. And lay a light 1620 their holiness aside. As for the time, it may no better betide. On her he got a knave 1621 child anon. And to a bishop and to his constable eke. He took his wife to keep, when he is gone. To Scotland ward, his foemen for to seek. Now fair Constance, that is so humble and meek. So long is gone with child till that still. She held her chamar, abiding Christ's will. The time is come, a knave child she bare. Mauritius at the font stone they him call. This constable doth forth come 1622 a messenger. And wrote unto his king that clept was all. How that this blissful tiding is befall. And other tidings speedful for to say. He 1623 hath the letter, and forth he go th his way. This messenger, to do his advantage 1624. Unto the king's mother writeth Swithe 1625. And saluteth 1626 her full fair in his language. Madam, quoth he, ye may be glad and blithe. And thank God 100,000 sith, 1627. My lady queen hath child, without doubt. To joy and bliss of all this realm about. Lo, here the letter sealed of this thing. That I must bear with all the haste I may. If ye will aught unto your son the king. I am your servant both by night and day. Dungild answered, as now at this time, nay. But here I will all night thou take thy rest. Tomorrow will I say thee what me lest. 1628. This messenger drank sadly 1629 ale and wine. And stolen were his letters privily. Out of his box, while he slept as a swine. And counterfeited was full subtly. Another letter, wrote full sinfully. Unto the king, direct of this matter. From his constable, as ye shall after hear. This letter said, the queen delivered was. Of so horrible a fiend-like creature. That in the castle none so hardy 1630 was. That any while he durst therein endure. The mother was an elf by aventure. Become, 1631 by charms or by sorcery. And every man hated her company. Woe was this king when he this letter had seen. But to no wight he told his sorrows sore. But with his own hand he wrote again. Welcome the Son 1632 of Christ for evermore. To me, that am now learned in this lore, 1633. Lord, welcome be thy lust 1634 and thy pleasance. My lust I put all in thine ordinance. Keep 1635 this child, albeit foul or fair. And eke my wife, unto mine homecoming. Christ when him list may send to me an heir. More agreeable than this to my liking. This letter he sealed, privily weeping. Which to the messenger was taken soon. And forth he went, there is no more to doen. 1636. O messenger full-filled of drunkenness! Strong is thy breath, thy limbs falter aye. And thou betrayest all less secretness. Thy mind is lorn, 1637 thou janglest as a jay. Thy face is turned in a new array, 1638. Where drunkenness reigneth in any rout, 1639. There is no counsel hid, without doubt. O Dungild, I have no English dine 1640. Unto thy malice, and thy tyranny. And therefore to the fiend I thee resign. Let him indict of all thy treachery. Fy, Manish, 1641 Fy. Oh nay, by God I lie. Fy, fiend-like spirit. For I dare well tell. Though thou here walk, thy spirit is in hell. This messenger came from the king again. And at the king's mother's court he light, 1642. And she was of this messenger full fain, 1643. And pleased him in all that e'er she might. He drank, and well his girdle underpight, 1644. He slept, and eke he snored in his guise. All night, until the sun began to rise. Eft 1645 were his letters stolen every one. And counterfeited letters in this wise. The king commanded his constable anon, on pain of hanging and of high Jewess. 1646. That he should suffer in no manner wise. Constance within his regni 1647 for to abide. 3 days, and a quarter of a tide. 1648. But in the same ship as he her fanned. Her and her young son, and all her gear. He should put, and crowd 1649 her from the land. And charge her, that she never eft come there. O my Constance, well may thy ghost 1650 have fear. And sleeping in thy dream be in penance 1651. When Dungild cast 1652 all this ordinance. 1653. This messenger, on morrow when he woke, unto the castle held the next 1654 way. And to the constable the letter took. And when he this dispiteous 1655 letter say, 1656. Full oft he said, Alas, and well away. Lord Christ, quoth he, how may this world endure? So full of sin is many a creature. O mighty God, if that it be thy will. Since thou art rightful judge, how may it be that thou wilt suffer innocence to spill, 1657. And wicked folk reign in prosperity? Ah! Good Constance, alas! So woe is me, that I must be thy tormentor, or day 1658. A shameful death, there is no other way. Wept both a young and old in all that place, when that the king this cursed letter sent. And Constance, with a deadly pale face, the 4th day toward her ship she went. But natheless she took in good intent the will of Christ. And kneeling on the strand 1659, she said, Lord, I welcome be thy sond. 1660. He that me kept from the false blame, while I was in the land amongst you, he can me keep from harm and eke from shame. In the salt sea, although I see not how, as strong as ever he was, he is yet now. In him trust one, and in his mother dear. That is to me my sail and eke my steer. 1661. Her little child lay weeping in her arm. And, kneeling, piteously to him she said, Peace, little son, I will do thee no harm. With that her kerchief off her head she braid. 1662. And over his little eyen she it laid. And in her arm she lulled it full fast. And unto heaven her eyen up she cast. Mother, quoth she, and maiden bright, Mary. Sooth is, that through a woman's eguement 1663. Mankind was lorn 1664 and damned I to die. For which thy child was on a cross why rent, 1665. Thy blissful eyen saw all his torment. Then is there no comparison between thy woe, and any woe man may sustain. Thou saw'st thy child wise slain before thine eyen. And yet now lives my little child, parfait, 1666. Now, Lady Bright, to whom the woeful cryin, thou glory of womanhood, thou fair May. 1667. Thou haven of refuge, bright star of day. Rue 1668 on my child, that of thy gentleness. Roost on every rueful 1669 in distress. O little child, alas! What is thy guilt? That never wroughtest sin as yet, pardie, 1670. Why will thine hard 1671 father have thee spilt? 1672. O mercy, dear constable, quoth she. And let my little child here dwell with thee. And if thou darest not save him from blame, so kiss him once in his father's name. Therewith she looked backward to the land, and said, Farewell, husband ruthless. 1673. And up she rose, and walked down the strand. Toward the ship, her following all the press, 1674. And ever she prayed her child to hold his peace. And took her leave. And with an holy intent, she blessed her, and to the ship she went. Victualled was the ship, it is no dread, 1675. Abundantly for her a full long space. And other necessaries that should need 1676. She had enough. Arid 1677 be God's grace. For wind and weather, Almighty God purchase, 1678. And bring her home. I can no better say. But in the sea she drived forth her way. Allah the King came home soon after this. Unto the castle, of the which I told. And asked ere his wife and his child is. The constable gone about his heart feel cold. And plainly all the matter he him told. As ye have heard, I can tell it no better. And shewed the king his seal, and eke his letter. And said, Lord, as ye commanded me. On pain of death, so have I done certain. The messenger tormented 1679 was, till he must beknow, 1680 and tell it flat and plain. From night to night in what place he had lain. And thus, by wit and subtle inquiring, imagined was by whom this harm gone spring. The hand was known that had the letter wrote. And all the venom of the cursed deed. But in what wise, certainly I know not. Effect is this, that Allah, out of dread, 1681. His mother slew, that may men plainly read. For that she traitor was to her legions, 1682. Thus ended old Dungild with mischance. The sorrow that this Allah night and day made for his wife, and for his child also. There is no tongue that it tell may. But now will I again to Constance go. That floated in the sea in pain and woe. 5 year and more, as liked Christes Sond, 1683. Ere that her ship approached to the London. 1684. Under an heathen castle, at the last. Of which the name in my text I not find. Constance and eke her child the sea upcast. Almighty God, that saved all mankind. Have on Constance and on her child some mind. That fallen is in heathen hand Eftsoon 1685. In point to spill, 1686 as I shall tell you soon. Down from the castle came there many a wight. To Goran 1687 on this ship, and on Constance. But shortly from the castle, on a night. The Lord's steward, God give him mischance. A thief that had rennied our creance, 1688. Came to the ship alone, and said he would. Her leman 1689 be, whether she would or annulled. 1690. Woe was this wretched woman then begone. Her child cried, and she cried piteously. But blissful Mary helped her right anon. For, with her struggling well and mightily, the thief fell overboard all suddenly. And in the sea he drenched 1691 for vengeance. And thus hath Christ unwemmed 1692 kept Constance. O foul lust of luxury! Lo thine end! Not only that thou faintest 1693 man's mind, but verily thou wilt his body shend. 1694. End of thy work, or of thy lusts blind. Is complaining, how many may men find? That not for work, sometimes, but for intent. To do this sin, be either slain or shent. How may this weak woman have the strength? Her to defend against this renegade? O Goliath, unmeasurable of length! How might David make thee so mate? 1695. So young, and of armor so desolate 1696. How durst he look upon thy dreadful face? Well may men see it was but God's grace. Who gave Judith courage or hardiness to slay him, Holofernes, in his tent, and to deliver out of wretchedness the people of God? I say for this intent, that right is God's spirit of vigor sent to them, and saved them out of mischance. So sent he might and vigor to Constance. Forth went her ship throughout the narrow mouth of Gibraltar and Sept. 1697, driving alway, sometime west, and sometime north and south, and sometime east, full many a weary day, till Christ's mother, blessed be she had Chopin 1698 through her endless goodness to make an end of all her heaviness. Now let us stint of Constance but a throw, 1699. And speak we of the Roman Emperor, that out of Syria had by letters know the slaughter of Christian folk, and dishonor done to his daughter by a false traitor. I mean the cursed wicked Pseudonus, that at the feast let 1700 slay both more and less, for which this emperor had sent anon his senator, with royal ordinance, and other lords, God wot, many a one, on Syrians to take high vengeance. They burn and slay, and bring them to mischance. Full many a day, but shortly this is th end. Homeward to Rome they shaped them to wend. This senator repaired with victory to Rome ward, sailing full royally, and met the ship driving, as saith the story, in which Constance sat full piteously, and nothing knew he what she was, nor why she was in such array, nor she will say of her estate, although that she should day 1701. He brought her unto Rome, and to his wife he gave her, and her young son also, and with the senator she led her life. Thus can Our Lady bring in out of woe woeful Constance, and many another mo. And long time she dwelled in that place, in holy works ever, as was her grace. The senatoress' wife her auntie was, but for all that she knew her ne'er the more. I will no longer tarry in this case, but to King Allah, whom I spake of yore, that for his wife wept and sighed sore, I will return, and leave I will Constance under the senatoress' governance. King Allah, which that had his mother slain, upon a day fell in such repentance, that, if I shortly tell it shall and plain, to Rome he came to receive his penitence, and put him in the Pope's ordinance, in high and low, and Jesus Christ besought, forgive his wicked works that he had wrought. The fame anon throughout the town is borne, how Allah King shall come on pilgrimage, by harbingers that went him beforn, for which the senator, as was usage, rode him again. 1702 and many of his lineage, as well to show his high magnificence, as to do any king a reverence. Great cheer 1703 did this noble senator to King Allah, and he to him also. Each of them did the other great honor. And so befell, that in a day or two, this senator did to King Allah go to feast, and shortly, if I shall not lie, Constance's son went in his company. Some men would say, 1704 at request of Constance. This senator had led this child to feast. I may not tell in every circumstance. Be as be may. There was he at the least. But sooth is this, that at his mother's hest 1705. Before Allah, during the meet space 1706. The child stood, looking in the king's face. This Allah King had of this child great wonder. And to the senator he said anon, whose is that fair child that standeth yonder? I know 1707 quoth he, by God and by Saint John. A mother he hath, but father hath he none. That I of what, and shortly in astound 1708. He told to Allah how this child was found. But God what, quoth this senator also. So virtuous a liver in all my life, I never saw, as she, nor heard of a mo. Of worldly woman, maiden, widow or wife. I dare well say she had lever 1709 a knife throughout her breast, than be a woman wick 1710. There is no man could bring her to that prick. 1711. Now was this child as like unto Constance as possible is a creature to be. This Allah had the face in remembrance of Dame Constance, and thereon mused he. If that the child's mother were ought she 1712. That was his wife. And privily he sight 1713. And sped him from the table that he might point 1714. Parfait, 1715 thought he, phantom 1716 is in mine head. I ought to deem, of skilful judgment 1717. That in the salt sea my wife is dead. And afterward he made his argument. What I, if that Christ have hither sent my wife by sea, as well as he her sent to my country, from thence that she went? And, after noon, home with the senator went Allah, for to see this wondrous chance. This senator did Allah great honor. And hastily he sent after Constance. But trust well, her least not to dance. When that she wist wherefore was that sond, 1718. Unneth 1719 upon her feet she might stand. When Allah saw his wife, fair he her gret, 1720. And wept, that it was ruth for to see. For at the first look he on her set. He knew well verily that it was she. And she, for sorrow, as dumb stood as a tree. So was her heart shut in her distress. When she remembered his unkindness. Twice she swooned in his own sight. He wept and him excused piteously. Now God, quoth he, and all his hallows 1721 bright. So wisly 1722 on my soul have mercy. That of your harm as guiltless am I. As is Maurice my son, so like your face. Else may the fiend me fetch out of this place. Long was the sobbing and the bitter pain, ere that their woeful hearts might cease. Great was the pity for to hear them plain, 1723. Through wish plaints gone their woe increase. I pray you all my labor to release. I may not tell all their woe till tomorrow. I am so weary for to speak of sorrow. But finally, when that the sooth is wist, 1724. That Allah guiltless was of all her woe. I trow 100 times have they kissed. And such a bliss is there betwixt them two. That, save the joy that lasteth evermo, there is none like that any creature hath seen, or shall see, while the world may dure. Then prayed she her husband meekly, in the relief of her long piteous pine, 1725. That he would pray her father specially. That of his majesty he would incline. To vouchsafe some day with him to dine. She prayed him eke, that he should by no way unto her father no word of her say. Some men would say, how that the child Maurice did this message unto the emperor. But, as I guess, Allah was not so nice. 1726. To him that is so sovereign of honor, as he that is of Christian folk the flow are. Send any child, but better 'tis to deem he went himself. And so it may well seem. This emperor hath granted gentilly to come to dinner, as he him besought. And well read 1727 he looked busily upon this child, and on his daughter thought. Allah went to his inn, and as him ought. Arrayed 1728 for this feast in every wise. As far forth as his cunning 1729 may suffice. The morrow came, and Allah gone him dress 1730. And eke his wife, the emperor to meet. And forth they rode in joy and in gladness. And when she saw her father in the street, she lighted down and fell before his feet. Father, quoth she, your young child Constance is now full clean out of your remembrance. I am your daughter, your Constance, quoth she. That whilom ye have sent into Syria. It am I, Father, that in the salt sea was put alone, and damned 1731 for to die. Now, good Father, I you mercy cry. Send me no more into none heathness. But thank my Lord here of his kindness. Who can the piteous joy tell en all? Betwixt them three, since they be thus met? But of my tale make an end I shall. The day goes fast, I will no longer let. 1732. These glad folk to dinner be wyset. In joy and bliss at meat I let them dwell. 1,000-fold well more than I can tell. This child Maurice was since then emperor. Made by the Pope, and lived Christianly. To Christ's church did he great honor. But I let all his story pass by. Of Constance is my tale especially. In the old Roman jests 1733 men may find. Maurice's life, I bear it not in mind. This King Allah, when he his time say, 1734. With his Constance, his holy wife so sweet. To England are they come the right way. Where they did live in joy and in quiet. But little while it lasted, I.U. heat, 1735. Joy of this world for time will not abide. From day to night it changeth as the tide. Who lived ever in such delight one day? That him not moved either conscience, or ire, or talent, or some kind of fray. 1736. Envy, or pride, or passion, or offense. I say but for this endy this sentence. 1737. That little while in joy or in pleasance lasted the bliss of Allah with Constance. For death, that takes of high and low his rent. When past was a year, even as I guess. Out of this world this King Allah he hent. 1738. For whom Constance had full great heaviness. Now let us pray that God his soul bless. And Dame Constance, finally to say, toward the town of Rome went her way. To Rome is come this holy creature. And findeth there her friends whole and sound. Now is she scaped all her aventure. And when that she her father hath found, down on her knees falleth she to ground. Weeping for tenderness in heart blithe. She harrieth 1739 God an 100,000 sith. 1740. In virtue and in holy Alma's deed. They liven all, and ne'er asunder wend. Till death departeth them, this life they lead. And fare now well, my tale is at an end. Now Jesus Christ, that of his might may send joy after woe, govern us in his grace. And keep us Allah that be in this place. The Wife of Bath's Tale. The Prologue 1741. Experience, though none authority 1742. Were in this world, is right enough for me. To speak of woe that is in marriage. For, lordings, since I 12 year was of age. Thanked be God that is etern on live. 1743. Husbands at the church door have I had 5, 1744. For I so often have wedded be. And all were worthy men in their degree. But me was told, not long time gone is, that sit hen 1745 Christ went never but once. To wedding, in the Cane 1746 of Galilee. That by that ilk 1747 example taught he me. That I not wedded should be but once. Lo, hearken eke a sharp word for the nonce 1748. Beside a welly Jesus, God and man, spake in reproof of the Samaritan. Thou hast had 5 husbands, said he. And thilk 1749 man, that now hath wedded thee. Is not thine husband, 1750 thus said he certain. What that he meant thereby, I cannot sayn. But that I ask, why the 5th man was not husband to the Samaritan? How many might she have in marriage? Yet heard I never tell in mine age 1751. Upon this number definition. Men may divine, and Glossen 1752 up and down. But well I wot, express without a lie. God bade us for to wax and multiply. That gentle text can I well understand. Eke well I wot, he said, that mine husband should leave father and mother, and take to me. But of no number mention made he of bigamy or of octogamy. Why then should men speak of it villainy? 1753. Lo here, the wise King Dan 1754 Solomon. I trow that he had wives more than one. As would to God it lawful were to me to be refreshed half so oft as he. What gift 1755 of God had he for all his wives? No man hath such, that in this world alive is. God what, this noble king, as to my wit, 1756. The first night had many a merry fit with each of them, so well was him on live point 1757. Blessed be God that I have wedded 5. Welcome the 6th whenever that he shall. For since I will not keep me chaste in all, when mine husband is from the world gone, some Christian man shall wed me anon. For then Apostle saith that I am free to wed, a God's half, 1758 where it liketh me. He saith, that to be wedded is no sin. Better is to be wedded than to brin. 1759. What recketh me 1760 though folk say villainy 1761. Of shrewd 1762 Lamech, and his bigamy? I wot well Abraham was a holy man. And Jacob eke, as far as ever I can. 1763. And each of them had wives more than 2. And many another holy man also. Where can ye see, in any manner age 1764. That high God defended 1765 marriage? By word express? I pray you tell it me. Or where commanded he virginity? I wot as well as you, it is no dread, 1766. Apostle, when he spake of maidenhead, he said, that precept thereof had he none. Men may counsel a woman to be one. 1767. But counseling is no commandment. He put it in our own judgment. For, had God commanded maidenhead, then had he damned 1768 wedding out of dread. 1769. And certes, if there were no seed why so, 1770. Virginity then whereof should it grow? Paul durst not commanden, at the least, a thing of which his master gave no hest. 1771. The dart 1772 is set up for virginity. Catch whoso may, who runneth best let see. But this word is not ta'en of every wight. But there as 1773 God will give it of his might. I wot well that Apostle was a maid, but natheless, although he wrote and said, he would that every wight were such as he. All is but counsel to virginity. And, since to be a wife he gave me leave of indulgence, so is it no reprieve 1774. To weddy me, if that my make 1775 should die. Without exception 1776 of bigamy. All were at 1777 good no woman for to touch. He meant as in his bed or in his couch. For peril is both fire and tow assemble. Ye know what this example may resemble. This is all and some, he held virginity more profit than wedding in frailty, 1778. Frailty clepi, but if 1779 that he and she would lead their lives all in chastity. I grant it well, I have of none envy. Who maidenhead prefer to bigamy. It liketh them to be clean in body and ghost, 1780. Of mine estate 1781 I will not make a boast. For, well ye know, a lord in his household hath not every vessel all of gold. 1782. Some are of tree, and do their lord service. God calleth folk to him in sundry wise. And each one hath of God a proper gift. Some this, some that, as liketh him to shift. 1783. Virginity is great perfection, and continence eke with devotion. But Christ, that of perfection is the well. 1784. Bade not every wight he should go sell all that he had, and give it to the poor, and in such wise follow him and his lore. 1785. He spake to them that would live perfectly. And, lordings, by your leave, that am not I will bestow the flower of mine age in acts and in the fruits of marriage. Tell me also, to what conclusion 1786. Were members made of generation, and of so perfect wise a wight. 1787. Why wrought? Trust me right well, they were not made for naught. Glose whoso will, and say both up and down, that they were made for the purgation of urine, and of other things smale, and eke to know a female from a male, and for none other cause? Say ye no? Experience what well it is not so. So that the Clerks 1788 be not with me wroth. I say this, that they were made for both. That is to say, for office, 1789, and for ease, 1790. Of engenderer, there we God not displease. Why should men else in their book set that man shall yield unto his wife her debt? Now wherewith should he make his payment, if he used not his silly instrument? Then were they made upon a creature to purge urine, and eke for engenderer. But I say not that every wight is hold. 1791. That hath such harness. 1792. As I to you told, to go and use them in engenderer. Then should men take of chastity no cure. 1793. Christ was a maid, and Chopin 1794 as a man. And many a saint, since that this world began, yet ever lived in perfect chastity. I will not vie 1795 with no virginity. Let them with bread of pured 1796 wheat be fed. And let us wives eat our barley bread. And yet with barley bread, Mark tell us can. 1797. Our Lord Jesus refreshed many a man in such a state as God hath cleaped us. 1798. I'll persevere, I am not precious. 1799. In wifehood I will use mine instrument as freely as my Maker hath it sent. If I be dangerous 1800, God give me sorrow. Mine husband shall it have, both eve and morrow. When that him list come forth and pay his debt. A husband will I have, I will no let. 1801. Which shall be both my debtor and my thrall. 1802. And have his tribulation withal upon his flesh, while that I am his wife. I have the power during all my life upon his proper body, and not he. Right thus Apostle told it unto me, and bade our husbands for to love us well. All this sentence me liketh every deal. 1803. Up start the pardoner, and that anon. Now, dame, quoth he, by God and by Saint John, ye are a noble preacher in this case. I was about to wed a wife, alas. What? Should I be 1804 it on my flesh so dear? Yet had I lever 1805 wed no wife this year. Abide, 1806 quoth she, my tale is not begun. Nay, thou shalt drinken of another tun. Ere that I go, shall savour worse than ale. And when that I have told thee forth my tale of tribulation in marriage, of which I am expert in all mine age, this is to say, myself hath been the whip. 1807. Then mayest thou choose whether thou wilt sip of thilk tun. 1808 that I now shall broach. Beware of it, ere thou too nigh approach. For I shall tell examples more than 10. Whoso will not beware by other men, by him shall other men corrected be. These same words writeth Ptolemy. Read in his Almagest, and take it there. Dame, I would pray you, if your will it were. Said this pardoner, as ye began. Tell forth your tale, and spare for no man. And teach us young men of your practique. Gladly, quoth she, since that it may you like. But that I pray to all this company. If that I speak after my fantasy. To take not a grief 1809 what I may say. For mine intent is only for to play. Now, sirs, then will I tell you forth my tale. As ever may I drink wine or ale. I shall say sooth. The husbands that I had. 3 of them were good, and 2 were bad. The 3 were good men, and rich, and old. Unneeds 1810 might they the statute hold 1811. In which that they were bounden unto me. Yet what well would I mean of this, pard I. 1812. As God me help, I laugh when that I think. How piteously at night I made them swink, 1813. But, by my fay. 1814 I told of it no store, 1815. They had me give en their land and their treasure. Me needed not do longer diligence. To win their love, or do them reverence. They loved me so well, by God above. That I told a no dainty 1816 of their love. A wise woman will busy her ever, in 1817. To get their love, where that she hath none. But, since I had them wholly in my hand. And that they had me given all their land. Why should I keep 1818 them for to please? But 1819 it were for my profit, or mine ease. I set them so a work, by my fay. That many a night they sange, well away. The bacon was not fetched for them, I trow. That some men have in Essex at Dunmow. 1820. I governed them so well after my law. That each of them full blissful was and faw 1821. To bringe me gay things from the fair. They were full glad when that I spake them fair. For, God it wot, I chid them spitiously. 1822. Now hearken how I bear me properly. Ye wise wives, that can understand. Thus should ye speak, and bear them wrong on hand. 1823. For half so boldly can there no man swearin and lean as a woman can. I say not this by wives that be wise. But if it be when they them misadvise. 1824. A wise wife, if that she can 1825 her good, shall bear them on hand the cow is wood. 1826. And take witness of her owen maid. Of their assent, but hearken how I said. Sir Old Canard, 1827 Is this thine array? Why is my neighbour's wife so gay? She is honoured over all where 1828 she go th. I sit at home, I have no thrifty cloth. 1829. What dost thou at my neighbour's house? Is she so fair? Art thou so amorous? What roanest 1830 thou with our maid? Bend thy sight. Sir Old Lecour, let thy japes 1831 be. And if I have a gossip, or a friend, without guilt, thou chidest as a fiend. If that I walk or play unto his house, thou comest home as drunken as a mouse. And preachest on thy bench, with evil preef. 1832. Thou say'st to me, it is a great mischief to wed a poor woman. For costage, 1833. And if that she be rich, of high parage. 1834. Then say'st thou, that it is a tormentry to suffer her pride and melancholy. And if that she be fair, thou very knave, thou say'st that every holler 1835 will her have. She may no while in chastity abide. That is assailed upon every side. Thou say'st some folk desire us for riches, some for our shape, and some for our fairness, and some, for she can either sing or dance, and some for gentilesse and dalliance, some for her hands and her arms smale. Thus goes all to the devil, by thy tale. Thou say'st, men may not keep a castle wall. That may be so assailed over all. 1836. And if that she be foul, thou say'st that she coveteth every man that she may see. For as a spaniel she will on him leap, till she may find some man her to cheap. 1837. And none so grey goose goes there in the lake. So say'st thou, that will be without a make. 1838. And say'st, it is a hard thing for to weld. 1839. A thing that no man will, his thanks. 1840 held. 1841. Thus say'st thou, laurel. 1842 when thou goest to bed. And that no wise man needeth for to wed, nor no man that intendeth unto heaven. With wild thunder dint. 1843 and fiery laven. 1844. Mote 1845 thy wicked neck be to broke. Thou say'st, that dropping houses, and eke smoke, and chiding wives, make men to flee out of their own house. Ah! Bendicite! What aileth such an old man for to chide? Thou say'st, we wives will our vices hide, till we be fast. 1846 and then we will them shew. Well may that be a proverb of a shrew. 1847. Thou say'st, that oxen, asses, horses, hounds, they be assayed at divers stowns. 1848. Basins and lavers, ere that men them buy, spoons, stools, and all such husbandry. And so be pots, and clothes, and array. 1849. But folk of wives make none assay, till they be wedded. Old dotard shrew. And then, say'st thou, we will our vices shew. Thou say'st also, that it displeaseth me. But if 1850 that thou wilt praise my beauty, and but 1851 thou pour alway upon my face, and call me fair dame in every place, and but 1852 thou make a feast on Thilk 1853 day, that I was born, and make me fresh and gay, and but thou do to my Norrice 1854 honor, and to my Chamberere 1855 within my bower, and to my father's folk, and mine allies. 1856. Thus sayest thou, old barrel full of lies. And yet also of our prentice Jenkin, for his crisp hair, shining as gold so fine, and for he squireth me both up and down. Yet hast thou caught a false suspicion. I will him not, though thou wert dead tomorrow. But tell me this, why hidest thou, with sorrow. 1857. The keys of thy chest away from me? It is my good 1858 as well as thine, pardie. What, think'st to make an idiot of our dame? Now, by that lord that called is Saint James. 1859. Thou shalt not both, although that thou wert would. 1860. Be master of my body, and my good. The one thou shalt forego. Mauger 1861 thine Ion. What helpeth it of me t inquire and spyon? I trow thou wouldest lock me in thy chest. Thou shouldest say, fair wife, go where thee lest. 1862. Take your disport. I will believe no tales. I know you for a true wife. Dame Alesh. 1863. We love no man, that taketh keep. 1864 or charge. Where that we go, we will be at our large. Of alle men most blessed may he be. The wise astrologer Dan. 1865 Ptolemy. That saith this proverb in his Almagest. Of alle men his wisdom is highest. That recketh not who hath the world in hand. By this proverb thou shalt well understand. Have thou enough, what thou 1866 thee reck or care? How merrily that other folks fare. For certes, old dotard, by your leave, ye shall have pleasure right enough at eve. He is too great a niggard that will warn. 1867. A man to light a candle at his lantern. He shall have nevertheless light, pardie. Have thou enough, thee thou 1868 not plain 1869 thee. Thou say'st also, if that we make us gay, with clothing and with precious array, that it is peril of our chastity. And yet, with sorrow, thou enforcest thee, and say'st these words in the Apostle's name. In habit made with chastity and shame 1870. Ye women shall apparel you, quoth he, and not in tressed hair and gay peri 1871. As pearls, nor with gold, nor clothes rich. After thy text nor after thy rubrich. I will not work as muchel as a gnat. Thou say'st also, I walk out like a cat. For whoso would singe the cat's skin, then will the cat well dwell in her inn. 1872. And if the cat's skin be sleek and gay, she will not dwell in house half a day. But forth she will, ere any day be dawed, to shew her skin, and go a caterwad. 1873. This is to say, if I be gay, sir shrew, I will run out, my borel 1874 for to shew. Sir old fool, what helpeth thee to spyen? Though thou pray Argus with his 100 eyen, to be my ward corpse 1875 as he can best. In faith he shall not keep me, but me lest, 1876. Yet could I make his beard, 1877 so may I the. 1878. Thou sayest eke, that there be things three, which things greatly trouble all this earth, and that no wight may endure the firth, 1879. O leaf 1880 sir shrew. May Jesus short 1881 thy life. Yet preachest thou, and say'st, a hateful wife. Why reckoned is for one of these mischances? Be there none other manner resemblances 1882. That ye may liken your parables unto. But if a silly wife be one of thou, 1883. Thou likenest a woman's love to hell, to barren land where water may not dwell. Thou likenest it also to wild fire. The more it burns, the more it hath desire to consume everything that burnt will be. Thou sayest, right as worms shend 1884 a tree, right so a wife destroyeth her husband. This know they well that be to wives bond. Lordings, right thus, as ye have understand. Bear I stiffly mine old husbands on hand 1885. That thus they sighed den in their drunkenness. And all was false, but that I took witness. On Jenkin, and upon my niece also. O Lord! The pain I did them, and the woe. Full guiltless, by God's sweet pine. 1886. For as a horse I could bite and whine. I could plain 1887 and 1888 I was in the guilt. Or else oftentime I had been spilt. 1889. Whoso first cometh to the nil, first grint. 1890. I plained first, so was our war why stint. 1891. They were full glad to excuse them full blive 1892. Of things that they never agwilt their live. 1893. Of wenches would I bear them on hand 1894. When that for sickness scarcely might they stand. Yet tickled I his heart for that he weened 1895 that I had of him so great churt 1896. I swore that all my walking out by night was for to sp wenches that he died 1897. Under that colour had I many a mirth. For all such wit is given us at birth. Deceit, weeping, and spinning, God doth give to women kindly 1898 while that they may live. And thus of one thing I may vaunt me. At th end I had the better in each degree. By sleight, or force, or by some manner thing. As by continual murmur or grudging. 1899. Namely 1900 abed, there had they mischance. There would I chide, and do them no pleasance. I would no longer in the bed abide. If that I felt his arm over my side, till he had made his ransom unto me, then would I suffer him do his nicety. 1901. And therefore every man this tale I tell. Win whoso may, for all is for to sell. With empty hand men may no hawks lure. For winning would I all his will endure. And make me a feigned appetite. And yet in Bacon 1902 had I never delight. That made me that I ever would them chide. For, though the Pope had sitten them beside, I would not spare them at their own board. For, by my troth, I quit 1903 them word for word. As help me very God omnipotent. Though I right now should make my testament, I owe them not a word, that is not quit. I brought it so about by my wit, that they must give it up, as for the best. Or else had we never been in rest. For, though he looked as a would 1904 lion, yet should he fail of his conclusion. Then would I say, now, good leaf, 1905 take keep 1906. How meekly looketh Wilkin our sheep. Come near, my spouse, and let me be a 1907 thy cheek. Ye should be all patient and meek, and have a sweet spiced 1908 conscience. Since ye so preach of Job's patience. Suffer alway, since ye so well can preach. And but 1909 ye do, certain we shall you teach, that it is fair to have a wife in peace. One of us two must bow 1910 doubtless. And since a man is more reasonable than woman is, ye must be suffrable. What aileth you to grudge 1911 thus and groan? Is it for ye would have my love alone? Why, take it all, lo, have it every deal 1912. Peter, 1913 shrew 1914 you but ye love it well. For if I would sell my belle chose, I could walk as fresh as is a rose. But I will keep it for your own tooth. Ye be to blame, by God, I say you sooth. Such manner wards had we on hand. Now will I speaken of my fourth husband. My fourth husband was a revellour. This is to say, he had a paramour. And I was young and full of raillery 1915. Stubborn and strong, and jolly as a pie. Then could I dance to a harp smale, and sing, why whis, 1916 as any nightingale. When I had drunk a draught of sweet wine. Metellius, the foule churl, the swine, that with a staff bereft his wife of life. For 1917 she drank wine, though I had been his wife. Never should he have daunted me from drink. And, after wine, of Venus most I think. For all so sure as cold engenders hail. A liquorish mouth must have a liquorish tail. In woman vinolent 1918 is no defense 1919. This no lec ours by experience. But, Lord Christ, when that it remembereth me, upon my youth, and on my jollity, it tickleth me about mine heart root. Unto this day it doth mine heart boot 1920. That I have had my world as in my time. But age, alas, that all will envenom 1921. Hath me bereft my beauty and my pith 1922. Let go. Farewell, the devil go therewith. The flower is gone, there is no more to tell. The bran, as I best may, now must I sell. But yet to be right merry will I fand. 1923. Now forth to tell you of my fourth husband. I say, I in my heart had great despite, that he of any other had delight. But he was quit, 1924 by God and by Saint Jos 1925. I made for him of the same wood a cross. Not of my body in no foul manner. But certainly I made folk such cheer, that in his own grease I made him fry. For anger, and for very jealousy. By God, in earth I was his purgatory. For which I hope his soul may be in glory. For, God at what, he sat full oft and sung, when that his shoe full bitterly him wrung. 1926. There was no wight, save God and he, that wist. In many wise how sore I did him twist. He died when I came from Jerusalem. and lies in grave under the rude beam 1927. Although his tomb is not so curious as was the sepulchre of Darius, which that Apelles wrought so subtly, it is but waste to bury them preciously. Let him fare well, God give his soul rest. He is now in his grave and in his chest. Now of my fifth husband will I tell. God let his soul never come into hell. And yet was he to me the most shrew. 1928. That feel I on my ribs all by rue 1929. And ever shall, until mine ending day. But in our bed he was so fresh and gay. And therewithal so well he could me glose 1930. When that he would have my belle chose. Though he had beaten me on every bone. Yet could he win again my love anon. I trow, I loved him better, for that he was of his love so dangerous 1931 to me. We women have, if that I shall not lie, in this matter a quaint fantasy. Whatever thing we may not lightly have, thereafter will we cry all day and crave. Forbid us thing, and that desire we press on us fast, and then will we flee. With danger 1932 utter we all our chaffer, 1933. Great press at market mocketh dear ware. And too great cheap is held at little price. This knoweth every woman that is wise. My fifth husband, God his soul bless, which that I took for love and no riches. He sometime was a clerk of Oxenford 1934. And had left school. And went at home to board. With my gossip, dwelling in our town. God have her soul, her name was Alisoun. She knew my heart, and all my privity. Bet than our parish priest, so may I the point 1935. To her betrayed I my counsel all. For had my husband pissed on a wall, or done a thing that should have cost his life, to her, and to another worthy wife, and to my niece, which that I loved well, I would have told his counsel every deal. 1936. And so I did full often, got it what? That made his face full often red and hot. For very shame, and blamed himself, for he had told to me so great a privity. 1937. And so befell that once in a Lent. So oftentimes I to my gossip went. For ever yet I loved to be gay. And for to walk in March, April, and May. From house to house. To hear sundry tales. That Jenkin clerk, and my gossip, Dame Alesh. And I myself, into the fields went. Mine husband was at London all that Lent. I had the better leisure for to play. And for to see, and eke for to be say 1938. Of lusty folk. What wist I where my grace 1939? Was Chopin 1940 for to be, or in what place? Therefore made I my visitations. To vigilies 1941 and to processions. To preachings eke, and to these pilgrimages. To plays of miracles, and marriages. And weared upon me gay scarlet jeets. 1942. These worms, nor these moths, nor these mites. On my apparel fret 1943 them never a deal 1944. And know'st thou why? For they were used 1945 well. Now will I tell forth what happened me. I say, that in the fields walked we. Till truly we had such dalliance. This clerk and I, that of my purveyance 1946. I spake to him. And told him how that he, if I were widow, should weddy me. For certainly, I say for no bobbins, 1947. Yet was I never without purveyance 1948. Of marriage, nor of other things eke. I hold a mouse's wit not worth a leak. That hath but one hole for to start to 1949. And if that fail, then is all why do. 1950. I bear him on hand 1951 he had enchanted me. My dame taught me that subtlety. And eke I said, I met a 1952 of him all night. He would have slain me, as I lay upright. And all my bed was full of very blood. But yet I hoped that he should do me good. For blood betokened gold, as me was taught. And all was false, I dreamed of him right not. But as I followed I my dame's lore. As well of that as of other things more. But now, sir, let me see, what shall I sayn? Aha! By God, I have my tale again. When that my fourth husband was on bier, I wept Aldgate 1953 and made a sorry cheer 1954. As wives must, for it is the usage. And with my kerchief covered my visage. But, for I was provided with a make 1955. I wept but little, that I undertake. 1956. To church was mine husband borne a morrow. With neighbors that for him made sorrow. And Jenkin, our clerk, was one of tho 1957. As help me God. When that I saw him go. After the bier, methought he had a pair of legs and of feet so clean and fair, that all my heart I gave unto his hold. 1958. He was, I trow, a 20 winter old. And I was 40, if I shall say sooth. But yet I had always a colt's tooth. Gat, toothed 1959 I was, and that became me well. I had the print of Saint Venus' seal. As help me God, I was a lusty one. And fair, and rich, and young, and well begone, 1960. For certes I am all Venerian. In feeling, and my heart is Martian. 1961. Venus me gave my lust and licorishness. And Mars gave me my sturdy hardiness. Mine ascendant was Tor 1962 and Mars therein. Alas, alas, that ever love was sin. I followed mine inclination. By virtue of my constellation. That made me that I could not withdraw my chamber of Venus from a good fellow. Yet have I Marte's mark upon my face. And also in another privy place. For God so wisely 1963 be my salvation. I loved never by discretion. But ever followed mine own appetite. All 1964 were he short, or long, or black, or white. I took no keep. 1965 so that he liked me. How poor he was, neither of what degree. What should I say? But that at the month's end. This jolly clerk Jenkin, that was so hend 1966. Had wedded me with great solemnity. And to him gave I all the land and fee. That ever was me given there before. But afterward repented me full sore. He would suffer nothing of my list. 1967. By God, he smote me once with his fist. For that I rent out of his book a leaf. That of the stroke mine ear waxed all deaf. Stubborn I was, as is a lioness. And of my tongue a very janglerous. 1968. And walk I would, as I had done beforn, from house to house. Although he had it sworn, 1969. For which he oftentimes would preach. And me of old Roman jests 1970 teach. How that Sulpicius Gallus left his wife. And her forsook for term of all his. For naught but open, headed 1971 he her say 1972. Looking out at his door upon a day. Another Roman 1973 told he me by name. That, for his wife was at a summer game. Without his knowing, he forsook her eke. And then would he upon his Bible seek. That ilk 1974 proverb of Ecclesiast. Where he commandeth, and forbiddeth fast. Man shall not suffer his wife go roll about. Then would he say right thus without doubt. Whoso that buildeth his house all of sallows 1975. And pricketh his blind horse over the fallows. And suffereth his wife to go seek hallows 1976. Is worthy to be hanged on the gallows. But all for naught, I set not a haw 1977. Of his proverbs, nor of his old saw. Nor would I not of him corrected be. I hate them that my vices tell me. And so do more of us, God wot, than I. This made him would 1978 with me all utterly. I would not forbear 1979 him in no case. Now will I say you sooth, by Saint Thomas. Why that I rent out of his book a leaf. For which he smote me, so that I was deaf. He had a book, that gladly night and day. For his disport he would it read alway. He called it Valerie 1980 and Theophrast. And with that book he laughed alway full fast. And eke there was a clerk sometime at Rome. A cardinal, that hight Saint Jerome. That made a book against Jovinian. Which book was there? And eke Tertullian, Chrysippus, Trotula, and Heloise. That was an abbess not far from Paris. And eke the Parables 1981 of Solomon. Ovide's Art, 1982 and Bourd's 1983 many one. And alla these were bound in one volume. And every night and day was his custom, when he had leisure and vacation, from other worldly occupation, to redden in this book of wicked wives. He knew of them more legends and more lives than be of good wives in the Bible. For, trust me well, it is an impossible that any clerk will speak good of wives. But if 1984 it be of holy saints' lives, nor of none other woman never the mo. Who painted the lion, tell it me, who? By God, if women had written stories, as clerks have within their oratories, they would have rid of men more wickedness than all the mark of Adam 1985 may redress. The children of Mercury and of Venus 1986 be in their working full contrarious. Mercury loveth wisdom and science, and Venus loveth riot and dispense. 1987. And for their diverse disposition, each falls in other's exaltation. 1988. As thus, God wot, Mercury is desolate in Pisces, where Venus is exaltate, and Venus falls where Mercury is raised. Therefore no woman by no clerk is praised. The clerk, when he is old, and may not do of Venus works not worth his old shoe, then sits he down, and writes in his dotage, that women cannot keep their marriage. But now to purpose, why I told thee that I was beaten for a book, pardie. Upon a night Jenkin, that was our sire 1989. Read on his book, as he sat by the fire. Of Eva first, that for her wickedness was all mankind brought into wretchedness, for which that Jesus Christ himself was slain, that bought us with his heart blood again. Lo, here express of women may ye find, that woman was the loss of all mankind. Then read he me how Samson lost his hairs. Sleeping, his leman cut them with her shears, through which treason lost he both his eyen. Then read he me, if that I shall not lean, of Hercules, and of his degeneer, that caused him to set himself on fire. Nothing forgot he of the care and woe that Socrates had with his wives too. How Xantip cast piss upon his head. This silly man sat still, as he were dead. He whipped his head, and no more durst he sayn. But, ere the thunder stint 1990 there cometh rain. Of Philosophy, that was queen of Crete. For shrewdness 1991 he thought the tale sweet. Fy, speak no more, it is a grisly thing. Of her horrible lust and her liking. Of Clytemnestra, for her lechery, that falsely made her husband for to die. He read it with full good devotion. He told me eke, for what occasion Amphiarax at Thebes lost his life. My husband had a legend of his wife, Eriphyle, that for an ouch 1992 of gold had privily unto the Greeks told, where that her husband hid him in a place, for which he had at Thebes sorry grace. Of Luna told he me, and of Lucy. They both made their husbands for to die. That one for love, that other was for hate. Luna her husband on an evening late empoisoned had, for that she was his foe. Lucia licorice loved her husband so, that, for he should always upon her think, she gave him such a manner 1993 love drink, that he was dead before it were the morrow. And thus Algates 1994 husbands had sorrow. Then told he me how one Latumius complained to his fellow Arius, that in his garden growed such a tree, on which he said how that his wives three hanged themselves for heart dispiteous. Oh, leave 1995 brother, quoth this Arius. Give me a plant of Thilk 1996 blessed tree, and in my garden planted shall it be. Of later date of wives hath he read, that some have slain their husbands in their bed, and let their lechour dite them all the night, while that the corpse lay on the floor upright. And some have driven nails into their brain, while that they slept, and thus they have them slain. Some have them given poison in their drink. He spake more harm than heart may bethink, and therewithal he knew of more proverbs, than in this world there groweth grass or herbs. Better, quoth he, thine habitation be with a lion, or a foul dragon, than with a woman using for to chide. Better, quoth he, high in the roof abide, than with an angry woman in the house. They be so wicked and contrarious. They hate that their husbands love an eye. He said, a woman cast her shame away, when she cast off her smock, and farthermo, a fair woman, but 1997 she be chaste also, is like a gold ring in a so's nose. Who could ween 1998 or who could suppose the woe that in mine heart was, and the pine? 1999. And when I saw that he would never find 2000 to redden on this cursed book all night, all suddenly 3 leaves have I plight 2001 out of his book, right as he read. And eke, I with my fist so took him on the cheek, that in our fire he backward fell adown. And he upstart, as doth a wood lion, and with his fist he smote me on the head, that on the floor I lay as I were dead. And when he saw how still that there I lay, he was aghast, and would have fled away, till at the last out of my swoon I brayed 2002. Oh, hast thou slain me, thou false thief? I said. And for my land thus hast thou murdered me? Ere I be dead, yet will I kiss thee. And near he came, and kneeled fair adown, and said, Dear sister Alisoun, as help me God, I shall thee never smite. That I have done it is thyself to white 2003. Forgive it me. And that I thee beseek. 2004. And yet eftsoons 2005 I hit him on the cheek, and said, Thief, thus much am I a reek. 2006. Now will I die, I may no longer speak. But at the last, with mush care and woe, we fell accorded 2007 by ourselves too. He gave me all the bridle in mine hand, to have the governance of house and land, and of his tongue, and of his hand also. I made him burn his book anon right though. 2008. And when that I had gotten unto me, by mastery all the sovereignty, and that he said, Mine own true wife, do as thee list. 2009 The term of all thy life, keep thine honor, and eke keep mine estate. After that day we never had debate. God help me so, I was to him as kind as any wife from Denmark unto Ind. And also true, and so was he to me. I pray to God that sits in majesty, so bless his soul, for his mercy dear. Now will I say my tale, if ye will hear. The friar laughed when he had heard all this. Now, dame, quoth he, so have I joy and bliss. This is a long preamble of a tale. And when the Sompnour heard the Friar gale 2010. Lo, quoth this Sompnour, Goddess arms too. A Friar will intermeet 2011 him Ivermo. Lo, good men. A fly and eke a frere. Will fall in every dish and eke matter. What speak'st thou of perambulation, 2012? What? Amble or trot, or peace, or go sit down. Thou lettest 2013 our disport in this matter. Yea, wilt thou so, Sir Sompnour? Quoth the Frere. Now by my faith I shall, ere that I go, tell of a Sompnour such a tale or two, that all the folk shall laughen in this place. Now do, else, Friar, I beshrew 2014 thy face. Quoth this Sompnour. And I beshrew me. But if 2015 I tell tales 2 or 3 of friars, ere I come to Sittingbourne, that I shall make thine heart for to mourn. For well I wot thy patience is gone. Our host cried, peace, and that anon. And said, let the woman tell her tale. Ye fair 2016 as folk that drunken be of ale. Do, dame, tell forth your tale, and that is best. All ready, sir, quoth she, write as you lest 2017. If I have license of this worthy frere. Yes, dame, quoth he, tell forth, and I will hear. The tale 2018. In old days of the King Artour, of which that Britons speak great honour. All was this land full filled of fairy. 2019. The elf queen, with her jolly company, danced full oft in many a green mead. This was the old opinion, as I read. I speak of many 100 years ago. But now can no man see none elves amo. For now the great charity and prayers of Limit Hours 2020 and other holy frares, that search every land and every stream, as thick as motes in the sunbeam, blessing halls, chambers, kitchens, and bowers, cities and burgs, castles high and towers. Thorpes 2021 and barns, sheepens 2022 and dairies. This makes that there be now no fairies. For there as 2023 wont to walk was an elf. There walketh now the Limitar himself. In Undermeals 2024 and in Moronings. And saith his matins and his holy things, as he goes in his limitation. 2025. Women may now go safely up and down. In every bush, and under every tree. There is none other incubus 2026 but he. And he will do to them no dishonour. And so befell it, that this King Artour had in his house a lusty bachelor, that on a day came riding from river 2027. And happened, that, alone as she was born, he saw a maiden walking him beforn. Of which maiden anon, maugre 2028 her head. By very force he reft her maidenhead. For which oppression was such clamour, and such pursuit unto the King Artour, that damned 2029 was this night for to be dead. By course of law, and should have lost his head. Peradventure such 2030 was the statute though, 2031. But that the Queen and other ladies mo. So long they prayed the King of his grace, till he his life him granted in the place, and gave him to the Queen, all at her will, to choose whether she would him save or spill. 2032. The Queen thanked the King with all her might. And, after this, thus spake she to the knight, when that she saw her time upon a day. Thou standest yet, quoth she, in such array 2033. That of thy life yet hast thou no surety. I grant thee life, if thou canst tell to me. What thing is it that women most desiren? Beware, and keep thy neck bone from the iron. 2034. And if thou canst not tell it me anon, yet will I give thee leave for to gone a 12-month and a day, to seek and lear 2035. An answer sufficient 2036 in this matter. And surety will I have, ere that thou pace. 2037. Thy body for to yielden in this place. Woe was the night, and sorrowfully seekade. 2038. But what? He might not do all as him liked. And at the last he chose him for to wend. 2039. And come again, right at the year's end. With such answer as God would him purvey. 2040. And took his leave, and wended forth his way. He sought in every house and every place, whereas he hoped for to find grace, to learn what thing women love the most. But he could not arrive in any coast, whereas he might find in this matter two creatures according in fear. 2041. Some said that women loved best riches. Some said honor, and some said jolliness. Some rich array, and some said lust. 2042. A bed, and oft time to be widow and be wed. Some said, that we are in our heart most eased, when that we are why flattered and why praised. He went full nigh the sooth. 2043. I will not lie. A man shall win us best with flattery, and with attendance, and with business. Be we why limed. 2044. Bode more and less. And some men said that we do love the best, for to be free, and do right as us lest. 2045. And that no man reprove us of our vice, but say that we are wise, and nothing nice. 2046. For truly there is none among us all, if any wight will claw us on the gall. 2047. That will not kick, for that he saith us sooth. Essay. 2048. And he shall find it, that so do th. For be we never so vicious within, we will be held both wise and clean of sin. And some men said, that great delight have we, for to be held stable and eke seeker. 2049. And in one purpose steadfastly to dwell, and not bewray a thing that men us tell. But that tale is not worth a rake steely. 2050. Pardie, we women can nothing hele. 2051. Witness on Midas, will ye hear the tale? Ovid, amongst other things smale. 2052. Seth, Midas had, under his long hairs, growing upon his head 2 asses' ears. The which vice he hid, as best he might, full subtly from every man's sight, that, save his wife, there knew of it no mo. He loved her most, and trusted her also. He prayed her, that to no creature she would tell len of his disfigure. 2053. She swore him, nay, for all the world to win, she would not do that villainy or sin, to make her husband have so foul a name. She would not tell it for her own shame, but natheless her thought that she died, that she so long should a counsel hide. Her thought it swelled so sore about her heart, that needs must some word from her start. And, since she durst not tell it unto man, down to a marish fast thereby she ran, till she came there, her heart was all afire, and, as a bittern bumbles. 2054. In the mire, she laid her mouth unto the water down. Bewray me not, thou water, with thy sown. 2055. Quoth she, to thee I tell it, and no mo. Mine husband hath long asses' ears too. Now is mine heart all whole, now is it out. I might no longer keep it, out of doubt. Here may ye see, though we a time abide, yet out it must, we can no counsel hide. The remnant of the tale, if ye will hear, read in Ovid, and there ye may it lear. 2056. This knight, of whom my tale is specially, when that he saw he might not come thereby, that is to say, what women love the most, within his breast full sorrowful was his ghost. 2057. But home he went, for he might not sojourn. The day was come, that homeward he must turn. And in his way it happened him to ride, in all his care. 2058. Under a forest side, whereas he saw upon a dance go, of ladies 24, and yet mo. Toward this ilk 2059 dance he drew full yearn 2060. The hope that he some wisdom there should learn. But certainly, ere he came fully there, why vanished was this dance, he knew not where. No creature saw he that bare life, save on the green he sitting saw a wife. A fouler wight there may no man devise. 2061. Against 2062 this night this old wife gone to rise, and said, Sir Knight, hereforth 2063 leeth no way. Tell me what ye are seeking, by your fay. 2064. Peradventure it may the better be. These old folk no mush thing, quoth she. My leave 2065 mother, quoth this knight, certain. I am but dead, but if 2066 that I can sayn. What thing it is that women most desire? Could ye me wis? 2067 I would well quite your hire. 2068. Plight me thy troth here in mine hand, quoth she. The next thing that I require of thee, thou shalt it do, if it be in thy might. And I will tell it thee ere it be night. Have here my troth, quoth the knight, I grant. Then, quoth she, I dare me well avaunt. 2069. Thy life is safe, for I will stand thereby. Upon my life the queen will say as I. Let's see, which is the proudest of them all. That wears either a kerchief or a caul. That dare say nay to that I shall you teach. Let us go forth without longer speech. Then roamed she a pistol 2070 in his ear, and bade him to be glad, and have no fear. When they were come unto the court, this knight said, he had held his day, as he had hight 2071. And ready was his answer, as he said. Full many a noble wife, and many a maid, and many a widow, for that they be wise. The queen herself sitting as a justice. Assembled be, his answer for to hear. And afterward this knight was bid appear. To every wight commanded was silence. And that the knight should tell in audience what thing that worldly women love the best. This night he stood not still, as doth a beast, but to this question anon answered, with manly voice, that all the court it heard. My liege lady, generally, quoth he, women desire to have the sovereignty, as well over their husband as their love, and for to be in mastery him above. This is your most desire, though ye me kill. Do as you list, I am here at your will. In all the court there was no wife nor maid, nor widow, that contraried what he said, but said, he worthy was to have his life. And with that word upstart that old wife, which that the knight saw sitting on the green. Mercy, quoth she, my sovereign lady queen. Ere that your court depart, do me right. I taught this answer unto this knight, for which he plighted me his troth there. The first thing I would of him require, he would it do, if it lay in his might. Before this court then pray I thee, Sir Knight, quoth she, that thou me take unto thy wife. For well thou know'st that I have kept 2072 thy life. If I say false, say nay, upon thy fay, 2073. This knight answered, alas, and well away. I know right well that such was my behest. 2074. For Goddess love choose a new request. Take all my good, and let my body go. Nay, then, quoth she, I shrew 2075 us both too. For though that I be old, and foul, and poor, I annulled 2076 for all the metal nor the ore that under earth is grave. 2077 or lies above. But if thy wife I were and eke thy love. My love, quoth he, nay, my damnation. Alas! That any of my nation should ever so foul disparaged be. But all for naught. The end is this, that he constrained was, that needs he must her wed, and take this old wife, and go to bed. Now would some men say peradventure 2078. That for my negligence I do no cure 2079. To tell you all the joy and all beret. That at the feast was made that ilk 2080 day. To which thing shortly answerin I shall. I say there was no joy nor feast at all. There was but heaviness and mush sorrow. For privily he wed her on the morrow. And all day after hid him as an owl. So woe was him, his wife looked so foul. Great was the woe the knight had in his thought. When he was with his wife to bed why brought. He wallowed, and he turned to and fro. This old wife lay smiling evermo. And said, Dear husband, benedicite. Fares every knight thus with his wife as ye? Is this the law of King Arthur's house? Is every knight of his thus dangerous? 2081. I am your own love, and eke your wife. I am she, which that saved hath your life. And certes yet did I you ne'er unright. Why fare ye thus with me this first night? Ye fare like a man had lost his wit. What is my guilt? For God's love tell me it. And it shall be amended, if I may. Amended, quoth this knight. Alas, nay, nay. It will not be amended, never mo. Thou art so loathly, and so old also. And thereto 2082 comest of so low a kind. That little wonder though I wallow and wind. 2083. So wooed God, mine heart wooed breast, 2084. Is this, quoth she, the cause of your unrest? Yea, certainly, quoth he, no wonder is. Now, sir, quoth she, I could amend all this. If that me list, ere it were days 3. So well ye might bear you unto me. 2085. But, for ye speaken of such gentleness, as is descended out of old riches, that therefore shall ye be gentlemen. Such arrogancy is not worth a hen. 2086. Look who that is most virtuous alway. Prive and Apert 2087 and most intendeth I. To do the gentle deeds that he can. And take him for the greatest gentleman. Christ will 2088 we claim of him our gentleness. Not of our elders 2089 for their old riches. For though they gave us all their heritage, for which we claim to be of high parage 2090. Yet may they not bequeath, for no thing, to none of us, their virtuous living. That made them gentlemen called to be. And bade us follow them in such degree. Well can the wise poet of Florence, that hight Dante, speak of this sentence, 2091. Lo, in such manner 2092 rhyme is Dante's tale. Full seld upriseth by his branches smale. Prowess of man, for God of his goodness, wills that we claim of him our gentleness. 2093. For of our elders may we nothing claim, but temporal things that man may hurt and maim. Eke every wight knows this as well as I. If gentleness were planted naturally unto a certain lineage down the line, Prive and Apert, then would they never find 2094. To do of gentleness the fair office. Then might they do no villainy nor vice. Take fire, and bear it to the darkest house, betwixt this and the Mount of Caucasus. And let men shut the doors, and go then. 2095. Yet will the fire as fair and light brenn 2096. As 20,000 men might it behold. Its office natural I will it hold, 2097. On peril of my life, till that it die. Here may ye see well how that gentary 2098 is not annexed to possession, since folk do not their operation. Alway, as doth the fire, lo, in its kind. 2099. For, God at what, men may full often find a lordess son do shame and villainy. And he that will have price 2100 of his gentry. For 2101 he was born of a gentle house, and had his elders noble and virtuous, and will himself do no gentle deeds. Nor follow his gentle ancestry, that dead is. He is not gentle, be he duke or earl. For villain sinful deeds make a churl. For gentleness is but the renommee 2102. Of thine ancestors, for their high bounty 2103. Which is a strange thing to thy person. Thy gentleness cometh from God alone. Then comes our very 2104 gentleness of grace. It was no thing bequeath us with our place. Think how noble, as saith Valerius, was Thilke 2105 Tullius Hostilius, that out of povert rose to high noblesse. Read in Senec, and read eke in Bese. There shall ye see express, that it no dreed 2106 is. That he is gentle that doth gentle deeds. And therefore, leave 2107 husband, I conclude. Albeit that mine ancestors were rude. Yet may the high God, and so hope I, grant me his grace to live virtuously. Then am I gentle when that I begin to live virtuously, and waive 2108 sin. And whereas ye of povert me reprieve 2109. The high God, on whom that we believe, in wilful povert chose to lead his life. And certes, every man, maiden, or wife, may understand that Jesus, heaven's King, would not choose a virtuous living. Glad povert 2110 is an honest thing, certain. This will Senec and other clerks 2111 sayin. Whoso that holds him paid of 2112 is povert. I hold him rich, though he hath not a shirt. He that coveteth is a poor wight. For he would have what is not in his might. But he that not hath, nor coveteth to have, is rich, although ye hold him but a knave. 2113. Very povert is sin, properly. 2114. Juvenal saith of povert merrily. The poor man, when he goes by the way, before the thieves he may sing and play. 2115. Povert is hateful good, 2116 and, as I guess, a full great bringer out of business, 2117. A great amender eke of sapience. To him that taketh it in patience. Povert is this, although it seem a lenge 2118. Possession that no wight will challenge. Povert full often, when a man is low, makes him his God and eke himself to know. Povert a spectacle is 2119 as think'th me. Through which he may his very 2120 friends see. And, therefore, sir, since that I you not grieve, of my povert no more me reprieve. Now, sir, of L 2121 ye reprieve me. And certes, sir, though none authority 2122 were in no book, ye gentles of honor, say, that men should an old wight honor, and call him father, for your gentleness. And authors shall I fin den, as I guess. Now there ye say that I am foul and old. Then dread ye not to be a cokewold. 2123. For filth, and eld, also may I the 2124. Be great wardens upon chastity. But nathless, since I know your delight, I shall fulfill your wordly appetite. Choose now, quoth she, one of these things tway. To have me foul and old till that I day 2125. And be to you a true humble wife. And never you displease in all my life. Or else will ye have me young and fair. And take your aventure of the repair 2126. That shall be to your house because of me. Or in some other place, it may well be. Now choose yourself whether that you liketh. This night adviseth 2127 him, and sore he psycheth 2128. But at the last he said in this manner: My lady and my love, and wife so dear, I put me in your wise governance. Choose for yourself which may be most pleasance, and most honor to you and me also. I do no force 2129 the weather of the two. For as you liketh, it sufficeth me. Then have I got the mastery, quoth she. Since I may choose and govern as me lest. 2130. Yea, certes wife, quoth he, I hold it best. Kiss me, quoth she, we are no longer wroth. 2131. For by my troth I will be to you both. This is to say, yea, both fair and good. I pray to God that I may sterve wood. 2132. But 2133 I to you be all so good and true. As ever was wife since the world was new. And but 2134 I be tomorrow as fair to seen. As any lady, empress, or queen. That is betwixt the east and eke the west. Do with my life and death right as you lest. 2135. Cast up the curtain, and look how it is. And when the knight saw verily all this, that she so fair was, and so young thereto, for joy he hent 2136 her in his arms too. His heart bathed in a bath of bliss. 1,000 times on row 2137 he gone her kiss. And she obeyed him in every thing that might do him pleasance or liking. And thus they live unto their lives' end, in perfect joy, and Jesus Christ us send. Husbands meek and young, and fresh in bed, and grace to overlive them that we wed. And eke I pray Jesus to short their lives, that will not be governed by their wives. And old and angry niggards of dispense. 2138. God send them soon a very pestilence. The Friar's Tale. The Prologue. 2139. This worthy limitar, this noble frere, he made always a manner lowering cheer. 2140. Upon the Sompnour. But for honesty. 2141. No villain word as yet to him spake he. But at the last he said unto the wife, Dame, quoth he, God give you right good life. Ye have here touched. All so may I. The 2142. In school matter a great difficulty. Ye have said mush thing right well, I say. But, dame, here as we ride by the way, us needeth not but for to speak of game, and leave authorities, in God's name, to preaching, and to school eke of clergy. But if it like unto this company, I will you of a Sompnour tell a game. Pardie, ye may well know by the name, that of a Sompnour may no good be said. I pray that none of you be evil paid. 2143. A Sompnour is a runner up and down, with mondaments. 2144 for fornication, and is wide beat at every town's end. Then spake our host, Ah, sir, ye should be hen. 2145. And courteous, as a man of your estate. In company we will have no debate. Tell us your tale, and let the Sompnour be. Nay, quoth the Sompnour, let him say by me whatso him list, when it comes to my lot. By God, I shall him contend. 2146 every groat. I shall him tell what a great honor it is to be a flattering limitar. And his office I shall him tell why wis. 2147. Our host answered, Peace, no more of this. And afterward he said unto the frere, Tell forth your tale, mine own master dear. The tale. Whilom 2148 there was dwelling in my country an archdeacon, a man of high degree, that boldly did execution in punishing of fornication, of witchcraft, and eke of bawdry, of defamation and adultery, of church reeves. 2149 and of testaments, of contracts, and of lack of sacraments, and eke of many another manner. 2150 crime, which needeth not rehearsen at this time, of usury, and simony also. But, certes, lec ours did he greatest woe. They shewed singen, if that they were hent. 2151. And small tithers. 2152 were foul wyshent. 2153. If any person would on them complain, there might astert them no pecunial pain. 2154. For small tithes, and small offering, he made the people piteously to sing. For ere the bishop caught them with his crook, they weren in the archdeacon's book. Then had he, through his jurisdiction, power to do on them correction. He had a Sompnour ready to his hand. A sleer boy was none in Engleland. For subtly he had his espial 2155. That taught him well where it might aught avail. He could spare of leckhours 1 or 2, to teach him to 24 mo. For, though this Sompnour would 2156 be as a hare, to tell his harlotry I will not spare. For we be out of their correction. They have of us no jurisdiction. Never shall have. Term of all their lives. Peter, so be the women of the stives, 2157. Quoth this Sompnour, why put out of our cure? 2158. Peace, with mischance and with misaventure. Our host said, and let him tell his tale. Now tell forth, and let the Sompnour gale 2159. Nor spare not, mine own master dear. This false thief, the Sompnour, quoth the Friar, had always bawds ready to his hand, as any hawk to lure in Engleland. That told him all the secrets that they knew, for their acquaintance was not come of new. They were his approvers 2160 privily. He took himself at great profit thereby. His master knew not always what he won. 2161. Without mondament, allude 2162 man. He could summon, on pain of Christ's curse. And they were inly glad to fill his purse, and make him greet feasts at the nail. 2163. And right as Judas had purses smale 2164. And was a thief, right such a thief was he. His master had but half his duety. 2165. He was, if I shall give him his laud, a thief, and eke a Sompnour, and a bawd. And he had wenches at his retinue, that whether that Sir Robert or Sir Hugh, or Jack, or Ralph, or whoso that it were, that lay by them, they told it in his ear. Thus were the wench and he of one assent. And he would fetch a feigned mondament, and to the chapter summon them both too, and pill 2166 the man, and let the wench go. Then would he say, friend, I shall for thy sake do strike thee 2167 out of our letters Blake, 2168. Thee thar 2169 no more as in this case travail. I am thy friend where I may thee avail. Certain he knew of bribers many a mo. Then possible is to tell in years too. For in this world is no dog for the bow 2170. That can a hurt deer from a hole know. Bet 2171 than this Sompnour knew a sly leckhour, or an adult rare, or a paramour. And, for that was the fruit of all his rent. Therefore on it he set all his intent. And so befell, that once upon a day, this Sompnour, waiting ever on his prey, rode forth to summon a widow, an old ribib 2172. Feigning a cause, for he would have a bribe. And happened that he saw before him ride a gay yeoman under a forest side. A bow he bare, and arrows bright and keen. He had upon a courtepy 2173 of green, a hat upon his head with fringes blake. Sir, quoth this Sompnour, hail, and well o'ertake. Welcome, quoth he, and every good fellow. Whither ridest thou under this green shaw, 2174? Said this yeoman. Wilt thou far today? This Sompnour answered him, and said, Nay. Here fast by, quoth he, is mine intent. To ride, for to ricen up a rent that longeth to my lord's duety. Ah! Art thou then a bailiff? Yea, quoth he. He durst not for very filth and shame say that he was a Sompnour, for the name. Depardieu, 2175 quoth this yeoman, leave 2176 brother. Thou art a bailiff, and I am another. I am unknown, as in this country. Of thine acquaintance I will pray thee. And eke of brotherhood, if that thee list. 2177. I have gold and silver lying in my chest. If that thee hap to come into our shire, all shall be thine, right as thou wilt desire. Grand mercy. 2178. Quoth this Sompnour, by my faith. Each in the other's hand his troth lay th. For to be sworn brethren till they day. 2179. In dalliance they ride forth and play. This Sompnour, which that was as full of jangles. 2180. As full of venom be those wary angles. 2181. And ever inquiring upon every thing. Brother, quoth he, where is now your dwelling? Another day if that I should you seech. 2182. This yeoman him answered in soft speech. Brother, quoth he, far in the north country. 2183. Whereas I hope sometime I shall thee see. Ere we depart I shall thee so well wis. 2184. That of mine house shalt thou never miss. Now, brother, quoth this Sompnour, I you pray. Teach me, while that we ride by the way. Since that ye be a bailiff as am I. Some subtlety. And tell me faithfully. For mine office how that I most may win. And spare not. 2185 for conscience or for sin. But, as my brother, tell me how do ye? Now by my troth, brother mine, said he. As I shall tell to thee a faithful tale. My wages be full straight and eke full smale. My lord is hard to me and dangerous. 2186. And mine office is full laborious. And therefore by extortion I live. Forsooth I take all that men will me give. Allgate. 2187 by sleight, or by violence. From year to year I win all my dispense. I can no better tell thee faithfully. Now certes, quoth this Sompnour, so fair. 2188 I spare not to take, God it wot. But if 2189 it be too heavy or too hot. What I may get in counsel privily. No manner conscience of that have I. Ere 2190 mine extortion, I might not live. For of such japes 2191 will I not be shrive. 2192. Stomach nor conscience know I none. I shrew. 2193 these shrift fathers. 2194 every one. Well be we met, by God and by Saint James. But, leave brother, tell me then thy name. Quoth this Sompnour. Right in this meanwhile. This yeoman gone a little for to smile. Brother, quoth he, wilt thou that I thee tell? I am a fiend, my dwelling is in hell. And here I ride about my purchasing. To know where men will give me anything. My purchase is th effect of all my rent. 2195. Look how thou ridest for the same intent. To win good, thou reckest never how. Right so fare I, for ride will I now. Into the world's endy for a prey. Ah, quoth this Sompnour, benedicite. What say why? I ween 2196 ye were a yeoman truly. Ye have a man's shape as well as I. Have ye then a figure determinate? In Hella, where ye be in your estate? 2197. Nay, certainly, quoth he, there have we none. But when us liketh we can take us one. Or else make you seem 2198 that we be shape. Sometime like a man, or like an ape. Or like an angel can I ride or go. It is no wondrous thing though it be so. A lousy juggler can deceive thee. And pardie, yet can 2199 I more craft 2200 than he. Why, quoth the Sompnour, ride ye then or gone? In sundry shapes and not always in one? For we, quoth he, will us in such form make. As most is able our prey for to take. What mocketh you to have all this labor? Full many a cause, leave Sir Sompnour. said this fiend. But all thing hath a time. The day is short and it is past prime. And yet have I won nothing in this day. I will intend 2201 to winning, if I may. And not intend our things to declare. For, brother mine, thy wit is all too bare to understand, although I told them thee. But for 2202 thou askest why labour we. For sometimes we be God's instruments, and means to do his commandments. When that him list, upon his creatures, in diverse acts and in divers figures. Without him we have no might, certain. If that him list to stand there again. 2203. And sometimes, at our prayer, have we leave. Only the body, not the soul, to grieve. Witness on Job, whom that we did full woe. And sometimes have we might on both the two. This is to say, on soul and body eke. And sometimes be we suffered for to seek upon a man, and do his soul unrest. And not his body. And all is for the best. When he withstandeth our temptation, it is a cause of his salvation. Albeit that it was not our intent. He should be safe, but that we would him hent. 2204. And sometimes be we servants unto man. As to the Archbishop St. Dunstan. And to th Apostle's servant eke was I. Yet tell me, quoth this Sompnour, faithfully. Make ye you new bodies thus alway? Of th elements? The fiend answered, Nay. Sometimes we feign, and sometimes we arise. With dead bodies, in full sundry wise. And speak as reasonably, and fair, and well. As to the Pythoness 2205 did Samuel. And yet will some men say it was not he. I do no force of 2206 your divinity. But one thing warn I thee, I will not jape 2207. Thou wilt algates 2208 wheat 2209 how we be shape. Thou shalt hear afterward, my brother dear. Come, where thee needeth not of me to leer. 2210. For thou shalt by thine own experience. Con in a chair to read of this sentence 2211. Better than Virgil, while he was alive. Or Dante also. 2212 Now let us ride blithe 2213. For I will hold company with thee. Till it be so that thou forsake me. Nay, quoth this Sompnour, that shall ne'er betide. I am a yeoman, that is known full wide. My troth will I hold, as in this case. For though thou wert the devil Satanas, my troth will I hold to thee, my brother. As I have sworn, and each of us to other. For to be true brethren in this case. And both we go abu ten our purchase. 2214. Take thou thy part, what that men will thee give. And I shall mine, thus may we both live. And if that any of us have more than other, let him be true, and part it with his brother. I grante, quoth the devil, by my fay. And with that word they rode forth their way. And right at th entering of the town's end. To which this Sompnour shope 2215 him for to wend 2216. They saw a cart. That charged was with hay. Which that a carter drove forth on his way. Deep was the way, for which the cart stood. The carter smote, and cried as he were wood 2217. Height Scott. Height Brock. What, spare ye for the stones? The fiend, quoth he, you fetch body and bones. As far forthly 2218 as ever ye were fold. So much woe as I have with you thold. 2219. The devil have all, horses, and cart, and hay. The Sompnour said, here shall we have a prey. And near the fiend he drew, as not any were 2220. Full privily, and roan 2221 in his ear. Hearken, my brother, hearken, by thy faith. Hearest thou not, how that the carter saith? Hent 2222 at anon, for he hath given it thee. both hay and cart, and eke his capels 22-23-3. Nay, quoth the devil, God wot, never a deal 22-24. It is not his intent, trust thou me well. Ask him thyself, if thou not trowest 22-25 me. Or else stint 22-26 a while and thou shalt see. The carter thwacked his horses on the croup. And they began to drawn and to stoop. Height now, quoth he, there, Jesus Christ you bless. And all his handiwork, both more and less. That was well twite 22-27 mine own liard 22-28 boy. I pray God save thy body, and Saint Loy. Now is my cart out of the slough, pardie. Lo, brother, quoth the fiend, what told I thee? Here may ye see, mine own dear brother. The churl spake one thing, but he thought another. Let us go forth about our voyage. Here win I nothing upon this carriage. When that they came somewhat out of the town. This Sompnour to his brother gone to roan. Brother, quoth he, here wans 22-29 and old Rebec 22-30. That had almost as lief to lose her neck. As for to give a penny of her good. I will have 12 pence, though that she be wood 22-31. Or I will summon her to our office. And yet, God wot, of her know I no vice. But for thou canst not, as in this country. Win thy cost, take here example of me. This Sompnour clapped at the widow's gate. Come out, he said, thou old very trait. 2232. I trow thou hast some friar or priest with thee. Who clappeth, said this wife, bendicite. God save you, sir, what is your sweet will? I have, quoth he, of summons here a bill. Up 2233 pain of cursing, Luke that thou be. Tomorrow before our archdeacon's knee. To answer to the court of certain things. Now Lord, quoth she, Christ Jesus, King of kings. So wis 1y 2234 help me, as I not may 2235. I have been sick, and that full many a day. I may not go so far, quoth she, nor ride. But I be dead, so pricketh 2236 at my side. May I not ask a libel, Sir Sompnour? And answer there by my procurator. To such thing as men would oppose 2237 me? Yes, quoth this Sompnour, pay anon, let's see. 12 pence to me, and I will thee acquit. I shall no profit have thereby but lit 2238. My master hath the profit and not I. Come off, and let me ride hastily. Give me 12 pence, I may no longer tarry. 12 pence, quoth she. Now Lady Saint Mary. So Wisley 2239 help me out of care and sin. This wide world though that I should it win. Na have I not 12 pence within my hold. Ye know full well that I am poor and old. Kythe your almas 2240 upon me poor wretch. Nay then, quoth he, the foule fiend me fetch. If I excuse thee, though thou shouldst be spilt 2241. Alas, quoth she, God wot, I have no guilt. Pay me, quoth he, or, by the sweet Saint Anne, as I will bear away thy new pan. For debt, which thou owest me of old, when that thou madest thine husband cuckold, I paid at home for thy correction. Thou least, quoth she, by my salvation. Never was I ere now, widow or wife, summoned unto your court in all my life. Nor never I was but of my body true. Unto the devil rough and black of hue. Give I thy body and my pan also. And when the devil heard her curse so, upon her knees, he said in this manner. Now, Mabely, mine own mother dear, is this your will in earnest that ye say? The devil, quoth she, so fetch him ere he day 2242. And pan and all, but 2243 he will him repent. Nay, old stoat 2244 that is not mine intent. Quoth this Sompnour, for to repent me. For anything that I have had of thee, I would I had thy smock and every cloth. Now, brother, quoth the devil, be not wroth. Thy body and this pan be mine by right. Thou shalt with me to hell yet tonight, where thou shalt known of our privity. 22:45. More than a master of divinity. And with that word the fool fiend him hent. 2246. Body and soul, he with the devil went. Whereas the Sompnours have their heritage. And God, that maked after his image mankind, save and guide us all and some. And let this Sompnour a good man become. Lordings, I could have told you, quoth this Friar, had I had leisure for this Sompnour here. After the text of Christ, and Paul, and John, and of our other doctors many a one. Such pains, that your hearts might agrees. 2247. Albeit so, that no tongue may devise. 2248. Though that I might 1,000 winters tell the pains of Thilk. 2249. Cursed house of hell. But for to keep us from that cursed place, wake we, and pray we Jesus, of his grace. So keep us from the tempter, Satanas. Hearken this word, beware as in this case. The lion sits in his await. 2250. Alway to slay the innocent, if that he may. Dispose anigh your hearts to withstand the fiend that would you make thrall and bond. He may not tempt you over your might, for Christ will be your champion and your knight. And pray, that this our Sompnour him repent of his misdeeds ere that the fiend him hent. 2251. The Sompnour's Tale. The Prologue. The Sompnour in his stirrups high he stood. Upon this friar his heart was so wood. 2252. That like an aspen leaf he quoque. 2253. For ire, Lordings, quoth he, but one thing I desire. I you beseech, that of your courtesy. Since ye have heard this false friar lie, as suffer me I may my tale tell. This friar boasteth that he knoweth hell. And, God it what, that is but little wonder. Friars and fiends be but little asunder. For, pardie, ye have oftentime heard tell how that a friar ravished was to hell in spirit once by a vision. And, as an angel led him up and down, to shew him all the pains that there were. In all the place saw he not a frere. Of other folk he saw enough in woe. Unto the angel spake the friar though. 2254. Now, sir, quoth he, have friars such a grace, that none of them shall come into this place? Yes, quoth the angel, many a million. And unto Satanas he led him down. And now hath Satanas, said he, a tale broader than of a carrack. 2255 is the sail. Hold up thy tail, thou Satanas, quoth he. Shew forth thine erse, and let the friar see. Where is the nest of friars in this place? And less than half a furlong way of space. 2256. Right so as bees swarmin' out of a hive. Out of the devil's erse they're gone to drive. 20,000 friars on a rout. 2257. And throughout hell they swarmed all about. And came again, as fast as they may gone. And in his erse they creeped every one. He clapped his tail again, and lay full still. This friar, when he looked had his fill upon the torments of that sorry place. His spirit God restored of his grace into his body again, and he awoke. But natheless for fear yet he quoque. So was the devil's erse in his mind. That is his heritage, a very kind. 2258. God save you Allah, save this cursed frere. My prologue will I end in this manner. The tale. Lordings, there is in Yorkshire, as I guess, a marshy country called Holderness, in which there went a limit hour about to preach, and eke to beg, it is no doubt. And so befell that on a day this frere had preached at a church in his manor. And specially, above everything, excited he the people in his preaching. To Trentals. 2259 And to give, for God's sake, wherewith men might holy houses make. There as divine service is honored. Not there as it is wasted and devoured. Nor where it needeth not for to be given. As to possessioners 2260 that may liven. Thanked be God, in wealth and abundance. Trentals, said he, deliver from penance their friends' souls, as well old as young. Yea, when that they be hastily wysung. Not for to hold a priest jolly and gay. He singeth not but one mass in a day. Deliver out, quoth he, anon the souls. Full hard it is, with flesh hook or with owls. To be wyclawed, or to burn or bake. 2261. Now speed you hastily, for Christ's sake. And when this friar had said all his intent, with Cacumpadder 2262 forth his way he went. When folk in church had given him what them lest. 2263. He went his way, no longer would he rest. With scrip and tipped staff, white-tucked high. 2264. In every house he gone to pour 2265 and pry. And begged meal and cheese, or else corn. His fellow had a staff tipped with horn. A pair of tables 2266 all of ivory. And a pointel 2267 polished fetusly 2268. And wrote alway the names, as he stood, of all the folk that gave them any good. A sconce 2269 that he wooed for them pray. Give us a bushel wheat, or malt, or ray 2270. A God's kitchel 2271 or a trip 2272 of cheese. Or else what you list, we may not cheese, 2273. A God's halfpenny, or a mass penny. Or give us of your brawn, if ye have any. A dagon 2274 of your blanket, leave dame. Our sister dear, lo, here I write your name. Bacon or beef, or such thing as ye find. A sturdy harlot 2275 went them I behind. That was their hostess man, and bare a sack. And what men gave them, laid it on his back. And when that he was out at door, anon, he planed away the names every one, that he before had written in his tables. He served them with nifles 2276 and with fables. Nay, there thou least, thou Sompnour, quoth the Friar. Peace, quoth our host, for Christ's mother dear. Tell forth thy tale, and spare it not at all. So thrive I, quoth this Sompnour, so I shall. So long he went from house to house, till he came to a house, where he was wont to be. Refreshed more than in 100 places. Sick lay the husbandman, whose that the place is. Bedrid upon a couch low he lay. Deus hic, 2277 quoth he, O Thomas friend, good day. Said this friar, all courteously and soft. Thomas, quoth he, God yield it you 2278 full oft. Have I upon this bench fared full well. Here have I eaten many a merry meal. And from the bench he drove away the cat. And laid adown his potent 2279 and his hat. And eke his scrip. And sat himself adown. His fellow was walked into town. Forth with his knave 2280 into that hostelry. Whereas he shoped 2281 him that night to lie. O dear master, quoth this sick man. How have ye fared since that march began? I saw you not this fortnight and more. God what, quoth he, labored have I full sore. And specially for thy salvation. Have I said many a precious orison. And for mine other friends, God them bless. I have this day been at your church at mess 2282. And said sermon after my simple wit. Not all after the text of Holy Writ. For it is hard to you, as I suppose. And therefore will I teach you I the gloss point 2283. Glossing is a full glorious thing certain. For letter slayeth, as we clerks 2284 sayin'. There have I taught them to be charitable, and spend their good where it is reasonable. And there I saw our dame, where is she? Yonder I trow that in the yard she be. Said this man, and she will come anon. Hey master, welcome be ye by Saint John. Said this wife, how fare ye heartily? This friar riseth up full courteously, and her embrasseth in his arms narrow 2285. And kissed he her sweet, and chirketh as a sparrow. With his lips, dame, quoth he, right well, as he that is your servant every deal. 2286. Thanked be God, that gave you soul and life. Yet saw I not this day so fair a wife. In all the church, God so save me. Yea, God amend defaults, sir, quoth she. Allgates 2287 welcome be ye, by my fay. Grand mercy, dame, that have I found alway. But of your great goodness, by your leave, I would pray you that ye not you grieve. I will with Thomas speak a little throw 2288. These curates be so negligent and slow to grope tenderly a conscience. In shrift 2289 and preaching is my diligence, and study in Peter's wards and in Paul's. I walk and fish Christian Menaeus souls, to yield our Lord Jesus his proper rent. To spread his word is alle mine intent. Now by your faith, O dear sir, quoth she, chide him right well, for Saint Charity. He is I angry as is a pismire, though that he have all that he can desire. Though I him rye 2290 at night, and make him warm, and oviar him lay my leg and eke mine arm, he groaneth as our boar that lies in sty. Other disport of him right none have I. I may not please him in no manner case. 2291. O Thomas, je vous dis, Thomas, Thomas. This mocketh the fiend 2292. This must be amended. Ire is a thing that high God hath defended 2293. And thereof will I speak a word or two. Now, master, quoth the wife, ere that I go, what will ye dine? I will go thereabout. Now, dame, quoth he, je vous dis sans doute. Had I not of a capon but the liver, and of your white bread not but a shiver 2294. And after that a roasted pig's head. But I would that for me no beast were dead. Then had I with you homely sufficence. I am a man of little sustenance. My spirit hath its fostering in the Bible. My body is I so ready and penible 2295. To wake 2296 that my stomach is destroyed. I pray you, dame, that ye be not annoyed, though I so friendly you my counsel shew. By God, I would have told it but to few. Now, sir, quoth she, but one word ere I go. My child is dead within these weeks too. Soon after that ye went out of this town. His death saw I by revelation. Said this friar, at home in our dortour. 2297. I dare well say, that less than half an hour after his death, I saw him born to bliss. In mine vision, so God me wis. 2298. So did our sexton, and our fermeraire, 2299. That have been true friars 50 year. They may now, God be thanked of his love, make their jubilee, and walk above. 2300. And up I rose, and all our convent eke, with many a tear trilling on my cheek, without noise or clattering of bells. Te Deum was our song, and nothing else, save that to Christ I bade an orison, thanking him of my revelation. For, sir and dame, trust me right well, our orisons be more effectual, and more we see of Christ's secret things, than Borel folk 2301. Although that they be kings, we live in povert', and in abstinence, and Borel folk in riches and dispense. Of meat and drink, and in their foul delight. We have this world's lust 2302 all in despite 2303. Lazar and Dives lived diversely. And diverse guerdon had they thereby. Whoso will pray, he must fast and be clean. And fat his soul, and keep his body lean. We fare as saith th Apostle, cloth 2304 and food. Suffice us, although they be not full good. The cleanness and the fasting of us frères mocketh that Christ accepteth our prayers. Lo, Moses 40 days and 40 night fasted, ere that the high God full of might spake with him in the mountain of Sinai. With empty womb of fasting many a day received he the law, that was writ with God's finger. And Eli 2305 well ye wit 2306. In Mount Horeb, ere he had any speech with high God, that is our lives' leech 2307. He fasted long, and was in contemplance. Aaron, that had the temple in governance. And eke the other priests every one into the temple when they should gone to pray for the people, and do service. They would drinken in no manner wise. No drink which that might them drunken make. But therein abstinence pray and wake. 2308. Lest that they died, take heed what I say. But 2309 they be sober that for the people pray. Where that, I say, no more, for it sufficeth. Our Lord Jesus, as Holy Writ deviseth 2310. Gave us example of fasting and prayers. Therefore we mendicants, we sailly 2311 frères. Be wedded to povert and continence. To charity, humblesse, and abstinence. To persecution for righteousness. To weeping, misericord 2312 and to cleanness. And therefore may ye see that our prayers, I speak of us, we mendicants, we frères, be to the high God more acceptable than yours, with your feasts at your table. From paradise first, if I shall not lie, was man out chaste for his gluttony. And chaste was man in paradise certain. But hark now, Thomas, what I shall thee sayn. I have no text of it, as I suppose. But I shall find it in a manner close. 2313. That specially our sweet Lord Jesus spake this of friars, when he said thus. Blessed be they that poor in spirit be. And so forth all the gospel may ye see. Whether it be liker our profession, or theirs that swim men in possession. Fy on their pomp, and on their gluttony, and on their lewdness, I them defy. Methink they be like Jovinian 2314. Fat as a whale, and walking as a swan. All vinolent as bottle in the spence, 2315. Their prayer is of full great reverence. When they for souls say the Psalm of David. Lo, buff, they say, cor meum eructivit. 2316. Who follow Christ's gospel and his lore 2317. But we, that humble be, and chaste, and poor 2318. Workers of God's word, not auditors. 2319. Therefore write as a hawk upon a sours 2320. Up springs into the air, write so prayers. Of charitable and chaste busy frères. Make their sours to God's ears too. Thomas, Thomas, so may I ride or go. And by that Lord that called is Saint Ive. Near thou our brother, shouldest thou not thrive. 2321. In our chapiter pray we day and night. To Christ, that he thee send health and might. Thy body for to wield hastily 2322. God what, quoth he, nothing thereof feel I. So help me Christ, as I in few years have spended upon divers manner frères 2323. Full many a pound, yet fare I ne'er the bet. 2324. Certain my good have I almost beset. 23:25. Farewell my gold, for it is all ago. 23:26. The friar answered, O Thomas, dost thou so? What needest thou diverse friars to seech? 2327. What needeth him that hath a perfect leech? To seek ken other leeches in the town? Your inconstance is your confusion. Hold ye then me, or else our convent. To pray for you insufficient? Thomas, that jape. 23:28. It is not worth a mite. Your malady is for we have too light. 2329. Ah, give that convent half a quarter oats. And give that convent 24 groats. And give that friar a penny, and let him go. Nay, nay, Thomas, it may no thing be so. What is a farthing worth parted on 12? Lo, each thing that is one. 23:30 in himself is more strong than when it is scattered. Thomas, of me thou shalt not be flattered. Thou wouldest have our labor all for naught. The high God, that all this world hath wrought, saith, that the workman worthy is his hire. Thomas, not of your treasure I desire. As for myself, but that all our convent. To pray for you is I so diligent. And for to build a Christ's own church. Thomas, if ye will learn for to work. 23:31. Of building up of churches may ye find. If it be good, in Thomas's life of Ind. Ye lie here full of anger and of ire, with which the devil sets your heart on fire. And chide here this holy innocent, your wife, that is so meek and patient. And therefore trow. 23:32 me, Thomas, if thee lest. 23:33. Ne strive not with thy wife, as for the best. And bear this word away now, by thy faith. Touching such thing, lo, what the wise man saith. Within thy house be thou no lion. To thy subjects do none oppression. Nor make thou thine acquaintance for to flee. And yet, Thomas, Ephesians 2:3-4 charge I thee. Beware from ire that in thy bosom sleeps. Where from the serpent, that so slyly creeps under the grass, and stingeth subtly. Beware, my son, and hearken patiently. That 20,000 men have lost their lives for striving with their lemons. 23:35 and their wives. Now since ye have so holy and meek a wife, what needeth you, Thomas, to make strife? There is, why wis. 23:36 no serpent so cruel, when men tread on his tail, nor half so fell. 23:37. As woman is, when she hath caught an ire. Very. 23:38 vengeance is then all her desire. Ire is a sin, one of the great seven. 23:39. Abominable to the God of heaven. And to himself it is destruction. This every lewd 2340 vicar and parson can say, how ire engenders homicide. Ire is in sooth executor. 2341 of pride. I could of ire you say so much sorrow. My tale should last until tomorrow. And therefore pray I God both day and night. An iris. 2342 man God send him little might. It is great harm, and certes great pity, to set an iris man in high degree. Whilom. 2343 there was an iris potestate. 2344. As saith Seneca, that during his estate. 2345. Upon a day out rode knights two. And, as fortune would that it were so, the one of them came home, the other not. Anon the knight before the judge is brought, that said thus: Thou hast thy fellow slain, for which I doom thee to the death certain. And to another knight commanded he, Go, lead him to the death, I charge thee. And happened, as they went by the way, toward the place whereas he should die. 2346. The night came, which men ween. 2347 had been dead. Then thought they it was the best read. 2348. To lead them both unto the judge again. They said, Lord, the knight hath not wise lain. His fellow, here he standeth whole alive. Ye shall be dead, quoth he, so may I thrive. That is to say, both 1, and 2, and 3. And to the first knight right thus spake he. I damn thee, thou must algate 2349 be dead. And thou also must needs lose thine head. For thou the cause art why thy fellow dieth. And to the third knight right thus he saith. Thou hast not done that I commanded thee. And thus he did do slay them 2350 3. Iris Cambyses was eke drunkalo 2351. And I delighted him to be a shrew. 2352. And so befell, a lord of his many 2353. That loved virtuous morality. Said on a day betwixt them two right thus. A lord is lost, if he be vicious. An Iris man is like a frantic beast. In which there is of wisdom none arrest 2354. And drunkenness is eke a foul record. Of any man, and namely 2355 of a lord. There is full many an eye and many an ear. Awaiting on 2356 a lord, he knows not where. For Goddess love, drink more attemperly 2357. Wine mocketh man to lose wretchedly. His mind, and eke his limbs every one. The reverse shalt thou see, quoth he, anon. And prove it by thine own experience. That wine doth to folk no such offence. There is no wine beareth me my might. Of hand, nor foot, nor of mine eye and sight. And for despite he drank much more. 100 part 2358 than he had done before. And right anon this cursed Iris wretch. This night as sown let 2359 before him fetch. Commanding him he should before him stand. And suddenly he took his bow in hand. And up the string he pulled to his ear. And with an arrow slew the child right there. Now whether have I a sicker 2360 hand or non, 2361. Quoth he, is all my might and mind agone? Hath wine bereaved me mine eye and sight? Why should I tell the answer of the night? His son was slain, there is no more to say. Beware therefore with lords how ye play 2362. Sing placebo. 2363 and I shall if I can. But if 2364 it be unto a poor man. To a poor man men should his vices tell. But not a lord, though he should go to hell. Lo, Iris Cyrus, Thilk 2365 Persian. How he destroyed the river of Jizan 2366. For that a horse of his was drowned therein. When that he went Babylon to win. He made that the river was so small. That women might wade it over all. 2367. Lo, what said he, that so well teach can? Be thou no fellow to an Iris man. Nor with no would 2368 man walk by the way. Lest thee repent, I will no farther say. Now, Thomas, leave 2369 brother, leave thine ire. Thou shalt me find as just as Squire. Hold not the devil's knife at thine heart. Thine anger doth thee all too sore smart. 2370. But shew to me all thy confession. Nay, quoth the sick man, by Saint Simone. I have been shriven 2371 this day of my curate. I have him told all holy mine estate. Needeth no more to speak of it, saith he. But if me list of mine humility. Give me then of thy good to make our cloister. Quoth he, for many a mussel and many an oyster. When other men have been full well at ease. Hath been our food. Our cloister for to receive 2372. And yet, God what, unneth 2373 the foundment 2374. Performed is, nor of our pavement. Is not a tile yet within our ones, 2375. By God. We owe £40 for stones. Now help, Thomas, for him that harrowed hell 2376. For else must we our books sell. And if ye lack our predication, then goes this world all to destruction. For whoso from this world would us bereave, so God me save, Thomas, by your leave. He would bereave out of this world the Son. For who can teach and warken as we con? 2377. And that is not of little time, quoth he. But since Elijah was, and Elazee 2378. Have friars been, that find I of record. In charity, why thanked be our Lord. Now, Thomas, help for Saint Charity. And down anon he set him on his knee. The sick man waxed well nigh would 2379 for ire. He wooed that the friar had been a fire. With his false dissimulation. Such thing as is in my possession. Quoth he, that may I give you and none other. Ye say me thus, how that I am your brother. Yea, certes, quoth this friar, yea, trust well. I took our dame the letter of our seal, 2380. Now well, quoth he, and somewhat shall I give unto your holy convent while I live. And in thine hand thou shalt it have anon. On this condition, and other none. That thou depart 2381 it so, my dear brother. That every friar have as much as other. This shalt thou swear on thy profession. Without fraud or cavillation. 2382. I swear it, quoth the friar, upon my faith. And therewithal his hand in his he lay th. Lo here my faith, in me shall be no lack. Then put thine hand adown right by my back. Said this man, and grope well behind. Beneath my buttock, there thou shalt find a thing, that I have hid in privity. Ah, thought this friar, that shall go with me. And down his hand he launched to the clift, in hope for to find there a gift. And when this sick man felt this frere about his tail groping there and here, amid his hand he let the friar a fart. There is no capel 2383 drawing in a cart that might have let a fart of such a sown. The friar upstart, as doth a wood 2384 lyon. Ah, false churl, quoth he, for Goddess bones. This hast thou in despite done for the nones 2385. Thou shalt abbey 2386 this fart. If that I may. His many 2387 which that heard of this affray came leaping in, and chased out the frere. And forth he went with a full angry cheer 2388. And fetched his fellow. There as lay his store. He looked as it were a wild boar. And ground with his teeth, so was he wroth. A sturdy pace down to the court he go th. Whereas there one d 2389 a man of great honor. To whom that he was always confessor. This worthy man was lord of that village. This friar came, as he were in a rage. Whereas this lord sat eating at his board. Uneaths 2390 might the friar speak one word. Till at the last he said, God you see. 2391. This lord gone look, and said, Bendicite. What? Friar John, what manner world is this? I see well that there something is amiss. Ye look as though the wood were full of thieves. Sit down anon, and tell me what your grieve 2392 is. And it shall be amended, if I may. I have, quoth he, had a despite today. God yield a you 2393 adown in your village. That in this world is none so poor a page. That would not have abomination. Of that I have received in your town. And yet any grieveth me nothing so sore. As that the old churl, with looks hoar, blasphemed hath our holy convent eke. Now, master, quoth this lord, I you beseek. No master, sir, quoth he, but servitor. Though I have had in skull that honor. God liketh not, that men us rabbi call. Neither in market, nor in your large hall. No force, 2394 quoth he, but tell me all your grief. Sir, quoth this friar, an odious mischief. This day betid 2395 is to mine order and me. And so par consequence to each degree. Of holy church, God amend it soon. Sir, quoth the Lord, ye know what is to do'n 2396. Distempar you not, 2397 ye be my confessor. Ye be the salt of earth, and the savour. For God's love your patience now hold. Tell me your grief. And he anon him told. As ye have heard before, ye know well what. The lady of the house I still sat. Till she had heard what the friar said. Hey, Goddess mother, quoth she, blissful maid. Is there aught else? Tell me faithfully. Madam, quoth he, how think you thereby? How think'th me, quoth she. So God me speed. I say, a churl hath done a churlish deed. What should I say? God let him never the, 2398. His sick head is full of vanity. I hold him in a manner frenesy. 2399. Madam, quoth he, by God, I shall not lie. But I in otherwise may be a reek 2400. I shall defame him over all their 2401 I speak. This false blasphemer, that charged me. To part that will not departed be. To every man alike, with mischance. The Lord sat still, as he were in a trance. And in his heart he rolled up and down. How had this churl imagination? To shew such a problem to the frere. Never ere now heard I of such matter. I trow 2402 the devil put it in his mind. In all arithmetic 2403 shall there no man find. Before this day, of such a question. Who should make a demonstration? That every man should have alike his part. As of the sound and savour of a fart. Oh nice 2404 proud churl, I shrew 2405 his face. Lo, sires, quoth the Lord, with hard grace 2406. Who ever heard of such a thing ere now? To every man alike? Tell me how. It is impossible, it may not be. Hey nice 2407 churl, God let him never the point 2408. The rumbling of a fart, and every sound, is but of air reverberation. And ever wasteth light and light 2409 away. There is no man can demon 2410 by my fay. If that it were departed 2411 equally. What? Lo, my churl, lo yet how shrewdly 2412. Unto my confessor today he spake. I hold him certain a demoniac. Now eat your meat, and let the churl go play. Let him go hang himself a devil way. Now stood the Lord's Squire at the board. That carved his meat, and hard word by word. Of all this thing, which that I have you said. My lord, quoth he, be ye not evil paid 2413. I could tell, for a gown cloth 2414. To you, Sir Friar, so that ye be not wroth. How that this fart should even 2415 dealed be. Among your convent, if it liked thee. Tell, quoth the Lord, and thou shalt have anon. A gown cloth, by God and by Saint John. My lord, quoth he, when that the weather is fair. Without wind, or perturbing of air. Let 2416 bring a cartwheel here into this hall. But Luke that it have its spokes all. 12 spokes hath a cartwheel commonly. And bring me then 12 friars, know ye why? For 13 is a convent as I guess. 2417. Your confessor here, for his worthiness, shall perform up 2418 the number of his convent. Then shall they kneel adown by one assent. And to each spoke's end, in this manner. Full sadly 2419 lay his nose shall a frere. Your noble confessor there, God him save, shall hold his nose upright under the nave. Then shall this churl, with belly stiff and taut 2420. As any tabour 2421 hither be brought. And set him on the wheel right of this cart. Upon the nave, and make him let a fart. And ye shall see, on peril of my life. By very proof that is demonstrative. That equally the sound of it will wend 2422. And eke the stink, unto the spoke's end. Save that this worthy man, your confessor, because he is a man of great honor, shall have the first fruit, as reason is. The noble usage of friars yet it is. The worthy men of them shall first be served. And certainly he hath it well deserved. He hath today taught us so much good, with preaching in the pulpit where he stood, that I may vouchsafe, I say for me. He had the first smell of farts 3. And so would all his brethren heartily. He beareth him so fair and holily. The Lord, the Lady, and each man, save the Friar. Said, that Jenkins spake in this matter. As well as Euclid, or as Ptolemy. Touching the churl, they said that subtlety. And high wit made him speaken as he spake. He is no fool, nor no demoniac. And Jenkin hath won a new gown. My tale is done, we are almost at town. The Clerk's Tale. The Prologue. Sir Clerk of Oxenford, our host said. Ye ride as still and coy, as doth a maid. That were new spoused. Sitting at the board. This day I heard not of your tongue a word. I trow ye study about some Sophom, 2423. But Solomon saith, everything hath time. For God's sake, be of better cheer, 2424. It is no time for to study here. Tell us some merry tale, by your fay, 2425. For what man that is entered in a play? He needs must unto that play assent. But preach not, as friars do in Lent, to make us for our old sins weep. Nor that thy tale make us not to sleep. Tell us some merry thing of adventures. Your terms, your colours, and your figures. Keep them in store, till so be ye indite. High style, as when that men to kings write. Speak so plain at this time, I you pray, that we may understand what ye say. This worthy clerk benignly answered. Host, quoth he, I am under your yard 2426. Ye have of us as now the governance. And therefore would I do you obeisance. As far as reason asketh. Heartily 2427. I will you tell a tale, which that I learned at Padova of a worthy clerk. As proved by his wards and his work. He is now dead, and nailed in his chest. I pray to God to give his soul good rest. Francis Petrarch, the laureate poet, 2428. Height 2429. This clerk, whose rhetoric so sweet, illumined all a tale of poetry. As Linnean 2430 did of philosophy, or law, or other art particulara. But death, that will not suffer us dwell here. But as it were a twinkling of an eye, them both hath slain, and alas we shall die. But forth to tell en of this worthy man, that taught me this tale, as I began. I say that first he with high style inditeth, ere he the body of his tale writeth. A proem, in the which describeth he Piedmont, and of Salus's 2431 the country. And speaketh of the Pennine Hills high, that be the bounds of all West Lombardy. And of Mount Vesuvius in special. Whereas the P out of a welly small taketh his first springing and his source. That eastward I increaseth in his course. T. Amelia Ward 2432 to Ferraro, and Venice. The which a long thing were to devise. 2433. And truly, as to my judgment, methinkt that a thing impertinent 2434. Save that he would convey his matter. But this is the tale, which that ye shall hear. The tale 2435. Pars. Prima. There is, right at the west side of Ital. Down at the root of Vesulus 2436 the cold. A lusty 2437 plain, abundant of vitail. There many a town and tower thou mayst behold. That founded were in time of fathers old. And many another delectable sight. And Salus's this noble country height. A Marquis whilom lord was of that land. As were his worthy elders 2438 him before. And obedient, ready to his hand. Were all his lieges. Boda less and more. Thus in delight he lived, and had done your 2439. Beloved and drad 2440 through favor of fortune. Both of his lords and of his commune. 2441. Therewith he was, to speak of lineage, the gentilest Wyborn of Lombardy. A fair person, and strong, and young of age. And full of honor and of courtesy. Discreet enough his country for to GIE 2442. Saving in some things that he was to blame. And Walter was this young lord's name. I blame him thus, that he considered not in time coming what might him betide. But on his present lust 2443 was all his thought. And for to hawk and hunt on every side. Well nigh all other cares let he slide. And eke he would, that was the worst of all. Weddy no wife for aught that might befall. Only that point his people bear so sore. That flock mel 2444 on a day to him they went. And one of them, that wisest was of lore. Or else that the Lord would best assent. That he should tell him what the people meant. Or else could he well shew such matter. He to the Marquis said as ye shall hear. O noble Marquis! Your humanity assureth us and gives us hardiness. As oft as time is of necessity. That we to you may tell our heaviness. Accept, Lord, now of your gentleness. What we with piteous heart unto you plain 2445. And let your ears my voice not disdain. All 2446 have I naught to do in this matter. More than another man hath in this place. Yet forasmuch as ye, my lord so dear, have always shewed me favor and grace, I dare the better ask of you a space of audience, to shewen our request. And ye, my lord, to do right as you lest. 2447. For certes, Lord, so well us like you. And all your work, and evar have done, that we ne could not ourselves devise how we might live in more felicity. Save one thing. Lord, if that your will it be. That for to be a wedded man you lest. Then were your people in sovereign heart's rest. 2448. Bow your neck under the blissful yoke of sovereignty, and not of service, which that men call espousal or wedlock. And think, Lord, among your thoughts wise, how that our days pass in sundry wise. For though we sleep, or wake, or roam, or ride, I fleeth time, it will no man abide. And though your green youth flow are as yet, in creepeth age always as still as stone. And death menaceth every age, and smit 2449. In each estate. For there escapeth none. And all so certain as we know each one. That we shall die, as uncertain we all be of that day when death shall on us fall. Accept then of us the true intent 2450. That never yet refused your hest 2451. And we will, Lord, if that ye will assent, choose you a wife, in short time at the lest. 2452. Born of the gentilest and of the best of all this land, so that it ought to seem honor to God and you, as we can deem. Deliver us out of all this busy dread 2453. And take a wife, for high God's sake. For if it so befell, as God forbid, that through your death your lineage should slake. 2454. and that a strange successor should take your heritage, oh! Woe were us on live 2455. Wherefore we pray you hastily to wive. Their meek prayer and their piteous cheer made the Marquis for to have pity. Ye will, quoth he, mine own people dear. To that I ne'er ere 2456 thought constrain me. I me rejoiced of my liberty. That seldom time is found in marriage. Where I was free, I must be in servage. 2457. But natheless I see your true intent, and trust upon your wit, and have done I. Wherefore of my free will I will assent to weddy me, as soon as e'er I may. But whereas ye have proffered me today to choose me a wife, I you release that choice, and pray you of that proffer cease. For God at what, that children often been unlike their worthy elders them before. Bount 2458 comes all of God, not of the stream 2459, of which they be engendered and wybore. I trust in God's bount, and therefore my marriage, and mine estate and rest, I him betake. 2460 he may do as him lest. Let me alone in choosing of my wife. That charge upon my back I will endure. But I you pray, and charge upon your life, that what wife that I take, ye me assure to worship 2461 her, while that her life may dure. In word and work both here and elsewhere, as she an emperoress daughter were. And farthermore this shall ye swear, that ye against my choice shall never grudge 2462 nor strive. For since I shall forego my liberty at your request, as ever may I thrive. Whereas mine heart is set, there will I wive. And but 2463 ye will assent in such manner. I pray you speak no more of this matter. With heartily will they sworn and assent. To all this thing, there said not one white nay. Beseeching him of grace, ere that they went, that he would grante them a certain day of his espousal, soon as e'er he may. For yet always the people somewhat dread 2464. Lest that the Marquis would no wife wed. He granted them a day, such as him lest, on which he would be wedded sickerly 2465. And said he did all this at their request. And they with humble heart full buxomly 2466. Kneeling upon their knees full reverently, him thanked all, and thus they have an end of their intent, and home again they wend. And hereupon he to his officers commanded for the feast to purvey. 2467. And to his privy knights and squires such charge he gave, as him list on them lay. And they to his commandment obey. And each of them doth all his diligence to do unto the feast all reverence. Pars Secunda. Not far from Thilk 2468 Palace Honorable. Whereas this Marquis showed 2469 his marriage, there stood a thorpe 2470 of sight delectable, in which the poor folk of that village had their beasts and their harborage 2471. And of their labor took their sustenance, after the earth gave them abundance. Among this poor folk there dwelt a man, which that was holden poorest of them all. But high God sometimes send can his grace unto a little ox's stall. Janicola men of that thorpe him call. A daughter had he, fair enough to sight, and Griseldis this young maiden hight. But for to speak of virtuous beauty, then was she one the fairest under sun. Full poorly wife-fostered up was she. No liquorous lust 2472 was in her heart why run. Well ofter of the well than of the tun 2473. She drank, and, for 2474 she wooed virtue please. She knew well labor, but no idle ease. But though this maiden tender were of age, yet in the breast of her virginity there was inclosed a sad and ripe courage, 2475. and in great reverence and charity. Her old poor father fostered she. A few sheep, spinning, on the field she kept. She would not be idle till she slept. And when she homeward came, she would bring worts 2476 and other herbs, times oft. The which she shred and seethed for her living. And made her bed full hard. And nothing soft. And she kept her father's life on loft 2477. With every obeisance and diligence that child may do to father's reverence. Upon Griselda, this poor creature, full often siths 2478 this Marquis set his eye. As he on hunting rode, paraventure, 2479. And when it fell that he might her espy, he not with wanton looking of folly, his eyen cast on her, but in sad 2480 wise. Upon her cheer 2481 he would him oft advise. 2482. Commending in his heart her womanhead, and eke her virtue, passing any wight, of so young age, as well in cheer as deed. For though the people have no great insight in virtue, he considered full right her bound 2483 and disposed that he would wed only her, if ever wed he should. The day of wedding came, but no wight can tell what woman that it should be. For which marvail wondered many a man, and said, when they were in privity, will not our Lord yet leave his vanity? Will he not wed? Alas, alas the while! Why will he thus himself and us beguile? But natheless this Marquis had done 2484 make of gems, set in gold and in azure, brooches and rings, for Griselda's sake. And of her clothing took he the measure of a maiden like unto her stature, and eke of other ornaments all, that unto such a wedding should fall. 2485. The time of undern 2486 of the same day approached, that this wedding should be, and all the palace put was in array, both hall and chamber, each in its degree. Houses of office stuffed with plenty. There mayst thou see of daintiest vitail that may be found, as far as lasts a tell. This royal Marquis, richly arrayed, lords and ladies in his company, the which unto the feast were prayed, and of his retinue the baclary, with many a sound of sundry melody, unto the village, of the which I told. In this array the right way did they hold. Grizzled, of this, God wot, full innocent, that for her Chopin 2487 was all this array. To fetch water at a well is went, and home she came as soon as e'er she may. For well she had heard say, that on that day the Marquis should wed, and, if she might, she fain would have seen somewhat of that sight. She thought, I will with other maidens stand, that be my fellows, in our door, and see the Marchioness. And therefore will I fan 2488. To do at home, as soon as it may be, the labor which belongeth unto me. And then I may at leisure her behold, if she this way unto the castle hold. And as she would over the threshold gone, the Marquis came and gone for her to call. And she set down her water pot anon beside the threshold, in an ox's stall. And down upon her knees she gone to fall, and with sad 2489 countenance kneeled still, till she had heard what was the Lord's will. The thoughtful Marquis spake unto the maid, full soberly, and said in this manner: Where is your father, Griseldis? He said. And she with reverence, in humble cheer, 2490, answered, Lord, he is already here. And in she went without longer let, 2491. And to the Marquis she her father fet. 2492. He by the hand then took the poor man, and said thus, when he him had aside: Janicola, I neither may nor can longer the pleasance of mine heart hide. If that thou vouchsafe, whatso betide. Thy daughter will I take, ere that I wend. 2493. As for my wife, unto her life's end. Thou lovest me, that know I well certain. And art my faithful liegeman Wybor. 2494. And all that liketh me, I dare well sayn. It liketh thee. And specially therefore. Tell me that point, that I have said before. If that thou wilt unto this purpose draw. To take me as for thy son-in-law. This sudden case. 2495. The man astonied so. That red he waxed, abashed. 2496. And all quaking. He stood, unneaths. 2497. Said he wards him o. But only thus. Lord, quoth he, my willing is as ye will, nor against your liking. I will no thing, mine own lord so dear. Right as you list govern this matter. Then will I, quoth the Marquis softly, that in thy chamber I, and thou, and she, have a collation. 2498. And knowst thou why? For I will ask her, if her will it be, to be my wife, and rule her after me. And all this shall be done in thy presence. I will not speak out of thine audience. 2499. And in the chamber while they were about the treaty, which ye shall hereafter hear, the people came into the house without, and wondered them in how honest manner and tenderly she kept her father dear. But utterly Griseldis wonder might. For never erst 2500 saw she such a sight. No wonder is though that she be astened. 2501. To see so great a guest come in that place. She never was to know such guests wond. 2502. For which she looked with full pale face. But shortly forth this matter for to chase. 2503. These are the words that the Marquis said. To this benign, very 2504 faithful maid. Griseld, he said, ye shall well understand. It liketh to your father and to me, that I you wed, and eke it may so stand. As I suppose ye will that it so be. But these demands ask I first, quoth he. Since that it shall be done in hasty wise. Will ye assent, or else you advise? 2505. I say this, be ye ready with good heart. To all my lust. 2506. And that I freely may, as me best thinkth, do. 2507. You laugh or smart, and never ye to grudge. 2508. Night nor day, and eke when I say ye say not nay, neither by word, nor frowning countenance. Swear this, and here I swear our alliance. Wondering upon this word, quaking for dread, she said, Lord, indign and unworthy am I to this honor that ye me be. 2509. But as ye will yourself, right so will I. And here I swear, that never willingly, in word or thought I will you disobey. For to be dead, though me were loath today. 2510. This is enough, Griselda mine, quoth he. And forth he went with a full sober cheer. Out at the door, and after then came she. And to the people he said in this manner. This is my wife, quoth he, that standeth here. Honor her, and love her, I you pray. Whoso me loves, there is no more to say. And, for that nothing of her old gear she should bring into his house, he bade that women should despoil. 2511. Her right there, of which these ladies were nothing glad, to handle her clothes wherein she was clad. But nathless this maiden bright of hue, from foot to head they clothed have all new. Her hairs have they combed that lay untressed. 2512. Full rudely, and with their fingers small, a crown upon her head they have dressed, and set her full of nooches. 2513. Great and small, of her array why should I make a tale? Unneth. 2514. The people her knew for her fairness, when she transmuted was in such riches. The Marquis hath her spoused with a ring, brought for the same cause, and then her set upon a horse snow-white, and well ambling, and to his palace, ere he longer let 25:15, with joyful people, that her led and met, conveyed her, and thus the day they spend, in revel, till the sun gone descend. And, shortly forth this tale for to chase, I say, that to this new Marchioness, God hath such favour sent her of his grace, that it any seemed not by likeliness, that she was born and fed in rudeness, as in a cot, or in an ox's stall, but nourished in an emperoress hall. To every wight she waxen 25:16 is so dear, and worshipful, that folk where she was born, that from her birth knew her year by year, unnethes trode 25:17 they, but durst have sworn, that to Janicole, of whom I spake before, she was not daughter, for by conjecture, them thought she was another creature. For though that ever virtuous was she was increased in such excellence, of thus 2518 good, why set in high bount, and so discreet, and fair of eloquence, so benign, and so digny 25:19 of reverence, and could so the people's heart embrace, that each her loved that looked on her face. Not only of soluces in the town published was the bount of her name, but eke besides in many a regown. If one said well, another said the same. So spread of here high bount the fame, that men and women, young as well as old, went to soluces, her for to behold. Thus Walter lowly, nay, but royally, wedded with fortunate Honestite 25:20. In God's peace lived full easily. At home, an outward grace enough had he. And, for he saw that under low degree was honest virtue hid, the people him held a prudent man, and that is seen full seld. 2521. Not only this Griseldis through her wit could all the feat 25:22 of wifely homeliness, but eke, when that the case required it, the common profit could she redress 25:23. There as discord, rancor, nor heaviness in all the land, that she could not appease, and wisely bring them all in rest and ease, though that her husband absent were or non 25:24. If gentlemen or other of that country were wroth 25:25 she would bringe them at one. So wise and ripe wards had she, and judgment of so great equity, that she from heaven sent was, as men wend 25:26. People to save, and every wrong to amend. Not long time after that this Griselda was wedded. She a daughter had Wybore. All she had lever 25:27 born a knave 2528 child. Glad was the Marquis and his folk therefore. For, though a maiden child came all before, she may unto a knave child attain, by likelihood, since she is not barren. Pars. Tertia. There fell, as falleth many times imo, when that his child had sucked but a throw 25:29. This Marquis in his heart longed so to tempt his wife, her sadness 25:30 for to know, that he might not out of his heart throw this marvelous desire his wife tsa. 2531. Needless 25:32 God what, he thought her to affray 25:33. He had assayed her onowug before, and found her ever good, what needed it? Her for to tempt, and always more and more. Though some men praise it for a subtle wit. But as for me, I say that evil it sit 25:34. Say a wife when that it is no need. And putty her in anguish and in dread. For which this Marquis wrought in this manner. He came at night alone there as she lay, with stern face and with full troubled cheer, and said thus, Griselda, quoth he, that day that I you took out of your poor array, and put you in estate of high noblesse. Ye have it not forgotten, as I guess. I say, grizzled, this present dignity, in which that I have put you, as I trow 2535. Mocketh you not forgetful for to be, that I you took in poor estate full low. For any will you must yourself know. Take heed of every word that I you say. There is no wight that hears it but we 2536. Ye know yourself well how that ye came here into this house, it is not long ago. And though to me ye be right leaf 2537 and dear, unto my gentles 2538 ye be nothing so. They say, to them it is great shame and woe, for to be subject, and be in servage, to thee, that born art of small lineage, and namely 2539 since thy daughter was Wybore. These words have they spoken doubtless. But I desire, as I have done before, to live my life with them in rest and peace. I may not in this case be reckless. I must do with thy daughter for the best. Not as I would, but as my gentles lest. 2540. And yet, God wot, this is full loath 2541 to me. But nathless without your weeting 2542. I will not do, but this will I, quoth he, that ye to me assenten in this thing. Shew now your patience in your working, that ye me hight 2543 and swore in your village, the day that maked was our marriage. When she had heard all this, she not amevd 2544. Neither in word, in cheer, nor countenance. For, as it seemed, she was not aggrieved. She said, Lord, all lies in your pleasance. My child and I, with hearty obeisance, be yours all, and ye may save or spill 2545. Your own thing, work then after your will. There may no thing, so God my soul save, like to 2546 you, that may displease me. Nor I desire nothing for to have, nor dread for to lose. Save only ye. This will is in mine heart, and I shall be. No length of time, nor death, may this deface, nor change my courage 2547 to another place. Glad was the Marquis for her answering, but yet he feigned as he were not so. All dreary was his cheer and his looking, when that he should out of the chamber go. Soon after this, a furlong way or two, 2548. He privily hath told all his intent unto a man, and to his wife him sent. A manor sergeant 2549 was this private man 2550. The which he faithful often found and had in things great, and eke such folk well can do execution in things bad. The Lord knew well, that he him loved and drad. 2551. And when this sergeant knew his lordess will, into the chamber stalked he full still. Madam, he said, ye must forgive it me, though I do thing to which I am constrained. Ye be so wise, that right well know ye, that lord's hests may not be wife-ained. 2552. They may well be bewailed and complained, but men must needs unto their lust 2553 obey. And so will I, there is no more to say. This child I am commanded for to take. And spake no more, but out the child he hent 2554. Dispiteously 2555 and gone a cheer to make 2556. As though he would have slain it ere he went. Griseldis must all suffer and consent. And as a lamb she sat there meek and still, and let this cruel sergeant do his will. Suspicious 2557 was the diff fame 2558 of this man. Suspect his face, suspect his word also. Suspect the time in which he this began. Alas! Her daughter, that she loved so. She weened 2559 he would have it slain right though 2560. But nathless she neither wept nor seekade 2561. Conforming her to what the Marquis liked. But at the last to speak she began. And meekly she unto the sergeant prayed, so as he was a worthy gentleman, that she might kiss her child, ere that it died. And in her barm 2562 this little child she laid, with full sad face, and gone the child to bless 2563. And lulled it, and after gone it kiss. And thus she said in her benign voice, Farewell, my child, I shall thee never see. But since I have thee marked with the cross of that Father, why blessed mayst thou be, that for us died upon a cross of tree. Thy soul, my little child, I him betake. 2564. For this night shalt thou die e'en for my sake. I trow 2565 that to a Norrice 2566 in this case. It had been hard this Ruth 2567 for to see. Well might a mother then have cried, alas! But nathless so sad steadfast was she, that she endured all adversity. And to the sergeant meekly she said, Have here again your little young maid. Go now, quoth she, and do my lord's behest. And one thing would I pray you of your grace. But if 2568 my lord forbade you at the least, bury this little body in some place, that neither beasts nor birds it heiress. 2569. But he no word would to that purpose say, but took the child and went upon his way. The sergeant came unto his lord again, and of Griselda's words and of her cheer 2570. He told him point for point, in short and plain, and him presented with his daughter dear. Somewhat this lord had ruth in his manera, but nathless his purpose held he still, as lords do, when they will have their will. And bade this sergeant that he privily shewed the child full softly wind and wrap, with alle circumstances tenderly, and carry it in a coffer, or in lap. But, upon pain his head off for to swap 2571. That no man should know of his intent, nor whence he came, nor whither that he went. But at Bologna, to his sister dear, that at that time of panic 2572 was countess, he should it take, and shew her this matter, beseeching her to do her business, this child to foster in all gentleness. And whose child it was he bade her hide from every wight, for aught that might betide. The sergeant went, and hath fulfilled this thing. But to the Marquis now return we. For now went he full fast imagining, if by his wife's cheer he might see, or by her words apperceive, that she were changed. But he never could her find. But ever, in 12573 alike sad 2574 and kind. As glad, as humble, as busy in service, and eke in love, as she was wont to be, was she to him, in every manner wise, 2575. And of her daughter not a word spake she. No accident for no adversity 2576. Was seen in her, nor e'er her daughter's name she named, or in earnest or in game. Pars. Quarta. In this estate there passed be 4 year, ere she with child was. But, as God weld, a knave 2577 child she bare by this Waltier, full gracious and fair for to behold. And when that folk it to his father told, not only he, but all his country, merry were for this child, and God they thank and ere. 2578. When it was 2 year old, and from the breast departed 2579 of the Norrice, on a day. This Marquis caught yet another less 2580. To tempt his wife yet farther, if he may. Oh! Needless was she tempted in essay, 2581. But wedded men not connen no measure 2582. When that they find a patient creature. Wife, quoth the Marquis, ye have heard ere this. My people sickly bear 2583 our marriage. And namely 2584 since my son Wyboren is. Now is it worse than ever in all our age. The murmur slays mine heart and my courage. For to mine ears cometh the voice so smart. 2585. That it well nigh destroyed hath mine heart. Now say they thus, when Walter is gone. Then shall the blood of Janicol succeed. And be our lord, for other have we none. Such ward say my people, out of dread. 2586. Well ought I of such murmur take heed. For certainly I dread all such sentence. 2587. Though they not plainen in mine audience. 2588. I would live in peace, if that I might. Wherefore I am disposed utterly. As I his sister served ere 2589 by night. Right so think I to serve him privily. This warn I you, that ye not suddenly out of yourself for no woe should outray. 2590. Be patient, and thereof I you pray. I have, quoth she, said thus, and ever shall. I will no thing, nor an ill no thing, certain. But as you list. Not grieveth me at all. Though that my daughter and my son be slain. At your commandment. That is to sayn. I have not had no part of children twain. But first sickness, and after woe and pain. Ye be my lord, do with your own thing. Write as you list, and ask no rede. 2591 of me. For, as I left at home all my clothing. When I came first to you, right so, quoth she. Left I my will and all my liberty. And took your clothing, wherefore I you pray. Do your pleasance, I will your lust. 2592 obey. And, certes, if I had prescience. Your will to know, ere ye your lust. 2593 me told. I would it do without negligence. But, now I know your lust, and what ye will do. All your pleasance firm and stable I hold. For, wist I that my death might do you ease. Right gladly would I die in you to please. Death may not make no comparison unto your love. And when this Marquis say 2594. The constance of his wife, he cast down his eyen too, and wondered how she may in patience suffer all this array. And forth he went with dreary countenance. But to his heart it was full great pleasance. This ugly sergeant, in the same wise that he her daughter caught, right so hath he. Or worse, if men can any worse devise. Why, hent 2595 her son. That full was of beauty. And ever, in 12596 so patient was she. That she no cheer made of heaviness. But kissed her son, and after gone him bless. Save this she prayed him, if that he might. Her little son he would in earth grave. 2597. His tender limbs, delicate to sight. From fowls and from beasts for to save. But she none answer of him might have. He went his way, as him nothing any route. 2598. But to Bologna tenderly it brought. The Marquis wondered ever longer more upon her patience. And, if that he not had soothly known there before, that perfectly her children loved she, he would have weened. 2599 that of some subtlety, and of malice, or for cruel courage. 2600. She had suffered this with sad 2601 visage. But well he knew, that, next himself, certain. She loved her children best in every wise. But now of women would I ask fain. If these essays might not suffice? What could a sturdy 2602 husband more devise? To prove her wifehood and her steadfastness. And he continuing ever in sturdiness? But there be folk of such condition. That, when they have a certain purpose take. They cannot stint 2603 of their intention. But, right as they were bound unto a stake. They will not of their first purpose slake. 2604. Right so this Marquis fully hath purposed to tempt his wife, as he was first disposed. He waited, if by word or countenance, that she to him was changed of courage. 2605. But never could he find variance. She was I one in heart and in visage, and I the farther that she was in age. The more true, if that it were possible, she was to him in love, and more penible. 2606. For which it seemed thus, that of them two there was but one will, for, as Walter lest. 2607. The same pleasance was her lust also. And, God be thanked, all fell for the best. She shewed well, for no worldly unrest. A wife as of herself no things should will, in effect, but as her husband would. The slandar of Walter wondrous wide spread, that of a cruel heart he wickedly. For 2608 he a poor woman wedded had murdered both his children privily. Such murmur was among them commonly. No wonder is, for to the people's ear there came no word, but that they murdered were. For which, whereas his people therebefore had loved him well, the slandar of his fame. 2609 made them that they him hated therefore. To be a murderer is a hateful name, but nathless, for earnest or for game. He of his cruel purpose would not stent. 2610. To tempt his wife was set all his intent. When that his daughter 12 year was of age, he to the court of Rome, in subtle wise, informed of his will, sent his message. 2611. Commanding him such bules to devise as to his cruel purpose may suffice. How that the Pope, for his people's rest, bade him to wed another, if him lest. 2612. I say he bade they should counterfeit the Pope's bules, making mention that he had leave his first wife to leet. 2613. As by the Pope's dispensation, to stint 2614 rancor and dissension betwixt his people and him, thus spake the bull, the which they have published at full. The rude people, as no wonder is, ween 2615 full well that it had been right so. But, when these tidings came to Griseldis, I deem that her heart was full of woe. But she, alike sad. 2616 for Avermo disposed was, this humble creature. Adversity of fortune all endure, abiding ever his lust and his pleasance. To whom that she was given, heart and all, as to her very worldly sufficance. 2617. But, shortly if this story tell I shall. The Marquis written hath in special a letter, in which he shewed his intent, and secretly it to Bologna sent. To Earl of Panico, which had though 2618 wedded his sister, prayed he specially to bring home again his children too, in honorable estate all openly. But one thing he him prayed utterly, that he to no wight, though men would inquire, should not tell whose children that they were, but say, the maiden should wedded be unto the Marquis of Saluce anon. And as this earl was prayed, so did he. For, at day set, he on his way is gone toward Saluce, and lords many a one, in rich array, this maiden for to guide, her young brother riding her beside. Arrayed was toward 2619 her marriage. This fresh maiden, full of gems clear, her brother, which that 7 year was of age, arrayed eke full fresh in his manera. And thus, in great noblesse, and with glad cheer, toward Saluces shaping their journey, from day to day they rode upon their way. Pars. Quinta. Among all this 2620 after his wick usage, the Marquis, yet his wife to tempt more, to the uttermost proof of her courage, fully to have experience and lore 26:21. If that she were as steadfast as before. He on a day, in open audience, full boisterously said her this sentence. Certes, grizzled, I had enough pleasance to have you to my wife, for your goodness, and for your truth, and for your obeisance. Not for your lineage, nor for your riches. But now know I, in very soothfastness, that in great lordship, if I well advise, there is great servitude in sundry wise. I may not do as every ploughman may. My people me constraineth for to take another wife, and crieth day by day. And eke the Pope, rancour for to slake, consenteth it, that dare I undertake. And truly, thus much I will you say. My new wife is coming by the way. Be strong of heart, and void anon 26:22 her place. And filk 2623 dower that ye brought to me. Take it again, I grant it of my grace. Return to your father's house, quoth he. No man may always have prosperity. With even heart I read 26:24 you to endure the stroke of fortune or of aventure. And she again answered in patience. My lord, quoth she, I know, and knew alway, how that betwixt your magnificence and my povert no wight nor can nor may make comparison. It is no nay. 2625. I held me never digny 2626 in no manner to be your wife, nor yet your chamberlain. 2627. And in this house, where ye me lady made, the high God take I for my witness. And also wisly 2628 he my soul glade. I never held me lady nor mistress, but humble servant to your worthiness. And ever shall, while that my life may dure, above an every worldly creature, that ye so long, of your benignity, have holden me in honor and nobly 2629. Whereas I was not worthy for to be. That thank I God in you, to whom I pray. For yield 2630 at you. There is no more to say. Unto my Father gladly will I wend 2631. And with him dwell, unto my life's end. Where I was fostered as a child full small. Till I be dead my life there will I lead. A widow clean in body, heart, and all. For since I gave to you my maidenhead, and am your true wife, it is no dread 2632. God shield 2633 such a lordess wife to take. Another man to husband or to make. 2634. And of your new wife, God of his grace, so grant you weal and all prosperity. For I will gladly yield to her my place, in which that I was blissful wont to be. For since it liketh you, my lord, quoth she, that whilom wherein all mine heart's rest, that I shall go, I will go when you lest. But whereas ye me proffer such dowear, as I first brought, it is well in my mind. It was my wretched clothes, nothing fair, the which to me were hard now for to find. O good God! How gentle and how kind! Ye seemed by your speech and your visage, the day that maked was our marriage. But sooth is said, Aldgate 2635 I find it true. For in effect it proved is on me. Love is not old as when that it is new. But certes, Lord, for no adversity. To dying in this case, it shall not be. That e'er in word or work I shall repent. That I you gave mine heart in whole intent. My lord, ye know that in my father's place, ye did me strip out of my poor weed 2636. And richly ye clad me of your grace. To you brought I not else, out of dread, but faith, and nakedness, and maidenhead. And here again your clothing I restore. And eke your wedding ring for evermore. The remnant of your jewels ready be. Within your chamber, I dare safely sayn. Naked out of my father's house, quoth she. I came, and naked I must turn again. All your pleasance would I follow fain. 2637. But yet I hope it be not your intent. That smockless 2638 I out of your palace went. Ye could not do so dishonest 2639 a thing. That filk 2640 womb, in which your children lay, shewed before the people, in my walking, be seen all bare, and therefore I you pray, let me not like a worm go by the way. Remember you, mine own lord so dear. I was your wife, though I unworthy were. Wherefore, in guerdon 2641 of my maidenhead, which that I brought and not again I bear, as vouchsafe to give me to my meed 2642. But such a smock as I was wont to wear, that I therewith may wry 2643 the womb of her. That was your wife, and here I take my leave of you, mine own lord, lest I you grieve. The smock, quoth he, that thou hast on thy back, let it be still, and bear it forth with thee. But well unneaths 2644 thilk word he spake, but went his way for ruth and for pity. Before the folk herself stripped she, and in her smock, with foot and head all bare, toward her father's house forth is she fair. 2645. The folk her followed weeping on her way, and fortune they cursed as they gone. 2646. But she from weeping kept her eye and dray. 2647. Nor in this time ward spake she none. Her father, that this tiding heard anon, cursed the day and time, that nature showed 2648 him to be a living creature. For, out of doubt, this old poor man was ever in suspect of her marriage. For ever deemed he, since it first began, that when the Lord fulfilled had his courage. 2649. He would think it were a disparage 2650. To his estate, so low for to alight, and void 2651 her as soon as e'er he might. Against 2652 his daughter hastily went he, for he by noise of folk knew her coming, and with her old coat, as it might be, he covered her, full sorrowfully weeping. But on her body might he it not bring. 2653. For rude was the cloth, and more of age, by days feel 2654 than at her marriage. Thus with her father for a certain space dwelled this flower of wifely patience, that neither by her words nor by her face, before the folk nor eke in their absence, ne shewed she that her was done offence, nor of her high estate no remembrance, ne had she, as by 2655 her countenance. No wonder is, for in her great estate, her ghost 2656 was ever in plen 2657 humility. No tender mouth, no heart delicate, no pomp, and no semblant of royalty, but full of patient benignity, discreet and prideless, honorable, and to her husband ever meek and stable. Men speak of Job, and most for his humbless, as clerks, when them list, can well indict, namely 2658 of men. But, as in soothfastness, though clerks praise women but a light 2659, there can no man in humbless him acquite, as women can, nor can be half so true, as women be. But it be fall of new. 2660. Pars. Sexta. From Bolin is the Earl of Panic come, of which the fame upsprang to more and less, and to the people's ears all and some, was known eke, that a new Marchioness he with him brought, in such pomp and riches, that never was there seen with man's eye so noble array in all West Lombardy. The Marquis, which that showed 2661 and knew all this, ere that the Earl was come, sent his message 2662. For Thilkpoor Sally 2663 Griseldis. And she, with humble heart and glad visage, Nor with no swelling thought in her courage 2664. Came at his hest 2665 and on her knees her set. And reverently and wisely she him gret. 2666. Grizzled, quoth he, my will is utterly. This maiden, that shall wedded be to me. Received be tomorrow as royally. As it possible is in my house to be. And eke that every wight in his degree. Have his estate 2667 in sitting and service. And in high pleasance, as I can devise. I have no women sufficient, certain. The chambers to array in ordnance. After my lust. 2668 and therefore would I fain. That thine were all such manner governance. Thou knowest eke of old all my pleasance. Though thine array be bad, and ill besee 2669. Do thou thy devoir at the least way. 2670. Not only, Lord, that I am glad, quoth she, to do your lust, but I desire also you for to serve and please in my degree. Without fainting. And shall avermo. Nor ever for no weal, nor for no woe. Ne shall the ghost 2671 within mine heart stand 2672. To love you best with all my true intent. And with that word she gone the house to dight 2673. And tables for to set, and beds to make. And pained her 2674 to do all that she might. Praying the chamberers for God's sake. To hasten them, and fast sweep and shake. And she the most serviceable of all. Hath every chamber arrayed, and his hall. Abu 102675 gone the Earl alight. That with him brought these noble children tway. For which the people ran to see the sight. Of their array, so richly besee. 2676. And then at erst 2677 amongst them they say. That Walter was no fool, though that him less 2678. To change his wife, for it was for the best. For she is fairer, as they deem 2679 all. Then is grizzled, and more tender of age. And fairer fruit between them should fall. And more pleasant. For her high lineage. Her brother eke so fair was of visage. That them to see the people hath caught pleasance. Commending now the Marquis governance. O stormy people, unsad 2680 in evar untrue. And undiscreet, and changing as a vein. Delighting evar in rumor that is new. For like the moon so wax ye and wane. I full of clapping, dear enough a Jane 2681. Your doom 2682 is false, your constance evil preveth. 2683. A full great fool is he that you believeth. Thus said the sad 2684 folk in that city. When that the people gazed up and down. For they were glad, right for the novelty. To have a new lady of their town. No more of this now make I mention. But to grizzled, again I will me dress. And tell her constancy and business. Full busy was grizzled in everything. That to the feast was appurtenant. Right not was she abashed d 2685 of her clothing. Though it were rude, and some deal eke to rent. 2686. But with glad cheer unto the gate she went. With other folk, to greet the Marchioness. And after that did forth her business. With so glad cheer his guests she received. And so conningly 2687 each in his degree. That no default no man apperceived. But I they wondered what she might be. That in so poor array was for to see. And could 2688 such honor and reverence. And worthily they praise her prudence. In all this mean while she not stent 2689. This maid, and eke her brother, to commend. With all her heart in full benign intent. So well. That no man could her praise amend. But at the last, when that these lords went 2690. To sit down to meat, he gone to call Grizzled, as she was busy in the hall. Grizzled, quoth he, as it were in his play, how liketh thee my wife, and her beauty? Right well, my lord, quoth she, for, in good fay 2691. A fairer saw I never none than she. I pray to God give you prosperity. And so I hope, that he will to you send pleasance enough unto your lives' end. One thing beseech I you, and warn also, that ye not prick with no tormenting this tender maiden, as ye have done mo. 2692. For she is fostered in her nourishing more tenderly. And, to my supposing, she might not adversity endure, as could a poor fostered creature. And when this Walter saw her patience, her glad cheer, and no malice at all, and 2693 he so often had her done offence, and she I sad 2694 and constant as a wall, continuing ever her innocence o'er all. The sturdy Marquis gone his heart dress 2695, to rue upon her wifely steadfastness. This is enough, Griselda mine, quoth he. Be now no more aghast, nor evil paid 2696. I have thy faith and thy benignity, as well as ever woman was, assayed, in great estate and poorly arrayed. Now know I, dear wife, thy steadfastness. And her in arms he took, and gone to kiss. And she for wonder took of it no keep. 2697. She hard not what thing he to her said. She fared as she had start out of a sleep, till she out of her mazedness abrayed. 2698. Grizzled, quoth he, by God that for us died. Thou art my wife, none other I have, nor ever had, as God my soul save. This is thy daughter, which thou hast suppositoried to be my wife, that other faithfully shall be mine heir, as I have I disposed. Thou bear them of thy body truly. At Bologna kept I them privily. Take them again, for now mayst thou not say that thou hast lorn 2699 none of thy children tway. And folk, that otherwise have said of me, I warn them well, that I have done this deed for no malice, nor for no cruelty, but to assay in thee thy woman head, and not to slay my children, God forbid, but for to keep them privily and still, till I thy purpose knew, and all thy will. When she this heard, in swoon adown she falleth, for piteous joy. And after her swooning, she both her young children to her calleth, and in her arms piteously weeping, embraced them, and tenderly kissing, full like a mother, with her salt tears, she bathed both their visage and their hairs. Oh, what a piteous thing it was to see her swooning, and her humble voice to hear. Grand mercy, Lord, God thank it you, quoth she, that ye have saved me my children dear. Now rec 2700 I never to be dead right here, since I stand in your love, and in your grace. No force of 2701 death, nor when my spirit pace. 2702. O tender, O dear, O young children mine, your woeful mother weaned steadfastly 2703. That cruel hounds, or some foul vermin, had eaten you. But God of his mercy, and your benign Father tenderly, have done you keep 2704 and in that same stound 2705. All suddenly she swapped 2706 down to the ground. And in her swoon so sadly 2707 holdeth she her children too, when she gone them embrace. That with great slight 2708 and great difficulty, the children from her arm they can heiress. 2709. Oh! Many a tear on many a piteous face, down ran of them that stood her beside. Unneth 2710 aboot her might they abide. Walter her gladdeth, and her sorrow slaketh. 27:11. She riseth up abashed. 27:12 from her trance. And every wight her joy and feast mocketh, till she hath caught again her countenance. Walter her doth so faithfully pleasance, that it was dainty for to see the cheer betwixt them two, since they be met in fear. 2713. The ladies, when that they their time say. 2714. Have taken her, and into chamber gone, and stripped her out of her rude array, and in a cloth of gold that brightly shone, and with a crown of many a riche stone, upon her head, they into hall her brought, and there she was honored as her ought. Thus had this piteous day a blissful end, for every man and woman did his might, this day in mirth and revel to dispend, till on the welkin. 2715 shone the stars bright, for more solemn in every man's sight. This feast was, and greater of costage. 2716. Then was the revel of her marriage. Full many a year in high prosperity lived these two in concord and in rest. And richly his daughter married he unto a lord, one of the worthiest of all Ital. And then in peace and rest his wife's father in his court he kept, till that the soul out of his body crept. His son succeeded in his heritage, in rest and peace, after his father's day. And fortunate was eke in marriage. All. 2717 he put not his wife in great assay. This world is not so strong, it is no nay. 2718. As it hath been in old times yore. And hearken what this author saith, therefore. This story is said. 2719 not for that wives should follow Griselda in humility, for it were importable. 2720 though they would, but for that every wight in his degree should be constant in adversity, as was Griselda. Therefore Petrarch writeth this story, which with high style he inditeth. For, since a woman was so patient unto a mortal man, well more we ought receiven all in gree. 2721 that God us sent. For great skill is he proved that he wrought. 2722. But he tempteth no man that he hath bought. As saith St. James, if ye his epistle read, he proveth folk all day, it is no dread. 2723. And suffereth us, for our exercise, with sharp scourges of adversity, full often to be beat in sundry wise. Not for to know our will, for certes he, ere we were born, knew all our frailty. And for our best is all his governance. Let us then live in virtuous sufferance. But one word, lordings, hearken, ere I go. It were full hard to find nowadays in all a town Griseldas 3 or 2. For, if that they were put to such assays, the gold of them hath now so bad a lays. 2724. With brass, that though the coin be fair at 2725, it would rather break in two than ply. 2726. For which here, for the wife's love of Bath, whose life and all her sex may God maintain in high mastery, and else were it scath. 2727. I will, with lusty heart fresh and green, say you a song to gladden you, I ween. And let us stint of earnestful matter. Hearken my song, that saith in this manner. L'Envoy of Chaucer. Griselda is dead, and eke her patience, and both at once are buried in Ital. For which I cry in open audience. No wedded man so hardy be t assail his wife's patience, in trust to find Griselda's, for in certain he shall fail. O noble wives, full of high prudence, let no humility your tongues nail, nor let no clerk have cause or diligence to write of you a story of such marvale as of Griselda patient and kind, lest she shavash 2728 you swallow in her entrail. Follow echo, that holdeth no silence, but ever answereth at the counter-tale. 27:29. Be not bedaft. 27:30 for your innocence, but sharply take on you the governale. 2731. Imprint well this lesson in your mind, for common profit, since it may avail. Ye archiwives. 2732. Stand I at defense, since ye be strong as is a great camele. 2733. Nor suffer not that men do you offence, and slender wives, feeble in bat-tail. Be eager as a tiger yond in ind. I clapping as a mill, I you counsel. Nor dread them not, nor do them reverence. For though thine husband armed be in mail, the arrows of thy crabbed eloquence shall pierce his breast, and eke his aventail. 2734. In jealousy I read. 2735. Eke thou him bind, and thou shalt make him couch. 2736. As doth a quail. If thou be fair, where folk be in presence, shew thou thy visage and thine apparel. If thou be foul, be free of thy dispense. To get thee friends I do thy travail. Be I of cheer as light as leaf on lind. 2737. And let him care, and weep, and ring, and wail. The Merchant's Tale. The Prologue. 2738. Weeping and wailing, care and other sorrow, I have enough, on even and on morrow. Quoth the merchant, and so have other mo. That wedded be. I trow. 2739. That it be so. For well I wot it fareth so by me. I have a wife, the worst that may be. For though the fiend to her coupled were, she would him overmatch. I dare well swear. Why should I you rehearse in special her high malice? She is a shrew at all. 2740. There is a long and large difference betwixt Griselda's great patience, and of my wife the passing cruelty. Were I unbounden, also may I. The 2741. I would never. 2742. Come in the snare. We wedded men live in sorrow and care. Assay it whoso will, and he shall find that I say sooth, by Saint Thomas of Ind. As for the more part, I say not all. God shield. 2743. That it should so befall. Ah! Good sir host, I have why wedded be. These moneths too, and more not, pardie. And yet I trow. 2744. That he that all his life wifeless hath been, though that men would him rive into the heart, could in no manner tell so much sorrow, as I you hear could tell of my wife's cursedness. 2745. Now, quoth our host, merchant, so God you bless, since ye so much known of that art, full heartily I pray you tell us part. Gladly, quoth he, but of mine owen sore, for sorry heart, I tell me no more. The Tale. 2746. Whilom there was dwelling in Lombardy a worthy knight, that born was at Pavie, in which he lived in great prosperity. And 40 years a wifeless man was he, and followed I his bodily delight on women, whereas was his appetite, as do these fools that be seculars. 2747. And, when that he was past 60 years, were it for holiness, or for dotage, I cannot say, but such a great courage. 2748. Had this knight to be a wedded man, that day and night he did all that he can to be where that he might wedded be, praying our Lord to grante him, that he might once known of that blissful life that is betwixt a husband and his wife, and for to live under that holy bond, with which God first man and woman bond. None other life, said he, is worth a bean. For wedlock is so easy, and so clean, that in this world it is a paradise. Thus said this old knight, that was so wise. And certainly, as sooth 27:49 as God is king. To take a wife it is a glorious thing. And namely 27:50 when a man is old and hoar. Then is a wife the fruit of his tree, sir. Then should he take a young wife and a fair, on which he might engender him an heir, and lead his life in joy and in solace. 27:51. Whereas these bachelors sing alas, when that they find any adversity in love, which is but childish vanity. And truly it sits 27:52 well to be so, that bachelors have often pain and woe. On brittle ground they build, and brittleness they find, when they wean sickerness. 27:53. They live but as a bird or as a beast, in liberty, and under no arrest. 2754. Whereas a wedded man in his estate liveth a life blissful and ordinate, under the yoke of marriage why bound? Well may his heart in joy and bliss abound. For who can be so buxom 27:55 as a wife, who is so true, and eke so attentive, to keep 27:56 him, sick and whole, as is his make? 2757. For weal or woe she will him not forsake. She is not weary him to love and serve, though that he lie bedrid until he stir. 2758. And yet some clerks say it is not so, of which he, Theophrast, is one of though. 2759. What force 2760 though Theophrast list for to lie? Take no wife, quoth he, for husbandry. 2761. As for to spare in household thy dispense, a true servant doth more diligence thy good to keep, than doth thine own wife. For she will claim a half part all her life. And if that thou be sick, so God me save, thy very friends, or a true knave. 2762. Will keep thee bet. 2763 than she, that waiteth I after. 2764 thy good, and hath done many a day. This sentence, and 100 times worse, writeth this man, their God his bones curse. But take no keep. 2765 of all such vanity. Defy. 2766 Theophrast, and hearken to me. A wife is God's gift verily. All other manner gifts heartily. 2767. As landus, rant, pasture, or commune. 2768. Or mebles. 2769 all be gifts of fortune, that passen as a shadow on the wall. But dread. 2770 thou not, if plainly speak I shall. A wife will last, and in thine house endure, well longer than thee list, peradventure. 2771. Marriage is a full great sacrament. He which that hath no wife, I hold him shent. 2772. He liveth helpless, and all desolate. I speak of folk in secular estate. 2773. And hearken why, I say not this for naught. That woman is for man's help why wrought. The high God, when he had Adam maked, and saw him all alone belly naked, God of his great goodness said then, let us now make a help unto this man, like to himself. And then he made him Eve. Here may ye see, and hereby may ye prove. 2774. That a wife is man's help and his comfort, his paradise terrestre and his disport. So buxom. 2775 and so virtuous is she. They must needs live in unity. One flesh they be, and one blood, as I guess, with but one heart in weal and in distress. A wife? Ah! Saint Mary, Bendicite! How might a man have any adversity that hath a wife? Certes I cannot say. The bliss the which that is betwixt them tway, there may no tongue it tell, or heart think. If he be poor, she helpeth him to swink. 2776. She keeps his good, and wasteth never a deal. 2777. All that her husband list, her liketh 2778 well. She saith not one's nay, when he saith yea. Do this, saith he. All ready, sir, saith she. O blissful order, wedlock precious! Thou art so merry, and eke so virtuous. And so commended and approved eke, that every man that holds him worth a leek, upon his bare knees ought all his life to thank his God, that him hath sent a wife. Or else pray to God him for to send a wife, to last unto his life's end. For then his life is set in sickerness. 2779. He may not be deceived, as I guess, so that he work after his wife's rede. 2780. Then may he boldly bear up his head. They be so true, and therewithal so wise. For which, if thou wilt warken as the wise, do always so as women will thee read. 2781. Lo how that Jacob, as these clerks read, by good counsel of his mother Rebek, bound the kidda's skin about his neck, for which his father's benizon 2782 he won. Lo Judith, as the story tell can, by good counsel she God's people kept, and slew him, Holofernes, while he slept. Lo Abigail, by good counsel, how she saved her husband Nabal, when that he should have been slain. And lo, Esther also, by counsel good delivered out of woe the people of God, and made him, Mardosh, of Assuer enhanced 2783 for to be. There is nothing in Greece superlative 2784. As saith Seneca, above a humble wife. Suffer thy wife's tongue, as Cato bit. 2785. She shall command, and thou shalt suffer it. And yet she will obey of courtesy. A wife is keeper of thine husbandry. Well may the sick man bewail and weep, thereas there is no wife the house to keep. I warn thee, if wisely thou wilt work. 2786. Love well thy wife, as Christ loveth his church. Thou lovest thyself, if thou lovest thy wife. No man hateth his flesh, but in his life he fostereth it, and therefore bid I thee cherish thy wife, or thou shalt never the. 2787. Husband and wife, whatso men jape or play. 2788. Of worldly folk hold the sicker. 2789 way. They be so knit there may no harm betide. And namely 2790 upon the wife's side. For which this January, of whom I told, considered hath within his days old the lusty life, the virtuous quiet, that is in marriage honey sweet. And for his friends upon a day he sent, to tell them the effect of his intent. With face sad. 2791 his tale he hath them told. He said, friends, I am hoar and old, and almost, God wot, on my pittance 2792 brink. Upon my soul somewhat must I think. I have my body foolishly dispended. Blessed be God that it shall be amended. For I will be certain a wedded man, and that anon in all the haste I can. Unto some maiden, fair and tender of age, I pray you shape 2793 for my marriage. All suddenly, for I will not abide. And I will fawn 2794 to Espy, on my side, to whom I may be wedded hastily. But forasmuch as ye be more than I, ye shall rather 2795 such a thing Espy than I, and where me best were to ally. But one thing warn I you, my friends dear, I will none old wife have in no manera. She shall not pass 16 year certain. Old fish and young flesh would I have fain. Better, quoth he, a pike than a pickerel. 2796. And better than old beef is tender veal. I will no woman 30 year of age. It is but bean straw and great forage. And eke these old widows, God it what. They con 2797 so much craft on Wade S boat 2798. So mush brook harm 2799 when that them lest 2800. That with them should I never live in rest. For sundry schools make subtle clerks. Woman of many schools half a clerk is. But certainly a young thing men may guy 2801. Right as men may warm wax with hands ply. 2802. Wherefore I say you plainly in a clause. I will none old wife have, right for this cause. For if so were I had such mischance, that I in her could have no pleasance, then should I lead my life in avutry 2803. And go straight to the devil when I die. Nor children should I none upon her get 10. Yet were me lever 2804 hounds had me eaten, then that mine heritage should fall in strange hands, and this I tell you all. I doubt not I know the cause why men should wed, and farthermore know I. There speaketh many a man of marriage, that knows no more of it than doth my page. For what causes a man should take a wife, if he any may not live chaste his life? Take him a wife with great devotion, because of lawful procreation of children, to th honor of God above, and not only for paramour or love, and for they should lechery eschew, and yield their debt when that it is due, or for that each of them should help the other in mischief 2805 as a sister shall the brother, and live in chastity full holily. But, sires, by your leave, that am not I. For, God be thanked, I dare make a vaunt. 2806. I feel my limbas stark 2807 and sufficient to do all that a man belongeth to. I wot myself best what I may do. Though I be whore, I fare as doth a tree that blossoms ere the fruit waxen 2808 be. The blossomy tree is neither dry nor dead. I feel me now here whore but on my head. Mine heart and all my limbas are as green as laurel through the year is for to seen. 2809. And, since that ye have heard all mine intent, I pray you to my will ye would assent. Diverse men diversely him told of marriage many examples old. Some blamed it, some praised it, certain. But at the last, shortly for to sayn, as all day 2810 falleth altercation betwixt friends in disputation. There fell a strife betwixt his brethren two, of which that one was called Placebo. Justin as soothly called was that other. Placebo said, O January, brother, full little need have ye, my lord so dear, counsel to ask of any that is here, but that ye be so full of sapience, that you not liketh, for your high prudence, to waive 2811 from the word of Solomon. This word said he unto us every one. Work a thing by counsel, thus said he. And then shalt thou not repent thee. But though that Solomon spake such a word, mine own dear brother and my lord, so wisely 2812 God my soul bring at rest, I hold your own counsel is the best. For, brother mine, take of me this motive. 2813. I have now been a courtman all my life. And, God it what, though I unworthy be, I have standen in full great degree about lords of full high estate. Yet had I ne'er with none of them debate. I never them contraried truly. I know well that my lord can 2814 more than I. What that he saith I hold it firm and stable. I say the same, or else a thing semblable. A full great fool is any counsellor that serveth any lord of high honour, that dare presume, or one's thin kennet, that his counsel should pass his lord's wit. Nay, lords be no fools by my fay. Ye have yourself shewed here today. So high sentence 2815 so holily and well, that I consent, and confirm every deal 2816. Your words all, and your opinion. By God, there is no man in all this town, nor in Ital, could better have said. Christ holds him of this counsel well apaid. 2817. And truly it is a high courage of any man that stopen 2818 is in age, to take a young wife, by my father's kin. Your heart hangeth on a jolly pin. Do now in this matter right as you lest. For finally I hold it for the best. Justinus, that I still sat and heard. Right in this wise to Placebo answered. Now, brother mine, be patient I pray. Since ye have said, and hearken what I say. Senec, among his other words wise, saith, that a man ought him right well advise 28:19. To whom he gives his hand or his chattel. And since I ought advise me right well, to whom I give my good away from me, well more I ought advise me, part I. To whom I give my body, for alway. I warn you well it is no child's play, to take a wife without advisement. Men must inquire, this is mine assent. Whether she be wise, or sober, or drunkula 28:20. Or proud, or any other ways a shrew. A chittister 28:21 or a waster of thy good. Or rich or poor. Or else a man is wood. 2822. Albeit so, that no man find shall. None in this world, that trotteth whole in all 28:23. No man, nor beast, such as men can devise. 2824. But natheless it ought enough suffice. With any wife, if so were that she had more good thous 2825 than her vices bad. And all this asketh leisure to inquire. For, God it wot, I have wept many a tear. Full privily, since I have had a wife. Praise whoso will a wedded man's life. Certes, I find in it but cost and care. And observances of all blisses bare. And yet, God wot, my neighbors about. And namely 2826 of women many a rout 2827. Say that I have the most steadfast wife. And eke the meekest one, that beareth life. But I know best where ringeth 2828 me my shoe. Ye may for me write as you like do. Advise you, ye be a man of age. How that ye enter into marriage. And namely 2829 with a young wife and a fair. By him that made water, fire, earth, air. The youngest man that is in all this rout 2830. Is busy enough to bring in it about. To have his wife alone. Trust me. Ye shall not please her fully years 3. This is to say, to do her full pleasance. A wife asketh full many an observance. I pray you that ye be not evil apaid 2831. Well, quoth this January, and hast thou said? Straw for thy Senec, and for thy Proverbs. I count not a pannier full of herbs. Of skull terms. Wiser men than thou. As thou hast heard, assented here right now. To my purpose, Placebo, what say ye? I say it is a cursed 2832 man, quoth he. That letteth 2833 matrimony, sickerly. And with that word they rise up suddenly. And be assented fully, that he should be wedded when him list, and where he would. High fantasy and curious business. From day to day gone in the soul impress 2834. Of January about his marriage. Many a fair shape. And many a fair visage. There passed through his heart night by night. As whoso took a mirror polished bright. And set it in a common marketplace. Then should he see many a figure pace. By his mirror. And in the same wise. Gone January in his thought devise. Of maidens, which that dwelt him beside. He wist not where that he might abide. 2835. For if that one had beauty in her face, another stood so in the people's grace. For her sadness 2836 and her benignity. That of the people greatest voice had she. And some were rich and had a bad name. But nathless, betwixt earnest and game. He at the last appointed him on one. And let all others from his heart gone. And chose her of his own authority. For love is blind all day, and may not see. And when that he was into bed brought. He portrayed in his heart and in his thought. Her fresh beauty, and her age tender. Her middle small, her arms long and slender. Her wise governance, her gentleness. Her womanly bearing, and her sadness. 2837. And when that he on her was condescended 2838. He thought his choice might not be amended. For when that he himself concluded had. He thought each other man's wit so bad. That impossible it were to reply. Against his choice, this was his fantasy. His friends sent he to, at his instance. And prayed them to do him that pleasance. That hastily they would unto him come. He would abridge their labor all and some. Needed no more for them to go nor ride 2839. He was appointed where he would abide. 2840. Placebo came, and eke his friends soon. And Alderfirst 2841 he bade them all a boon. 2842. That none of them no arguments would make. Against the purpose that he had take. Which purpose was pleasant to God, said he. And very ground of his prosperity. He said, there was a maiden in the town. Which that of beauty had great renown. All 2843 were it so she were of small degree. Sufficed him her youth and her beauty. Which maid, he said, he would have to his wife. To lead in ease and holiness his life. And thanked God, that he might have her all. That no wight with his bliss part 2844 shall. And prayed them to labor in this need. And shape that he fail not to speed. For then, he said, his spirit was at ease. Then is, quoth he, nothing may me displease. Save one thing pricketh in my conscience. The which I will rehearse in your presence. I have, quoth he, heard said, full year 2845 ago. There may no man have perfect blisses too. This is to say, on earth and eke in heaven. For though he keep him from the sins 7. And eke from every branch of filk tree 2846. Yet is there so perfect felicity. And so great ease and lust 2847 in marriage. That ever I am aghast 2848 now in mine age. That I shall head now so merry a life. So delicate, without woe or strife. That I shall have mine heaven on earth here. For since that very heaven is bought so dear. With tribulation and great penance. How should I then, living in such pleasance. As Allah wedded men do with their wives. Come to the bliss where Christ etern on live is? 2849. This is my dread, 2850 and ye, my brethren tway. A soil 2851 me this question, I you pray. Justinus, which that hated his folly. Answered anon right in his japery. 2852. And, for he would his long tale abridge. He would no authority 2853 allege. But said, Sir, so there be none obstacle. Other than this, God of his high miracle. And of his mercy, may so for you work 2854. That, ere ye have your rites of holy church. Ye may repent of wedded man's life. In which ye say there is no woe nor strife. And else God forbid, but if 2855 he sent. A wedded man his grace him to repent. Well often. Rather than a single man. And therefore, sir, the best read I can 2856. Despair you not, but have in your memory. Peradventure she may be your purgatory. She may be Goddess means, and Goddess whip. And then your soul shall up to heaven skip. swifter than doth an arrow from a bow. I hope to God hereafter ye shall know that there is none so great felicity in marriage, nor ever more shall be, that you shall let 2857 of your salvation, so that ye use, as skill is and reason, the lusts 2858 of your wife attemperly 2859, and that ye please her not too amorously, and that ye keep you eke from other sin. My tale is done, for my wit is but thin. Be not aghast 2860 hereof, my brother dear. But let us wadden out of this matter. The wife of Bath, if ye have understand of marriage, which ye have now in hand, declared hath full well in little space. Fare ye now well, God have you in his grace. And with this word this Justin and his brother have ta'en their leave, and each of them of other. And when they saw that it must needs be, they wrought so, by slight and wise treaty, that she, this maiden which that May's height 2861, as hastily as ever that she might, shall wedded be unto this January. I trow it were too long you to tarry, if I told you of every script and band 2862, by which she was feft in his hand, or for to reckon of her rich array. But finally Wycomen is the day that to the church Boda be they went, for to receive the holy sacrament. Forth came the priest, with stole about his neck, and bade her be like Sarah and Rebek, in wisdom and in truth of marriage, and said his orisons, as is usage, and crouched 2863 them, and bade 2864 God should them bless, and made all sicker 2865 enough with holiness. Thus be they wedded with solemnity. And at the feast sat both he and she, with other worthy folk, upon the dais. All full of joy and bliss is the palace, and full of instruments, and of vitail, the most daintiest 2866 of all Ital. Before them stood such instruments of Son, that Orpheus, nor of Thebes Amphion, ne made never such a melody. At every course came in loud minstrelsy, that never Joab trumped for to hear, nor he, Theodomas, yet half so clear. At Thebes, when the city was in doubt, Bacchus the wine them skinked 2867 all about, and Venus laughed upon every wight, for January was become her night, and wooed both essay his courage, in liberty, and eke in marriage, and with her firebrand in her hand about, danced before the bride and all the rout. And certainly I dare right well say this, Hymenaeus, that god of wedding is, saw never his life so merry a wedded man. Hold thou thy peace, thou poet Martian 2868. That writest us that ilk 2869 wedding merry, of her philology and him Mercury, and of the songes that the Muses sung. Too small is both thy pen, and eke thy tongue, for to describen of this marriage, when tender youth hath wedded stooping age. There is such mirth that it may not be writ. Assay it yourself, then may ye wit 2870. If that I lie or no in this matter. Maius, that sat with so benign a cheer 2871. Her to behold it seemed fairy. Queen Esther never looked with such an eye on a sweer, so meek a look had she. I may you not devise all her beauty, but thus much of her beauty tell I may, that she was hike the bright morrow of May, full filled of all beauty and pleasance. This January is ravished in a trance, at every time he looked in her face, but in his heart he gone her to menace, that he that night in arms would her strain, harder than ever Paris did Helene. But nathless yet had he great pity, that thilke night offend her must he, and thought, alas, O tender creature, now would God ye might well endure all my courage, it is so sharp and keen. I am aghast 2872 ye shall it not sustain. But God forbid that I did all my might, Now would God that it were waxen night, and that the night would lusten evermo. I would that all this people were Wygo, 2873. And finally he did all his labor, as he best might, saving his honor, to haste them from the meat in subtle wise. The time came that reason was to rise, and after that men dance, and drink fast, and spices all about the house they cast, and full of joy and bliss is every man, all but a squire, that hight Damien, who carved before the night full many a day. He was so ravished on his Lady May, that for the very pain he was nigh wood. 2874. Almost he swelled 2875 and swooned where he stood. So sore had Venus hurt him with her brand, as that she bare it dancing in her hand. And to his bed he went him hastily. No more of him as at this time speak I, but there I let him weep enough and plain. 2876. Till fresh May will rue upon his pain. O perilous fire, that in the bedstraw breedeth. O foe familiar. 2877 that his service bedeth. 2878. O servant traitor, O false homely hue. 2879. Like to the adder in bosom shy untrue. God shield us Allah from your acquaintance. O January, drunken in pleasance of marriage, see how thy Damien, thine own Squire and thy born 2880 man, intendeth for to do thee villainy. 2881. God grante thee thine homely foe. 2882 tsb. For in this world is no worse pestilence than homely foe, all day in thy presence. Performed hath the sun his arc diurn. 2883. No longer may the body of him sojourn on the horizon, in that latitude. Night with his mantle, that is dark and rude, gone overspread the hemisphere about. For which departed is this lusty rout. 2884. From January, with thank on every side, home to their houses lustily they ride, whereas they do their things as them lest, and when they see their time they go to rest. Soon after that this hasty 2885 January will go to bed, he will no longer tarry. He drank Hippocras, Clar 2886 and Vernage 2887. Of spices hot, to increase his courage. And many a lectuary had he full fine, such as the cursed monk Dan Constantine 2888 hath written in his book De Coitu. To eat them all he would nothing eschew. And to his privy friends thus said he: For God's love, as soon as it may be, let voiden all this house in courteous wise. And they have done right as he will devise. Men drinken, and the Travers 2889 draw anon. The bride is brought to bed as still as stone. And when the bed was with the priest why blessed, out of the chamber every wight him dressed. And January hath fast in arms whitetake, his fresh May, his paradise, his make. 2890. He lulled her, he kissed her full oft, with thick bristles of his beard unsoft, like to the skin of houndfish. 2891 sharp as Brer 2892. For he was shaven all new in his manera. He rubbed her upon her tender face, and said thus: Alas! I must trace base to you, my spouse, and you greatly offend, ere time come that I will down descend. But natheless consider this, quoth he. There is no workman, whatsoe'er he be, that may both work well and hastily. This will be done at leisure perfectly. It is no force. 2893 How long that we play, in true wedlock coupled be we tway. And blessed be the yoke that we be in. For in our acts may there be no sin. A man may do no sin with his wife, nor hurt himself with his own knife. For we have leave to play us by the law. Thus labored he, till that the day gone daw. And then he took a sop in fine clar, and upright in his bed then sat he, And after that he sang full loud and clear, and kissed his wife, and made wanton cheer. He was all coltish, full of raillery 2894. And full of jargon as a flecked pie. The slack skin about his neck shaked. While that he sang, so chanted he and craked. 2895. But God what that may thought in her heart, when she him saw up sitting in his shirt, in his nightcap, and with his neck lean. She praised not his playing worth a bean. Then said he thus, my rest will I take. Now day is come, I may no longer wake. And down he laid his head and slept till prime. And afterward, when that he saw his time, up rose January, but fresh May held her chamber till the 4th day, as usage is of wives for the best. For every labor some time must have rest, or else long may he not endure. This is to say, no life of creature, be it of fish, or bird, or beast, or man. Now will I speak of woeful Damien, that languisheth for love, as ye shall hear. Therefore I speak to him in this manner. I say, O silly Damien, alas! Answer to this demand, as in this case. How shalt thou to thy lady, fresh May, tell thy woe? She will always say nay. Eke if thou speak, she will thy woe bewray. 2896. God be thine help, I can no better say. This sick Damien in Venus' fire so burned that he died for desire, for which he put his life in Aventia 2897. No longer might he in this wise endure, but privily a penner 2898 gone he borrow, and in a letter wrote he all his sorrow, in manner of a complaint or a lay, unto his fair fresh Lady May. And in a purse of silk, hung on his shirt, he hath it put, and laid it at his heart. The moon, that at noon was thilk 2899 day, that January had wedded fresh May, in 10 of Tor, was into Cancer glided. 2900. So long had Maius in her chamber abided, as custom is unto these nobles all. A bride shall not eaten in the hall, till days 4, or 3 days at the least, why past be. Then let her go to feast. The 4th day complete from noon to noon, when that the high mass was why done. In Halley sat this January and May, as fresh as is the bright summer's day. And so befell, how that this good man remembered him upon this Damien, and said, Saint Mary, how may this be? That Damien attendeth not to me? Is he I sick? Or how may this betide? His squires, which that stood there beside, excused him, because of his sickness, which let 2901 him to do his business. None other cause might make him tarry. That me forethinketh, 2902 quoth this January. He is a gentle squire, by my truth. If that he died, it were great harm and ruth. He is as wise, as discreet, and seeker 2903. As any man I know of his degree. And thereto manly and eke serviceable. And for to be a thrifty man right able. But after meat, as soon as ever I may, I will myself visit him, and eke may, to do him all the comfort that I can. And for that word him blessed every man, that of his bounty and his gentleness. He would so comforten in sickness his squire, for it was a gentle deed. Dame, quoth this January, take good heed. At after meat, ye with your women all, when that ye be in chamar out of this hall, that all ye go to see this Damien, do him disport, he is a gentle man. And tell him that I will him visite. Have I nothing but rested me a light 2904. And speed you fast, for I will abide, till that ye sleep fast by my side. And with that word he gone unto him call a squire, that was marshal of his hall, and told him certain things that he well This fresh May hath straight her way hold, with all her women, unto Damien. Down by his bed's side sat she then, 2905. Comforting him as goodly as she may. This Damien, when that his time he say, 2906. In secret wise his purse, and eke his bill, in which that he written had his will, hath put into her hand without more, save that he sighed wondrous deep and sore. And softly to her right thus said he, Mercy, and that ye not discover me, for I am dead if that this thing be kid. 2907. The purse hath she in her bosom hid, and went her way, ye get no more of me. But unto January come is she, that on his bed's side sat full soft. He took her, and he kissed her full oft, and laid him down to sleep, and that anon. She feigned her as that she must gone, there as ye know that every wight must need. And when she of this bill had taken heed, she rent it all to clouts 2908 at the last, and in the privy softly it cast. Who studieth 2909 now but fair fresh May? Adown by old January she lay, that slept, till the cough had him awaked. Anon he prayed her strip her all naked. He would of her, he said, have some pleasance, and said her clothes did him encumbrance. And she obeyed him, be her lief or loath. 2910. But, lest that precious 2911 folk be with me wroth, how that he wrought I dare not to you tell, or whether she thought it paradise or hell. But there I let them war ken in their wise, till evensong ring, and they must arise. Were it by destiny, or aventure, were it by influence, or by nature, or constellation, that in such a state the heavens stood at that time fortunate, as for to put a bill of Venus works. For a thing hath time, as say these clerks, to any woman for to get her love. I cannot say, but greet God above, that knoweth that none act is causeless. He deemed 2912 of all, for I will hold my peace. But sooth is this, how that this fresh May hath taken such impression that day of pity on this sick Damien, that from her heart she not drive can the remembrance for to do him ease. 2913. Certain, thought she, whom that this thing displease, I reck not, for here I him assure, to love him best of any creature, though he no more had than his shirt. Lo, pity runneth soon in gentle heart. Here may ye see, how excellent franchise 2914 in women is when they them narrow advise. 2915. Some tyrant is, as there be many a one, that hath a heart as hard as any stone, which would have let him sterven 2916 in the place, well rather than have granted him her grace, and then rejoicin' in her cruel pride, and reckon not to be a homicide. This gentle May, full filled of pity, write of her hand a letter maked she, in which she granted him her very grace. There lacked not, but only day and place, where that she might unto his lust suffice. For it shall be right as he will devise. And when she saw her time upon a day, to visit this Damien went this May, and subtly this letter down she thrust under his pillow, read it if him lust. She took him by the hand, and hard him twist, so secretly, that no wight of it wist, and bade him be all whole, and forth she went to January, when he for her sent. Up rose Damien the next morrow. All past was his sickness and his sorrow. He combed him, he proined 2917 him and picked. He did all that unto his lady liked. And eke to January he went as low as ever did a dog for the bow. 2918. He is so pleasant unto every man, for craft is all, whoso that do it can. Every wight is fain to speak him good, And fully in his lady's grace he stood. Thus leave I Damien about his need. And in my tale forth I will proceed. Some clerks 2919 hold that felicity stands in delight. And therefore certain he, this noble January, with all his might, in honest wise as longeth to a night, shope 2920 him to live full deliciously. His housing, his array, as honestly 2921. To his degree was maked as a king's. Amongst other of his honest things, he had a garden walled all with stone. So fair a garden what I know where none. For out of doubt I verily suppose that he that wrote the romance of the Rose 2922 could not of it the beauty well devise. 2923. Nor Priapus 2924 might not well suffice. Though he be god of gardens, for to tell the beauty of the garden and the well 2925. That stood under a laurel always green. Full often time he, Pluto, and his queen, Proserpina, and all their fairy, disported them and made melody about that well, and danced, as men told. This noble night, this January old, such dainty 2926 had in it to walk and play, that he would suffer no wight to bear the key, save he himself. For of the small wicket, he bare always of silver a clicket, 2927. With which, when that him list, he it unshet. 2928. And when that he would pay his wife's debt, in summer season, thither would he go. And may his wife, and no wight but they two, and things which that were not done in bed, he in the garden them performed and sped. And in this wise many a merry day lived this January and fresh May. But worldly joy may not always endure to January, nor to no creature. O sudden hap! O thou fortune unstable! Like to the scorpion so deceivable 2929. That fat rest with thy head when thou wilt sting. Thy tail is death, through thine envenoming. O brittle joy! O sweet poison quaint! 2930. O monster, that so subtly canst paint thy gifts, under hue of steadfastness, that thou deceivest both more and less. 2931. Why hast thou January thus deceived? That hadst him for thy full friend received? And now thou hast bereft him both his eyen, for sorrow of which desireth he to die e'en. Alas! This noble January free, amid his lust 2932 and his prosperity, is waxen blind, and that all suddenly. He wept and he wailed piteously, and therewithal the fire of jealousy, lest that his wife should fall in some folly, so burnt his heart, that he would fain that some man bote him and her had slain. For neither after his death, nor in his life, no would he that she were no love nor wife, but ever live as widow in clothes black, sole as the turtle that hath lost her make. 2933. But at the last, after a month or tway, his sorrow gone assuage, sooth to say. For, when he wist it might none other be, he patiently took his adversity, save out of doubt he may not foregone that he was jealous evermore in 2934. Which jealousy was so outrageous, that neither in hall, nor in none other house, nor in none other place never the mo. He would suffer her to ride or go. But if 2935 that he had hand on her alway, for which full often wept fresh May, that loved Damien so burningly, that she must either die e'en suddenly, or else she must have him as her lest. 2936. She waited 2937 when her heart would breast. 2938. Upon that other side Damien Becket is the sorrowfullest man. that ever was. For neither night nor day he might speak a word to fresh May. As to his purpose, of no such matter. But if 2939 that January must it hear, that had a hand upon her Evermo. But natheless, by writing to and fro, and privy signas, wist he what she meant. And she knew eke the fine 2940 of his intent. O January, what might it thee avail? Though thou might see as far as ships sail? For as good is it blind deceived to be, as be deceived when a man may see. Lo, Argus, which that had 100 eyen, for all that ever he could pour or pryen. Yet was he blent. 2941 and, God wot, so be mo. That ween Wisley 2942 that it be not so. Passover is an ease, I say no more. This fresh May, of which I spake yore, in warm wax hath imprinted the clicket 2943. That January bare of the small wicket, by which into his garden oft he went. And Damien, that knew all her intent, the clicket counterfeited privily. There is no more to say, but hastily some wonder by this clicket shall betide, which ye shall herein, if ye will abide. O noble Ovid, sooth say'st thou, God wot. What slight is it, if love be long and hot, that he'll not find it out in some manera? By Pyramus and Thisbe may men leer. 2944. Though they were kept full long and straight o'er all, they be accorded 2945 roning 2946 through a wall, where no wight could have found out such a slight. But now to purpose. Ere that days 8 were past of the month of July, Phil 2947. That January caught so great a will, through egging 2948 of his wife, him for to play in his garden. And no wight but they tway, that in a morning to this May said he, Rise up, my wife, my love, my lady free. The turtle's voice is heard, mine own sweet. The winter is gone, with all his rains wheat. 2949. Come forth now with thine iron columbine. 2950. Well fairer be thy breasts than any wine. The garden is enclosed all about. Come forth, my white spouse, for, out of doubt, thou hast me wounded in mine heart, O wife. No spot in thee was error in all thy life. Come forth, and let us take in our disport. I choose thee for my wife and my comfort. Such old lewd wards used he. On Damien a signa made she, that he should go before with his clicket. This Damien then hath opened the wicket, and in he start, and that in such manner, that no wight might him either see or hear. And still he sat under a bush. Anon. This January, as blind as is a stone, with Maius in his hand, and no wight mo. Into this fresh garden is why go, and clapped to the wicket suddenly. Now, wife, quoth he, here is but thou and I. Thou art the creature that I best love. For, by that Lord that sits in heaven above, Lever 2951 I had to die e'en on a knife. Then thee offend, dear true wife. For God as sake, think how I thee cheese. 2952. Not for no covetise 2953 doubtless, but only for the love I had to thee. And though that I be old, and may not see, be to me true, and I will tell you why. Certes 3 things shall ye win thereby. First, love of Christ, and to yourself honor. And all mine heritage, town and toar, I give it you, make charters as you lest. This shall be done tomorrow ere sun rest. So Wisley 2954 God my soul bring to bliss. I pray you, on this covenant me kiss. And though that I be jealous, white 2955 me not. Ye be so deep imprinted in my thought, that when that I consider your beauty, and therewithal unlikely 2956 eld of me, I may not, certes, though I should die. Forbear to be out of your company. For very love. This is without doubt. Now kiss me, wife, and let us roam about. This fresh May, when she these words heard, benignly to January answered. But first and forward she began to weep. I have, quoth she, a soul for to keep, as well as ye, and also mine honour, and of my wifehood thilk tender flower, which that I have assured in your hand, when that the priest to you my body bond. Wherefore I will answer in this manner. With leave of you mine own lord so dear, I pray to God, that never dawn the day, that I ne sterve 2957 as foul as woman may. If e'er I do unto my kin that shame, or else I impair so my name, that I be false. And if I do that lack, do 2958 strip me, and put me in a sack. And in the next river do 2959 me drench, 2960. I am a gentle woman, and no wench. Why speak ye thus? But men be e'er untrue, and women have reproof of you I knew. Ye know none other dalliance, I believe, but speak to us of untrust and reprieve. 2961. And with that word she saw where Damien sat in the bush, and cough she began. And with her finger signa made she that Damien should climb upon a tree that charged was with fruit. And up he went. For verily he knew all her intent, and every signa that she could make, better than January her own make. 2962. For in a letter she had told him all of this matter, how that he work shall. And thus I leave him sitting in the Perry 2963. And January and May roaming full merry. Bright was the day, and blue the firmament. Phoebus of gold his streams down had sent, to gladden every flower with his warmness. He was that time in Gemini's, I guess, but little from his declination. Of Cancer, Jove's exaltation. And so befell, in that bright morning tide, that in the garden, on the farther side, Pluto, that is the king of fairy, and many a lady in his company, following his wife, the queen Proserpina, which that he ravished out of Ethna 2964, while that she gathered flowers in the mead. In Claudian ye may the story read, how in his grisly chariot he her fet, 2965. This king of fairy adown him set upon a bank of turfs fresh and green. And right anon thus said he to his queen. My wife, quoth he, there may no wight say nay, 2966. Experience so proves it every day. The treason which that woman doth to man. 100,000 stories tell I can. Notable of your untruth and brittleness. 2967. O Solomon, richest of all riches, full filled of sapience and worldly glory, full worthy be thy words of memory to every wight that wit and reason can. 2968. Thus praised he yet the bounte 2969 of man. Among 1,000 men yet found I one, but of all women found I never none. 2970. Thus said this king, that knew your wickedness. And Jesus, Philia Sirach, 2971 as I guess. He spake of you but seldom reverence. A wild fire and corrupt pestilence so fall upon your bodies yet tonight. Ne see ye not this honorable knight? Because, alas, that he is blind and old, his own man shall make him cuckold. Lo, where he sits, the lecar, in the tree. Now will I grant 10, of my majesty, unto this old blind worthy knight, that he shall have again his eyen sight. When that his wife will do him villainy, then shall be known all her harlotry, both in reproof of her and other mo. Yea, sir, quoth Proserpine, and will ye so? Now by my mother Ceres' soul I swear, that I shall give her sufficient answer. And alle women after, for her sake, that though they be in any guilt why take, with face bold they shall themselves excuse, and bear them down that would them accuse. For lack of answer, none of them shall die e'en. All 2972 had ye seen a thing with both your eyen. Yet shall we visage it 2973 so heartily, and weep, and swear, and chide subtly, that ye shall be as lewd 2974 as be geese. What recketh me of your authorities? I wot well that this Jew, this Solomon, found of us women fools many one. But though that he found no good woman, yet there hath found many another man women full good, and true, and virtuous. Witness on them that dwelt in Christ's house. With martyrdom they proved their constance. The Roman jests 2975 make remembrance of many a very true wife also. But, sire, be not wroth, albeit so. Though that he said he found no good woman, I pray you take the sentence 2976 of the man. He meant thus: that in sovereign bounty 2977 is none but God, no, neither he nor she. 2978. Hey, for the very God that is but one. Why make ye so much of Solomon? What though he made a temple, God's house? What though he were rich and glorious? So made he eke a temple of false gods. How might he do a thing that more forebode 2979 is? Pardie, as fair as ye his name emplaster 2980. He was a lechour, and an idolaster 2981. And in his eld he very 2982 God forsook. And if that God had not, as saith the book, spared him for his father's sake, he should have lost his regni 2983 rather 2984 than he would. I set not, of 2985 all the villainy that he of women wrote, a butterfly. I am a woman, needs must I speak, or else swell until mine heart break. For since he said that we be jangleresses 2986, as ever may I brook 2987 whole my tresses, I shall not spare for no courtesy, to speak him harm, that said us villainy. Dame, quoth this Pluto, be no longer wroth. I give it up, but, since I swore mine oath, that I would grant to him his sight again, my word shall stand, that warn I you certain. I am a king, it sits 2988 me not to lie. And I, quoth she, am queen of fairy. Her answer she shall have, I undertake. Let us no more wards of it make. Forsooth, I will no longer you contrary. Now let us turn again to January, that in the garden with his fair May singeth well merrier than the popinjay 2989. You love I best, and shall, and other none. So long about the alleys is he gone, till he was come to that ilk Perry 2990. Whereas this Damien sat full merry, on high, among the fresh leaves green. This fresh May, that is so bright and sheen, gone for to sigh, and said, alas my side. Now, sir, quoth she, for aught that may betide, I must have of the pears that I see, or I must die, so sore longeth me to eaten of the small pears green. Help, for her love that is of heaven queen. I tell you well, a woman in my plight may have to fruit so great an appetite, that she may die e'en, but 2991 she of it have. Alas! Quoth he, that I had here a knave 2992. That could climb, alas! Alas, quoth he, for I am blind. Yea, sir, no force, 2993 quoth she. But would ye vouchsafe, for God's sake, the Perry in your arms for to take? For well I wot that ye mistrust me. Then would I climb well enough, quoth she, so I my foot might set upon your back. Certes, said he, therein shall be no lack. Might I you help with mine heart's blood? He stooped down, and on his back she stood. And caught her by a twist 2994 and up she go th. Ladies, I pray you that ye be not wroth. I cannot glose 2995 I am a rude man. And suddenly anon this Damien gone pullin' up the smock, and in he throng. 2996. And when that Pluto saw this great wrong, to January he gave again his sight, and made him see as well as ever he might. And when he thus had caught his sight again, was never man of anything so fain. But on his wife his thought was evermo. Up to the tree he cast his eye into, and saw how Damien his wife had dressed. In such manner, it may not be expressed. But if 2997 I would speak uncourteously. And up he gave a roaring and a cry, as doth the mother when the child shall die. Out! Help! Alas! Harrow, he gone to cry. O Strange, lady, stower, 2998 what doest thou? And she answered, Sir, what aileth you? Have patience and reason in your mind. I have you helped on both your eye and blind. On peril of my soul, I shall not lean. As me was taught to help with your eyen. Was nothing better for to make you see, than struggle with a man upon a tree. God what? I did it in full good intent. Struggle, quoth he, yeah, algate in it went. God give you both one shameless death to die in. He swived thee, I saw it with mine eyen. And else be I hanged by the house. 2999. Then is, quoth she, my medicine all false. For certainly, if that ye might see, ye would not say these words unto me. Ye have some glimpsing, 3000 and no perfect sight. I see, quoth he, as well as ever I might. Thanked be God, with both mine eyen too. And by my faith methought he did thee so. Ye mays, 3001 good sir, quoth she. This thank have I for I have made you see. Alas, quoth she, that ere I was so kind. Now, dame, quoth he, let all pass out of mind. Come down, my leaf, 3002 and if I have missaid, God help me so, as I am evil apaid. 3003. But, by my father's soul, I weened have seen how that this Damien had by thee lain, and that thy smock had lain upon his breast. Yea, sir, quoth she, ye may ween as ye lest, 3004. But, sir, a man that wakes out of his sleep, he may not suddenly well take keep 3005. Upon a thing, nor see it perfectly, till that he be aidawed 3006 verily. Right so a man, that long hath blind why be, he may not suddenly so well why see. First when his sight is new come again, as he that hath a day or two why seen, till that your sight established be a while. There may full many a sight you beguile. Beware, I pray you, for, by heaven's king, full many a man weeneth to see a thing, and it is all another than it seemeth. He which that misconceiveth oft misdeemeth. 3007. And with that word she leapt down from the tree. This January, who is glad but he? He kissed her, and clipped 3008 her full oft. And on her womb he stroked her full soft. And to his palace home he hath her lad. 3009. Now, good men, I pray you to be glad. Thus in death hear my tale of January. God bless us, and his mother, Saint Mary. The Squire's Tale. The Prologue. Hey! God's mercy, said our host though, 3010. Now such a wife I pray God keep me fro. Lo, such sleights and subtilities in women be. For I as busy as bees. Are they us silly men for to deceive? And from the sooth 3011 will they ever weave, 3012. As this merchantiesse tale it proveth well. But natheless, as true as any steel. I have a wife, though that she poor be. But of her tongue a labbing 3013 shrew is she. And yet 3014 she hath a heap of vices imo. Thereof no force, 3015 let all such things go. But wit 3016 ye wot. In council 3017 be it said. Me ruth sore I am unto her tied. For, an 3018 I should reckon every vice. Which that she hath, why, wis 3019 I were too nice. 3020. And cause why, it should reported be. And told her by some of this company. By whom, it needeth not for to declare. Since women conan utter such chaffer. 3021. And eke my wit sufficeth not thereto. To tell en all. Wherefore my tale is due. 3022. Squire, come near, if it your will be. And say somewhat of love, for certes ye. Con thereon 3023 as much as any man. Nay, sir, quoth he. But such thing as I can. With hearty will, for I will not rebel. Against your lust 3024, a tale will I tell. Have me excused if I speak amiss. My will is good. And lo, my tale is this. The tale 3025. Pars. Prima. At Sarah, in the land of Tartary. There dwelt a king that warrayed 3026 Russie. Through which there died many a doughty man. This noble king was called Cambuscan 3027. Which in his time was of so great renown. That there was nowhere in no region. So excellent a lord in all thing. Him lacked not that longeth to a king. As of the sect of which that he was born. He kept his law to which he was wise-worn. And thereto 3028 he was hardy, wise, and rich. And piteous and just, always whilich, 3029. True of his word, benign and honorable. Of his courage as any centre stable, 3030. Young, fresh, and strong, in arms desirous. As any bachelor of all his house. A fair person he was, and fortunate. And kept alway so well his royal estate. That there was nowhere such another man. This noble king, this Tartar Cambuscan. Had 2 sons by Elfida his wife. Of which the eldest hight Algersife. The other was called Camballo. A daughter had this worthy king also. That youngest was, and hight Canacee. But for to tell you all her beauty. It lies not in my tongue, nor my conning. 3031. I dare not undertake so high a thing. Mine English eke is insufficient. It must be a reader 3032 excellent. That cuth his colours longing for that art. 3033. If he should her describe in any part. I am none such, I must speak as I can. And so befell, that when this Cambuscan had 20 winters borne his diadem. As he was wont from year to year, I deem. He let the feast of his nativity. Do cry. 3034 throughout Sarah his city. The last Idus of March, after the year. Phoebus the sun full jolly was and clear. For he was nigh his exaltation. In Marte's face, and in his mansion 3035. In Aries. The choleric hot sign. Full lusty 3036 was the weather and benign. For which the fowls against the sun sheen 3037. What for the season and the young green? Full loud sange their affections. Them seem to have got protections. Against the sword of winter keen and cold. This Cambuscan, of which I have you told. In royal vesture, sat upon his dais. With diadem, full high in his palace. And held his feast so solemn and so rich. That in this world was there none at lich. 3038. of which if I should tell all the array, then would it occupy a summer's day. And eke it needeth not for to devise 30-39. At every course the order of service. I will not tell of their strange sows 30-40. Nor of their swans, nor their heronsows. 3041. Eke in that land, as tell knights old, there is some meat that is full dainty hold. That in this land men reck of 30-42 it full small. There is no man that may report in all. I will not tarry you, for it is prime. And for it is no fruit, but loss of time. Unto my purpose 30-43 I will have recourse. And so befell that, after the third course, while that this king sat thus in his nobly 30-44, hearing his ministerials their things play, before him at his board deliciously, in at the halley door all suddenly, there came a knight upon a steed of brass, and in his hand a broad mirror of glass. Upon his thumb he had of gold a ring, and by his side a naked sword hanging. And up he rode unto the high board. In all the hall was there not spoke a word. For marvel of this knight, him to behold. Full busily they waited 30-45 young and old. This strange knight, that came thus suddenly, all armed, save his head, full richly, saluted king, and queen, and lords all, by order as they sat 10 in the hall, with so high reverence and observance, as well in speech as in his countenance, that Gawain 30-46 with his old courtesy, though he were come again out of fairy, him could not amend with a word. 3047. And after this, before the high board, he with a manly voice said his message, after the form used in his language, without vice 30-48 of syllable or letter, and, for his tale should seem the better, according to his words was his cheer 30-49. As teacheth art of speech them that it lear. 3050. Albeit that I cannot sound his style, nor cannot climb over so high a style. Yet say I this, as to commune intent 30-51. Thus much amounteth 30-52 all that ever he meant. If it so be that I have it in mind. He said, the King of Araby and Ind. My liege lord, on this solemn day, saluteth you as he best can and may, and sendeth you, in honor of your feast, by me, that am already at your hest. 3053. This steed of brass, that easily and well can in the space of 1 day naturel. This is to say, in 24 hours. Whereso you list, in drought or else in showrs, bear your body into every place, to which your heart willeth for to pace 3054. Without wem 30-55 of you, through foul or fair. Or if you list to fly as high in air, as doth an eagle, when him list to soar, this same steed shall bear you evermore, without harm, till ye be where you lest 30-56. Though that ye sleepen on his back, or rest, and turn again, with writhing 30-57 of a pin. He that it wrought, he could 3058 many a gin, 30-59. He waited 30-60 in any a constellation, ere he had done this operation, and knew full many a seal 30-61 and many a bond. This mirror eke, that I have in mine hand, hath such a might, that men may in it see, when there shall fall any adversity, unto your realm, or to yourself also, and openly who is your friend or foe. And over all this, if any lady bright hath set her heart on any manner white, if he be false, she shall his treason see, his new love, and all his subtlety, so openly that there shall nothing hide. Wherefore, against this lusty summer tide, this mirror, and this ring that ye may see, he hath sent to my lady Canacee, your excellent daughter that is here. The virtue of this ring, if ye will hear, Is this, that if her list it for to wear upon her thumb, or in her purse it bear, there is no fowl that flieth under heaven, that she shall not well understand his Stephen 30:62, and know his meaning openly and plain, and answer him in his language again. And every grass that groweth upon root, she shall eke know, to whom it will do boot 30:63. All be his wounds ne'er so deep and wide. This naked sword, that hangeth by my side, such virtue hath, that what man that it smite, throughout his armor it will carve and bite, were it as thick as is a branched oak. And what man is wounded with the stroke, shall ne'er be whole, till that you list, of grace, to stroke him with the flat in Thilk 3064 place, where he is hurt. This is as much to sayin, ye must with the flat sword again stroke him upon the wound, and it will close. This is the very sooth, without glose. 3065. It faileth not, while it is in your hold. And when this knight had thus his tale told, he rode out of the hall, and down he light. His steed, which that shone as sun bright, stood in the court as still as any stone. The knight is to his chamber led anon, and is unarmed, and to meet Wyset. 3066. These presents be full richely Wyfet, 3067. This is to say, the sword and the mirror, and borne anon into the high tower, with certain officers ordained therefor. And unto Canacee the ring is bore, solemnly, where she sat at the table, but sickerly, withouten any fable. The horse of brass, that may not be remued. 3068. It stood as it were to the ground glued. There may no man out of the place it drive, for no engine of windlass or polive. 3069. And cause why, for they cannot the craft. 3070. And therefore in the place they have it laughed, till that the night hath taught them the manera. To void 3071 him, as ye shall after hear. Great was the press, that swarmed to and fro, to Goran 3072 on this horse that stood so. For it so high was, and so broad and long, so well proportioned for to be strong, right as it were a steed of Lombardy, therewith so horsely, and so quick of eye, as it a gentle Poilise 3073 courser were. For certes, from his tail unto his ear, nature nor art any could him not amend, in no degree, as all the people wend. 3074. But evermore their most wonder was, how that it could go, and was of brass. It was of fairy, as the people seemed. Diverse folk diversely they deemed. As many heads, as many wits been. They murmured, as doth a swarm of bin 3075. And made skills 3076 after their fantasies, rehearsing of the old poetries, and said that it was like the Pegase. 3077. The horse that had winges for to flee. Or else it was the Greek's horse Sinon 3078. That brought Troy to destruction. As men may in the old jests 3079 read. Mine heart, quoth one, is evermore in dread. I trow some men of arms be therein, that shape them 3080 this city for to win. It were right good that all such thing were no. Another roaned 3081 to his fellow low, and said, he lies, for it is rather like an appearance made by some magic, as jugglers playin' at these feasts great. Of sundry doubts they jangle thus and treat, as lewd 3082 people deem commonly, of things that be made more subtly than they can in their lewdness comprehend. They deem gladly to the batter end. 3083. And some of them wondered on the mirror that born was up into the master Toar 3084. How men might in it such things see. Another answered and said, it might well be naturally by compositions, Of angles, and of sly reflections. And said that in Rome was such a one. They speak of Alhazen and Vitellin 3085. And Aristotle, that wrote in their lives. Of quaint 3086 mirrors, and of perspectives. As know they that have their books heard. And other folk have wondered on the sword. That would pierce throughout everything. And fell in speech of Telephus the king. And of Achilles for his quaint spear. For he could with it boat a heel and deer. 3087. Write in such wise as men may with the sword. Of which right now ye have yourselves heard. They spake of sundry hardening of metal. And spake of medicines therewithal. And how, and when, it should hardened be. Which is unknown algate 3088 unto me. Then spake they of Canaceus ring. And Sidon all, that such a wondrous thing. Of craft of rings heard they never none. Save that he, Moses, and King Solomon. Hadn't a name of conning 3089 in such art. Thus said the people, and drew them apart. Put natheless some said that it was. Wonder to maken of fern ashes glass. And yet is glass not like ashes of fern. But, for 3090 they have wino in it so fern 3091. Therefore saith their jangling and their wonder. As sore wonder some on cause of thunder. On ebb and flood, on gossamer and mist. And on all thing, till that the cause is wist. 3092. Thus jangle they, and men and devise. Till that the king gone from his board arise. Phoebus had left the angle meridional. And yet ascending was the beast royal. The gentle lion with his Aldrian 3093. When that this Tartar king, this Cambuscan, rose from the board, there as he sat full high. Before him went the loud minstrelsy. Till he came to his chamber of paraments 3094. There as they sounded diverse instruments. That it was like a heaven for to hear. Now danced lusty Venus children dear. For in the fish 3095 their lady sat full high. And looked on them with a friendly eye. This noble king is set upon his throne. This strange knight is fetched to him full sown 3096. And on the dance he goes with Canacee. Here is the revel and the jollity. That is not able a dull man to devise 3097. He must have known love and his service. And been a feastly 3098 man, as fresh as May. That should you devise such array. Who could tell you the form of dances? So uncouth 3099 and so fresh countenances 3100. Such subtle lookings and dissimulances. For dread of jealous men's apperceivings. No man but Lancelot 3101 and he is dead. Therefore I pass o'er all this lustihead 3102. I say no more, but in this jolliness. I leave them, till to supper men them dress. The steward bids the spices for to high 3103. And eke the wine, in all this melody. The ushers and the squires be gone. The spices and the wine is come anon. They eat and drink, and when this hath an end. Unto the temple, as reason was, they wend. The service done, they suppen all by day. What needeth you rehearse their array? Each man wot well, that at a king's feast is plenty, to the most 3104 and to the least. And dainties more than be in my knowing. At after supper went this noble king. To see the horse of brass, with all a rout. Of lords and of ladies him about. Such wondering was there on this horse of brass. That, since the great siege of Troy was. There as men wondered on a horse also. Ne'er was there such a wondering as was though. 3105. But finally the king asked the knight the virtue of this courser, and the might. And prayed him to tell his governance. 3106. The horse anon began to trip and dance. When that the knight laid hand upon his rein. And said, Sir, there is no more to sayin. But when you list to ridden anywhere, ye must trill 3107 a pin, stands in his ear. Which I shall tell you betwixt us two. Ye must name him to what place also, or to what country that you list to ride. And when ye come where you list abide, bid him descend, and trill another pin. For therein lies th effect of all the gin 3108. And he will down descend and do your will. And in that place he will abide still. Though all the world had the contrary swore, he shall not thence be thrown nor be bore. Or, if you list to bid him then's gone, trill this pin, and he will vanish anon, out of the sight of every manner wight, and come again, be it by day or night, when that you list to cleep 3109 him again. In such a guise, as I shall to you sayin, betwixt you and me, and that full soon. Ride 3110 when you list, there is no more to doen. Informed when the king was of the night, and had conceived in his wit aright the manner and the form of all this thing, full glad and blithe, this noble doughty king repaired to his revel as beforn. The bridal is into the tower borne, and kept among his jewels leaf 3111 and dear. The horse vanished, not 3112 in what manner? Out of their sight. Ye get no more of me. But thus I leave in lust and jollity. This Cambuscan his lord's feastying 3113. Until well nigh the day began to spring. Pars. Secunda. The Norice 3114 of digestion, the sleep. Gone on them wink, and bade them take keep. 3115. That mush mirth and labor will have rest. And with a gaping 3116 mouth he all them kest, 3117. And said, that it was time to lie down. For blood was in his domination. Cherish the blood, 3118 nature's friend, quoth he. They thanked him gaping, by 2 and 3. And every wight gone draw him to his rest. As sleep them bade, they took it for the best. Their dreams shall not now be told for me. Full are their heeds of fumosity 3119. That caused dreams of which there is no charge. 3120. They slept till that, it was prime large 3121. The most part, but 3122 it was Cannacy. She was full measurable 3123 as women be. For of her father had she ta'en her leave, to go to rest, soon after it was eve. Her least not appalled 3124 for to be, nor on the morrow unfeastly for to see, 3125. And slept her first sleep, and then awoke. For such a joy she in her heart took. Both of her quaint 3126 a ring and her mirror, that 20 times she changed her color. And in her sleep, right for th impression of her mirror, she had a vision. Wherefore, ere that the sun gone up glide, she called upon her mistress 3127 her beside, and said, that her least for to rise. These old women, that be gladly wise, as are her mistresses, answered anon, and said, Madam, whither will ye gone? Thus early? For the folk be all in rest. I will, quoth she, arise, for me lest no longer for to sleep, and walk about. Her mistresses called women a great rout. And up they rose, well a 10 or 12. Up rose fresh Cannacy herself, as ruddy and bright as is the young sun, that in the ram is 4 degrees why run. No higher was he, when she ready was. And forth she walked easily a pace, arrayed after the lusty 3128 season swoot 3129. Lightly for to play, and walk on foot. Not but with 5 or 6 of her many. 3130. And in a trench 3131 forth in the park went she. The vapor, which up from the earth glowed 3132, made the sun to seem ruddy and broad. But, natheless, it was so fair a sight, that it made all their hearts for to light. 3133. What for the season and the morrowing, and for the fowls that she hard sing. For right anon she wist 3134 what they meant, right by their song, and knew all their intent. The knot, 3135 why that every tale is told, if it be tarried 3136 till the lust 3137 be cold. Of them that have it hearkened after your 3138. The savour passeth ever longer more, for fulsomeness of the prolixity. And by that same reason think'th me, I should unto the knot condescend, and maken of her walking soon an end. Amid a tree for dry, 3139 as white as chalk, as Canacee was playing in her walk, there sat a falcon o'er her head full high, that with a piteous voice so gone to cry, that all the wood resounded of her cry. And beat she had herself so piteously, with both her winges, till the red blood ran end along 3140 the tree, there as she stood. And ever, in 13141 always she cried and shright 3142. And with her beak herself she so pight, 3143. That there is no tiger, nor cruel beast, that dwelleth either in wood or in forest, but would have wept, if that he weep could. For sorrow of her, she shrieked alway so loud. For there was never yet no man alive, if that he could a falcon well descrive. 3144. That heard of such another of fairness, as well of plumage, as of gentleness, of shape, of all that might reckoned be. A falcon peregrine seemed she, of from 3145 land. And ever as she stood, she swooned now and now for lack of blood, till well nigh is she fallen from the tree. This fair King's daughter Canacee, that on her finger bare the quaint 3146 ring, through which she understood well everything, that any fowl may in his leadin 3147 sayin, and could him answer in his leadin again, hath understood what this falcon said. And well nigh for the ruth 3148 almost she died. And to the tree she went, full hastily, and on this falcon looked piteously, and held her lap abroad. For well she wist, the falcon must fall from the twist 3149. When that she swooned next, for lack of blood. A long while to wait her she stood, till at the last she apake in this manner unto the hawk, as ye shall after hear. What is the cause, if it be for to tell, that ye be in this furial 3150 pain of hell? Quoth Canacee unto this hawk above, is this for sorrow of death, or loss of love? For, as I trow, 3151 these be the causes too, that cause most a gentle heart woe. Of other harm it needeth not to speak, for ye yourself upon yourself awreak. 3152. Which proveth well, that either ire or dread 3153 must be occasion of your cruel deed, since that I see none other wight you chase. For love of God, as do yourself grace, 3154. Or what may be your help? For, west nor east, I never saw ere now no bird nor beast, that fared with himself so piteously. Ye slay me with your sorrow verily. I have of you so great compassion. For God's love come from the tree adown. And, as I am a King's daughter true, if that I verily the causes knew of your disease, 3155 if it lay in my might, I would amend it, ere that it were night. So Wisley 3156 help me the great God of kind. 3157. And herbs shall I right enough find to heal with your hurts hastily. Then shrieked this falcon yet more piteously than ever she did, and fell to ground anon, and lay a swoon, as dead as lies a stone, till Canacee had in her lap her take. Unto that time she gone of swoon awake. And, after that she out of swoon abraid. 3158. Right in her hawkess leaden thus she said. That pity runneth soon in gentle heart. Feeling his similitude in pain smart. Is proved every day, as men may see. As well by work as by authority. 3159. For gentle heart kitheth 3160 gentleness. I see well, that ye have on my distress. Compassion, my fair Canacee. Of very womanly benignity. That nature in your prinkles hath set. But for no hope for to fare the bet, 3161. But for to obey unto your heart free. And for to make others aware by me. As by the whelp chastised d 3162 is the lion. Right for that cause and that conclusion. While that I have a leisure and a space. Mine harm I will confessen ere I pace. 3163. And ever while the one her sorrow told. The other wept, as she to water wailed d 3164. Till that the falcon bade her to be still. And with a sigh right thus she said her till, 3165. Where I was bred, alas that ilk 3166 day. And fostered in a rock of marble grey. So tenderly, that nothing ailed me. I wist not what was adversity. Till I could flee full high under the sky. Then dwelled a tercelet 3167 me fast by. That seemed a well of alla gentleness. All were he 3168 full of treason and falseness. It was so wrapped under humble cheer 3169. And under hue of truth, in such manner. Under pleasance, and under busy pain. That no white weened that he could feign. So deep in grain he dyed his colours. Right as a serpent hides him under flowers. Till he may see his time for to bite. Right so this god of love hypocrite. Did so his ceremonies and obeisances. And kept in semblance all his observances. That sounden unto 3170 gentleness of love. As on a tomb is all the fair above. And under is the corpse, which that ye wot. Such was this hypocrite, both cold and hot. And in this wise he served his intent. That, save the fiend, none wist what he meant. Till he so long had weeped and complained. And many a year his service to me feigned. Till that mine heart, too piteous and too nice 3171. All innocent of his crowned malice. For feared of his death, 3172 as thought me. Upon his oaths and his surety. Granted him love, on this condition. That evermore mine honour and renown. Were saved, Boda privy in apert. 3173. This is to say, that, after his desert. I gave him all my heart and all my thought. God what, and he, that other ways not 3174. And took his heart in change of mine for I. But sooth is said, gone since many a day. A true wight and a thief think not one. 3175. And when he saw the thing so far gone, that I had granted him fully my love. In such a wise as I have said above. And given him my true heart as free. As he swore that he gave his heart to me. Anon this tiger, full of doubleness. Fell on his knees with so great humbleness. With so high reverence, as by his cheer 3176. So like a gentle lover in manner. So ravished, as it seemed, for the joy. That never Jason, nor Paris of Troy. Jason? Certes, nor ever other man. Since Lamech was, that alder first 3177 began. To love too, as right folk beforn. Nor ever since the first man was born. Could no man. By 20,000 part. Counterfeit the Sophomes 3178 of his art. Nor worthy were t unbuckle his galoche 3179. Where doubleness of feigning should approach. Nor could so thank a wight, as he did me. His manner was a heaven for to see. To any woman, were she ne'er so wise. So painted he and kempt 3180 at point devise 3181. As well his wards as his countenance. And I so loved him for his obeisance. And for the truth I deemed in his heart. That, if so were that anything him smart 3182. All were it ne'er so light 3183 and I it wist. Methought I felt death at my heart twist. And shortly, so far forth this thing is went 3184. That my will was his will's instrument. That is to say, my will obeyed his will. In all a thing, as far as reason fill 3185. Keeping the bounds of my worship ever. And never had I thing so lief, or lever 3186. As him, God wot, nor never shall know mo. This lasted longer than a year or two. That I supposed of him naught but good. But finally, thus at the last it stood. That fortune wooed that he must twin 3187. Out of that place which that I was in. Whe 3188 me was woe, it is no question. I cannot make of it description. For one thing dare I tell boldly. I know what is the pain of death thereby. Such harm I felt, for he might not bylev. 3189. So on a day of me he took his leave. So sorrowful eke, that I weened verily. That he had felt as much harm as I. When that I heard him speak, and saw his hue. But nathless, I thought he was so true. And eke that he repair should again. Within a little while, sooth to sayn. And reason would eke that he must go. For his honor. As often hapneth so. That I made virtue of necessity. And took it well, since that it must be. As I best might, I hid from him my sorrow. And took him by the hand, St. John to borrow 3190. And said him thus, Lo, I am yours all. Be such as I have been to you, and shall. What he answered, it needs not to rehearse. Who can say bet 3191 than he, who can do worse? When he had all well said, then had he done. Therefore behoveth him a full long spoon. That shall eat with a fiend, thus heard I say. So at the last he must forth his way. And forth he flew, till he came where him lest. When it came him to purpose for to rest. I trow that he had thilk text in mind. That a thing repairing to his kind. Gladdeth himself, 3192 thus say men, as I guess. Men love of, proper, kind newfangleness 3193. As birds do, that men in cages feed. For though thou night and day take of them heed. And strew their cage fair and soft as silk. And give them sugar, honey, bread, and milk. Yet, right anon as that his door is up. 3194. He with his feet will spurn down his cup. And to the wood he will, and worms eat. So newfangled be they of their meat. And love novelties, of proper kind. No gentleness of blood may them bind. So fared this tercelet, alas the day. Though he were gentle born, and fresh, and gay. And goodly for to see, and humble, and free. He saw upon a time a kite flee. And suddenly he loved this kite so. That all his love is clean from me go. And hath his troth falsed in this wise. Thus hath the kite my love in her service. And I am lorn 3195 without remedy. And with that word this falcon gone to cry. And swooned F 3196 in Canisius barm. 3197. Great was the sorrow, for that hawk's harm. That Canisi and all her women made. They wist not how they might the falcon glade. 3198. But Canisi home bare her in her lap. And softly in plasters gone her wrap. Thereas she with her beak had hurt herself. Now cannot Canacee but herbs delve out of the ground, and make salves new, of herbs precious and fine of hue, to heal with this hawk. From day to night she did her business, and all her might. And by her bed's head she made a mew, 3199. And covered it with velouets blue, 3200. In sign of truth that is in woman seen. And all without the mew is painted green, in which were painted all these false fowls, as be these tidifes 3201 terslets, and owls, and pies, on them for to cry and chide. Right for despite were painted them beside. Thus leave I Canacee her hawk keeping. I will no more as now speak of her ring, till it come F3202 to purpose for to sayn how that this falcon got her love again. Repentant, as the story telleth us, by mediation of Cambalus, the kinges son of which that I you told. But henceforth I will my process hold, to speak of avenches, and of batails, that yet was never heard so great marvails. First I will tell you of Cambuscan, that in his time many a city won. And after will I speak of Algarsife, how he won Theodora to his wife, for whom full oft in great peril he was. Had he 3203 been holpen by the horse of brass. And after will I speak of Camballo 3204, that fought in lists with the brethren too, for Canacee, ere that he might her win. And where I left I will again begin. Vertical ellipsis.